captioning on the live stream. Please use your hand raise icon in the participants list when you want to ask a question or make a comment. Staff will be monitoring this feature to ensure that people are acknowledged. We request that board members use their video as much as possible when participating in the meeting, and that for others, please leave your video off unless you're speaking. Please mute your audio when not speaking to minimize background noise and interference. Unless prompted, please keep chats sent to everyone to a minimum during the presentations. If you want to write a private message, select the individual's name in the chat function and send them a message directly. If you have questions that are beyond clarifying questions, please save them until the end of the presentation. When called on, identify yourself and unmute your audio to speak. Brad will try to keep us on time throughout the meeting. So if he gives you a nudge that we're about out of time, please wrap up the presentation or discussion. And as always with technology, as we've already seen this morning, there's opportunity for glitches. And so I thank you in advance for your patience. Before I provide a summary of the agenda, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the two individuals who were announced on November 24th as the soon to be appointed newest members of the National Science Board. Join me in welcoming Scott Stanley, Vice President of Technology at Technoplanet, and Matt Malkin, Professor of Astronomy at UCLA. We look forward to having both of you join the board. We have a very full agenda this meeting, even without a single A&F action item to vote on. We're excited to have some special sessions today and tomorrow that will pay tribute to some amazing people and call attention to some of the challenges the board has identified in its Vision 2030. This morning, following the director's remarks, we'll hear from a distinguished panel of experts discussing the challenges the COVID pandemic has posed for women in the STEM community. This will be followed by a briefing from NSF on their plans for mitigating the impact of COVID on the researchers we support and for post-COVID research environment. After a short break, we'll hear an update from the board's Vision Implementation Working Group. Following that will be committee sessions on oversight, science and engineering policy, and awards and facilities, during which we'll hear a pair of presentations on broader impacts and updates on Science and Engineering Indicators 2022. At the end of the day, the board has the great privilege of honoring the 2020 NSF Waterman and NSB Honorary Award recipients. I encourage everyone
in society. In other words, exploratory research inspires translational outcomes, and translational research inspires and further enriches exploratory research. This, I believe, is truly the DNA of NSF. When I talked about engagement with various sectors over the last few weeks, this is just an example. One of the advantages you have when you're sitting in your desk and sort of swiveling your chair from one side to the other and going from meeting to meeting, you get to do a lot more meetings than you would do if you have to travel from one place to another. So I have to say I've taken advantage of that opportunity to be able to meet with various constituencies, federal agency leadership, and talking to them about NSF, the mission, the vision, and how we might develop new partnerships working with the various federal agencies. I've talked to academia and societies and groups that have shared the enthusiasm that we share with NSB 2030 and the NSF vision. I've also reached out and had listening sessions with fellow NSB member Dario Gill, as well as Erwin Gyanchandani, who's now the special advisor for Translation Innovation Partnerships in the Office of Director, talking to various industry partners, potential partners, and foundations, so that we might understand what they are looking for in terms of where NSF might be a partner in advancing the future of S&T for our nation. I have also engaged with a number of international partners through consortiums, as well as individual outreach to various science advisors and agency heads across the globe. And I can tell you, there is collective excitement and interest in what NSF has done, what NSF is planning to do, and that they want to partner with us in every way possible. So with that I want to now dive into an important update that I'm sure all of you are interested to hear from me, which is the update on the Arecibo Observatory. So therefore, I will do that first before giving other updates. I know you are all aware of the recent collapse of the 305-meter telescope at the Arecibo Observatory. As I said in my public statement on December 1st, we are saddened. I'm personally saddened by this outcome and acknowledge the seriousness of its loss for generations of scientists and for the community in Puerto Rico, where it has been a beacon for science and a source of pride for over half a century. I want to assure you all that we are thinking about the Puerto Rico community as well as the science community in this difficult time for all of us. Contributions made by the telescope include the indirect detection of gravitational waves through timing of a binary pulsar, substantial contributions to modeling of the ionosphere, and in partnership with NASA, detailed radar characterization of near-Earth asteroids. Let me stress again that safety has been our #1 priority since the first auxiliary cable broke in August. This remains a top priority as we conduct the environmental, structural, and historical analysis. It is important to note that the observatory is not closing. I want to emphasize that. We are working around the clock to get the 12-meter telescope, LiDAR, and other facilities back up and running. NSF remains committed to a vibrant scientific future for Arecibo Observatory and Puerto Rico. Moving forward, I am asking the national academies to conduct an expedited independent study into the causes of the cable failures so that we can use those findings to improve our planning and stewardship of current and future facilities. In addition to the study, we are planning a Dear Colleague letter, DCL, that will seek input and ideas from the scientific community for a robust Arecibo Observatory science programs consistent with the broader community science priorities. I want to thank everyone who has and continues to work on this important and challenging issue. I want to reiterate that NSF remains committed and focused on the future of the Arecibo Observatory and the people of Puerto Rico. Ellen, I know you and I are talking about going to Puerto Rico to hear from the community and the universities as we work towards a vibrant future for the science and the people there. I look forward to discussing those plans. Continuing on, the unbelievable work of NSF that makes possible amazing outcomes that I'm sure you're all hearing about and familiar with, which is the Nobel Prizes that recently were announced. The Nobel Assembly awarded half of the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physics to Roger Penrose for his work on black hole formation and jointly awarded the other half to Reinhard Genzel and Andrea Ghez for discovering the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way. NSF provided support for the work of all three laureates. During a period in early 1980s, when Penrose of the United Kingdom served as a professor at Rice University, NSF supported his investigations, applying twistor theory to general relativity. And he was a co-PI on several awards for theoretical work on classical and quantum gravity. NSF also supported Genzel in the same time period, providing him a Presidential Young Investigator Award for developments in infrared and submillimeter astrophysics. In 1994, NSF provided Ghez with a Young Investigator Award. Subsequently, NSF supported the projects through which Ghez developed her Nobel-winning findings about our galaxy's supermassive black hole. With later NSF support, Ghez sustained a 24-year observation of a star orbiting the Milky Way's supermassive black hole, the most comprehensive test so far of general relativity. The Nobel Assembly awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize in Chemistry to Jennifer Doudna of the University of California, Berkeley, and Emmanuel Charpentier of the Max Planck Unit for the Science of Pathogens in Berlin. NSF has long supported Doudna's work, as well as the work of other researchers in Doudna's CRISPR lab. NSF's support for Doudna began in 2000, where she was given the Alan T. Waterman Award, perfectly timed for today, and continued over 2 decades with awards for innovative basic research projects to advance CRISPR. Doudna, an advocate for fundamental research, has noted how CRISPR started as a basic science, curiosity-driven project. The Nobel Assembly awarded the 2020 Sveriges Riksbank Prize in Economic Sciences in memory of Alfred Nobel to Paul Milgrom and Robert Wilson, both of Stanford University. NSF has supported these researchers throughout their efforts to explore game theory and decision-making and use that knowledge base to invent new auction formats for multiple simultaneous transactions. One notable example of their findings applied in the US is the wireless spectrum auctions they helped the Federal Communications Commission create. The auctions have brought in more than 60 billion in federal revenue as of 2020 and enabled innovation from wireless providers. So we are thrilled at, as I was talking about the exploratory and translational impact that these unbelievable scientists are creating. Now to the 2020 MacArthur Fellows supported by NSF. NSF have supported 4 individuals in this year's class of MacArthur Fellows, MacArthur Genius Awards. Interestingly, all have received career awards as part of this NSF support. This demonstrates a regular outcome of NSF's merit review process, the capacity to identify early career scientists and support them as they lay the foundations for their own seminal work. At times, this early support was through the Young Investigator Award mechanism of an earlier era that I mentioned for some of the Nobel laureates. But now, it is often through our current faculty earlier career development program, what we call the Career Awards. This year's MacArthur Fellows, who are supported by NSF, are Isaiah Andrews, an econometrician at the National Bureau of Economic Research, Inc., and in the Department of Economics at Harvard University, for developing robust methods of statistical inference to address key challenges in economics and social science. Paul Darwin Howard, a chemical engineer in the Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Sciences of the University of Minnesota, for developing new technologies for converting renewable organic materials into chemicals used in products such as plastics, rubber, and detergents. Monica Schleyer-Smith, an experimental physicist in the Department of Physics at Stanford University, for advancing our understanding of how many particle quantum systems behave and connecting phenomena observed in the laboratory to a range of other areas of physics. And Mohammed Sayam Dost, a biological chemist in the Department of Chemistry of Princeton University, for investigating synthesis of novel molecules with therapeutic properties and expediting discovery of new antibiotics. Again, you can see the blend of exploratory and translational outcomes and impact. The next, I want to talk about the breakthrough prizes supported by NSF. For the 9th year, the Breakthrough Prize, often recognized as the Oscars of science, will recognize some of the world's top scientists. Breakthrough prizes are awarded in the life sciences, fundamental physics, and mathematics. In addition, there are New Horizon prizes in physics and mathematics as a prize, as well as Mariam Mirzakhani New Frontiers Prize, given out to early career researchers each year. For 2021, the prize winners include a number who received NSF support. The 2021 Breakthrough Prize in Life Sciences went to David Baker of the University of Washington and Howard Hughes Medical Institute for developing technology that allowed the design of proteins never seen before in nature, including novel proteins that have the potential for therapeutic intervention in human diseases. The 2021 Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics went to Eric Adelberger, Jens H. Gundlach, and Blaine Heckel, also of the University of Washington. Their prize was for the precision fundamental measurements that test our understanding of gravity, probe the nature of dark energy, and establish limits on couplings to dark matter. And NSF supported 4 earlier career scientists who received Horizons prizes or the Mariam Rizkani New Frontiers prizes. Congratulations to all the winners for the prestigious awards in recognition of their pioneering and outstanding work. And finally, I just wanted to give you this quick update on the Antarctica procurement contract. The NSF would like to notify the NSB and the public that it intends to initiate acquisition planning for the follow-on Antarctic procurement contract. Although the incumbent contract does not expire until March 2025 and the release of an anticipated solicitation is still years away, NSF is starting acquisition planning out of an abundance of caution to ensure timely and sound planning. Consistent with procurement best practices, NSF's planning efforts will include outreach to external stakeholders to improve acquisition planning. That will be happening shortly. Outreach efforts will include industry days, requests for information, draft solicitations, and other forms of communication. As appropriate, NSF will publicly announce its outreach activities using beta.sam.gov. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to provide this update.
Thank you very much, Panch. And are there any questions from the board before we move on? Panch, you've been unbelievably industrious and energetic in pursuing your vision, which of course aligns with ours, and in reaching out to so many stakeholders. I'll reiterate the board's support of your ongoing efforts, and I also want to thank you for continuing to push for a real partnership with the board and your leadership team and providing lots of opportunities for discussion.
Thank you very much.
Before moving on to our panels this morning, I will provide a few highlights of my activities since the July meeting. With the election season just concluded, I don't have any meetings on the Hill to report. But Vision 2030 is being read, and there's a lot of interest across the science and engineering community. Vic, Roger, and I did 2 presentations on the vision and received very favorable response. At the October CIAS meeting, we shared the vision and its roadmap priorities. We had a great discussion and are looking forward to their presentation to us tomorrow, as well as a possible future visit next summer after their latest report is published. Just last week, we were invited by a public-private partnership called The Conductor, located in Central Arkansas, to present on the vision at their meeting of the Coalition to Advance Entrepreneurship. This represents the kind of state-level organization with which the board hoped to engage. Vic will provide more details on both of these during his update on the Vision Implementation Working Group a little later in this session. Any questions or comments? I'll now turn to the first of our panel discussions. I'm grateful to Jerry Richmond, chair of the board's External Engagement Committee, for initiating and orchestrating this discussion on the COVID-19 impact on women in STEM. And I'll now turn the floor over to her to introduce our speakers. Jerry?
You're muted.
Well, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you for attending this session with us, and thanks, Ellen, for the introduction to the panel. I welcome everyone to the panel's presentation on the effects of COVID-19 on women in STEM. Before we start, I would like to ask board members and any others in attendance to please turn off your cameras and mute your microphones during the presentations. Thank you. So preliminary data from papers commissioned as part of a fast-track study focused on early indicators of the potential impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the careers of women in academic science, engineering, and medicine, STEM, by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. This indicates that women in STEM academic careers are disproportionately impacted by the global pandemic compared to their male colleagues. These impacts originate from persistent gender inequities in the workplace, coupled with uneven distribution of caregiver activities in the home, which have skyrocketed during the pandemic. COVID-19 has magnified inequities in job stability, salary, grant success, and award eligibility in STEM fields. If this inequity is not slowed by concrete action, it could severely damage and even reverse the progress made over the past decades for women in STEM, threatening the missing millions goals that the board has laid out in its Vision 2030 report. So this is important. Due to the urgency of this matter, the board has convened today's panel to showcase data that is emerging on COVID-19's impact on women in STEM. Each panelist will speak for 5 minutes, after which we will have a question and answer session. We start off our session with Dr. Kyle Myers. Dr. Myers is an assistant professor at the Harvard Business School, where he studies the economics of innovation. He's a lead author of Unequal Effects of COVID-19 Pandemic on Scientists, which was published in Nature Human Behavior. Our second speaker, Dr. Felicia Jefferson, is a tenured associate professor at Fort Valley State University. Dr. Jefferson uses science and engineering to solve problems in local communities and encourage STEM delivery mechanisms to broaden participation. She will address the unequal distribution of impact on women in STEM across institutional types and across race identifiers. Our third panelist is Ellen Ernst-Kasich, who is professor at Purdue University, where she studies how work-life boundaries, work-life family, and diversity employment practices impact women's workplace inclusion and career equality. Dr. Kasich will highlight data on how work-life boundaries have shifted for women during the pandemic. And our final panelist is Alex Hassan, a PhD student and NSF graduate research fellow at North Carolina State University. In addition to studying material science, Ms. Hassan serves as co-president of the Science Policy PAC at North Carolina State, where she works to increase scientific participation in policymaking. She will highlight a study she co-authored on why paid family leave would strengthen the STEM workforce. After conclusion of all the presentations, we will invite board members to turn their cameras back on and start the question and answer session. We have set this session up so that we have time for vigorous conversation around this very important and urgent topic. I will now turn to Kyle to start his presentation. Kyle.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for having me here today. It's a pleasure to report on some results from our survey work. I'd like to start by giving you all a brief overview of the results from our team at Harvard, Northwestern, and some other universities have found from our survey of thousands of scientists during the summer and fall of this year. This work was supported with funding from our respective universities, grants from the NSF, thank you, the Air Force, and the Sloan Foundation. Next. So, in the first wave of our survey, which was distributed in April, we sought to identify the immediate effects of the pandemic, and we chose to focus on a measure that's relatively discipline agnostic. That is how much time researchers are spending on their research. And when we explored the professional and demographic characteristics of our respondents, 3 groups stood out as to have lost the most research time. First was the bench scientists, with biologists and chemists reporting in particular the largest declines in their research time. I would note that we don't take this to say that every biologist had it worse than every social scientist, for example, but rather we interpret this as indicating that scientists whose work requires being in a specific location, performing very time-sensitive work, that sort of thing, that's the style of research that was most likely disrupted at the onset of the pandemic. Now, we also found that researchers with young children at home, and as is the focus of this session today, that female scientists also reported significant declines in their ability to work on their research. Now, notably, we found that these differences in this reporting of research time persisted even after we controlled for many other factors. So in other words, it doesn't appear to be the case that female scientists lost more research time because they disproportionately work in certain fields that were more or less affected. Rather, the difference was at the gender level, even controlling for things like field of work. So then, based on the results from this first wave of the survey, we circulated it again from June to August, and this time we focused on scientists' forecasts of the future. We wanted to identify which groups of scientists had more optimistic or pessimistic beliefs about their ability to do things like raise research funds and publish in the coming years. So who had the most pessimistic forecasts? Next. So first off, basically everyone that we identified in the first wave as losing the most research time also had the most pessimistic forecasts. Now, We take this as some of the first evidence that even if the pandemic wraps up quickly in the coming years, fingers crossed, that the effects of it could still be much longer lasting. One of the more interesting things, though, I think, is that in the survey, we also asked respondents to rate how well their institution was handling the pandemic, of course, at the time of the survey. And we found a very strong correlation where scientists who rated their institution more negatively also had more pessimistic forecasts. Now, of course, you're already probably thinking that this correlation could arise just because those who got hit the hardest by the pandemic are also going to have pessimistic forecasts and also just will inherently be more likely to rate their institution lower. But this correlation clearly persists even when we use all of the different measures we have in our survey to control for how disrupted in the moment each scientist is. So while this result is still clearly in the world of correlations and not causation, it does provide some of the first suggested evidence that despite the grand scale of this pandemic, some research institutions may have found the way to start to put scientists in a better position to recover. Now, obviously, we all want to know which policies are working and how they're working, but the data you need to do that just doesn't exist yet. So since I can't tell you what policies are working, I thought I'd highlight some of the trade-offs that prior economic research has shown to be relevant when you're considering gender-specific policies. Next. So first, I'd like to highlight the work of Claudia Golden, who is arguably the world's leading economist thinking about gender issues in the workforce. And in her recent work, she emphasized the downsides of winner-take-all rewards, where many workers are competing for the same prize. And in short, what she shows is that when you look across the economy, you persistently find smaller pay gaps between men and women when the occupation has less of a winner-take-all incentive structure. Now, of course, a lot of the magic of basic research is stimulated by these kinds of incentives of these prizes like tenure, publishing in a top journal. So what does this mean for female scientists? I think it suggests that there may be some value in exploring ways of rewarding scientists that don't hinge on one's ability to work exceptionally long hours or at very specific times in the day or very specific times in one's life. Now, obviously, making even tiny changes to the reward structure of science, even in the face of this pandemic, would be no small feat. So instead of using rewards, many institutions are starting to rely on support mechanisms. One of the more common ones amongst tenure track faculty is tenure clock extensions. Now, on this particular point of tenure clocks, our team spent a lot of time looking around at, and what we found was that the vast majority of universities and colleges that have rolled out COVID-19 specific tenure clock extensions did so with blanket policies that were available to everyone for whom it applied. Now, this leads me to my second trade-off, one that you've probably all been grappling with, which is whether or not to use one-size-fits-all policies. Next. And so it turns out there's actually some very good empirical evidence about how using one-size-fits-all tenure clock extension policies actually plays out in practice. So this paper by Heather Antical, Kelly Bedard, and Jenna Stearns makes a very compelling case that as universities rolled out gender-neutral clock extension policies, they differentially benefited men almost entirely at the expense of women. And in short, the problem is that when you give equal help to groups that are facing unequal obstacles, you can actually create and widen gaps between those groups. And as I showed in my first slide, it's clear that female scientists and the bench scientists and those with young children have faced larger challenges this year. So supporting all scientists in the same way may have some unintended consequences. Now, of course, there are many costs associated with taking a more tailored approach here, administrative costs, legal issues that I'm unaware of for sure. But as you move forward, I would encourage you to use me as an example of someone who probably doesn't need that much help. I'm a male researcher. I don't have any young children, and I can work from basically anywhere with an internet connection. So I would say try not to help me too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for a very thought-provoking presentation. Great data and great presentation. I'm going to now turn it over to Felicia. Are you ready?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Richmond, and thank you for inviting me to give this talk to the National Science Board today. It is a great privilege and honor to be able to present the work that my team and I, Dr. Matthew Hara, Dr. Sabrina Pickens, Dr. Hal Salzman, Dr. Leslie Gonzalez, and Dr. Eric Jones have worked on. Today's presentation is based on findings that resulted from research and a paper that we wrote on behalf of the National Academy of Science as a part of their Committee on Women in Academia and the Effects of COVID-19. These do not reflect the final findings from that committee, but they do reflect our team's preliminary findings to date. Next slide, please. So I want to start out with productivity and what most institutions define as productivity. In academia, what we have found across institutions is that productivity is the generation of scientific papers, peer-reviewed publications, and grants funded. Citations and scholarly awards also contribute to academic productivity. And although there has been debate and an unwritten rule that careful measurements of effective teaching and student learning should be included in productivity, teaching and service typically are not, regardless of institution type. For example, a rural HBCU has a different focus on productivity than a primarily white research institution in an urban area does, and yet the definition in the literature remains the same. Our research has identified this fact. Unfortunately, there is a delineation in productivity due to the increase in service. Rural institutions and some HBCUs have 95% of students that are Pell Grant eligible. During the pandemic, this productivity measure significantly staggered what was considered productivity of quite a few faculty in academic STEM, particularly women of color and Black women in academic STEM. Even though many institution types are focused on teaching and service, women who overwhelmingly perform these duties are not rewarded for this. While many American STEM students who go on to graduate and professional schools come from rural institutions, HBCUs, and primarily teaching institutions, and broadening participation in American STEM workforce requires students from these institutions, a reduction in productivity from faculty at these institutions greatly reduces capacity in our American STEM workforce. COVID-19 has been seen as the first female recession due to the reduction in jobs, with many women losing positions, including positions in academic STEM, for many non-tenure track teaching faculty. Black and Latinx women lost jobs at higher rates than white women, but steady recovery has been seen. As presented by Dr. Myers, there has been a significantly greater reduction in productivity by women in academia when compared to men in academia. And we have seen a similar overall trend by women in academic STEM compared with men in academic STEM in our research. We have found that this is due to a number of factors, as Dr. Richmond said, and Dr. Meyer said, which include more child rearing and household duties for women in academic STEM, the completion of more academic service duties by women than men, and women in academic STEM are sought out more than men in academic STEM to provide personal consultations and academic concessions by students. Next slide, please. Our research shows that it is this greater duty and service experienced by women in academic STEM that has led to a reduction in productivity during the pandemic. Furthermore, research shows that it is women faculty at minority serving institutions, mainly Black American women faculty, that have experienced a greater shift to service duties during this pandemic. Part of this is due to the nature of the pandemic and those students who have been grossly affected by deaths in families who are Black, Indigenous, people of color. Students are overwhelmingly seeking out women faculty of these BIPAC groups for support. Academic STEM faculty at rural institutions throughout our nation, at HBCUs and mainly primarily teaching institutions, are seeing this shift to service and advisement, particularly with students who have experienced pandemic-related family, economic, and other losses. Research has also shown a similar trend for Black faculty in academic STEM, both men and women at Research One institutions and primarily white institutions, as these are the faculty that are sought out by students who are experiencing the traumatic effects of COVID-19. The research suggests the COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected women in academic STEM. This includes medicine, from graduate levels to the tenured and tenure track faculty levels, through an increase in the undertaking of service and overall reduction in productivity. This increase in service can be seen most prominently by Black and Indigenous women in STEM, and often at rural institutions, primarily teaching institutions and minority serving institutions, including HBCUs. In the evaluation of tenure clocks, career trajectories, and productivity, a shift in the contractual obligations for service during COVID-19 should be included. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you, Felicia. Really important work. So thanks to your contributions to this. I'm now going to turn it over to Ellen. Ellen, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Hi, I'm Ellen Kosick, and I'm from Purdue University. And the findings I'm going to present today are from a paper also from the National Academy of Sciences that I conducted with professors from Ohio State University and University of South Florida. I also ran recently an NSF workshop on the idea of work-life inclusion that I will draw upon. Next slide, please. While COVID-19 is not responsible for the job, work-home boundary blurring, and domestic labor unequal impacts in academic women scientist careers, the forced teleworking and severe work-life boundary blurring has exacerbated them and made them more visible. And I conducted a study where we surveyed faculty in STEM, tenure track, and tenured positions, mostly at R1 universities across the country, and they could write in how COVID affected them. So this is broad brush comments, and then I will break out how subgroups were impacted. Overall, there was a great increase in workload. For over 25% of people said my workload has skyrocketed. Productivity was also impacted for over a quarter. Difficulty interacting with colleagues and students. The teaching mode increased workloads, negative impact on research, and less time to work. But now let's look behind the numbers, and let's go to the next slide, please. Basically, what we found is when you looked at subgroups, so 444 of our respondents had children, 71% of them said they had childcare problems. Yet the response of universities focused more on tenure clock extension, but not necessarily on helping with childcare. Similarly, 53% of the people with elder care in our sample had elder care problems. Let's look at the stories behind the numbers. Well, one woman actually gave up custody of her children in order to be able to focus on making tenure. Another example was someone wrote in about having to manage an operation for a family member overseas for a parent. Here are some quotes. I have 3 children with remote learning duties and have been offering $30 to $40 an hour and have not been able to find anyone to help. Since March, my husband and I have been simultaneously performing parenting full-time and working full-time. It is fundamentally exhausting. Another woman had to work in a closet, and she used her camera to hide her dirty laundry, and her child would still try and break into the closet while she was teaching with the bobby pin. Another person wrote in about how their parents were having tremendous anxiety. Canceled doctor appointments were making it more difficult to get them care, multiple hospitalizations, how to move to facility where COVID was skyrocketing, no visitation, more mood disorders, isolation, and just unable to get services at home. So these existed before COVID, but certainly COVID exacerbated them. I asked the panel to think about, what if we were going to redesign academic careers from scratch in order to prevent work-family conflict and work-life conflict in the design of academic careers? I actually was part of the Work-Family Health Network, which was a $30 million initiative funded by NIH and other agencies to think about org redesign. At the university, we could think more about infrastructure into childcare and elder care as talent retention strategies. We could also think about now this new geographic flexibility where we have remote working, where people are working in different areas, could actually use perhaps labs closer to them. how could we reimagine careers to be able to allow more flexibility in how academic work is done? Similarly, the cultures of academic careers, and once again, I look at work-life boundaries. So your professional and personal identities often overlap. You're looking at how you manage work and non-work roles, and it's very difficult for people to detach from work, burnout, overwork, and then you overlay the unequal impact of care. And how could we now think about, and you've all the people on the panel have experienced this, overwork cultures, more flexible career paths. How could we prevent bad teleworking? We've all looked at email too much on weekends. And there is an opportunity, I'm an organizational scientist, to fund experiments where you could look at effects of retention and attraction of managing work life and work family issues in different ways. We could certify universities for being leaders in this area. In the UK, there has been some movement as well on this area. And I would just like us to try and be creative and think about how we can increase talent retention, or we will not have enough doctors. We will not have enough people going into STEM. And this is a problem for the entire US. I've written about female labor market participation. We will be going bankrupt. And so I hope we can use STEM as an opportunity to be a model for the rest of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen, and thank you for sharing a few of the stories that I'm sure can be shared by thousands, if not millions, of women across the country, not just in STEM, but in the workforce in general. So now I'm going to turn it over to our star graduate research fellow, Alex, to give us not only a graduate student perspective, but also perspectives on how COVID is impacting women.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. As Jerry said, I'm a PhD student at NC State University, Go Pack, studying material science and engineering. I'm also co-president of a science policy student organization, SciPolPack, where our members collaborate to address issues at the science policy interface. Today, I'm sharing some of the insights from our policy memo, Paid Parental Leave to Strengthen the STEM Workforce. As an early career female researcher myself, I've spent many hours considering how an academic career would look like as a future mother. Next. The issue I'm going to discuss is how the pandemic has exacerbated existing gender inequality in STEM. One particularly disheartening statistic I found was that 40% of new mothers leave the STEM workforce as compared to only 23% of new fathers. This isn't surprising. Care work is extremely unbalanced, and even among highly educated couples, women in the United States spend twice as more time on childcare and housework. This has been significantly exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic due to school shutdowns and children staying at home. With labs shutdowns and the boundaries of work and life completely muddled, female academic productivity has plummeted, and the effects will reverberate throughout our future careers. COVID-19 poses an existentialist threat to the female early career researcher, including graduate students, postdocs, and new professors, especially those who choose to become parents. Next. A woman's early to mid-30s is characterized by a transition from early to mid-career. This is when promotions and tenure is typically evaluated. Unfortunately, this time frame in a woman's life is also plagued by the biological clock. Women's fertility has a deadline, and the risks associated with pregnancy significantly increase after the age of 35. Women must navigate the precarious landscape of early academic life, that with a disproportionate burden of childcare. Now that women are waiting later in life to have children, women in their 30s also have the added responsibility of caring for aging parents in addition to their young children. Competing domestic and career forces can make a woman's reproductive choice a direct barrier to career advancement. Never has this disparity been more prevalent than in the time of COVID-19. Next. Despite these long-standing challenges, there is still time for us to join together and learn from our past mistakes. We can use COVID-19 as an opportunity to better our academic society and make it more equitable for women. Next. The first step is to acknowledge that there is a problem. We need to speak openly and honestly about the pressures faced by women in the academic workforce, and we need to destigmatize the prioritization of work-life balance. Next. The second step is to provide women and parents more flexibility. This may mean pausing the tenure clock for some, extending grant deadlines, and providing more funding for postdocs and temporary research workers to offset the cost of childcare. Next. The third step is to elevate women and minority voices, especially in technical and public forums. Since COVID-19 has eliminated many of the informal networking opportunities for early career researchers, we need to prioritize younger researchers to give invited and selected talks and more opportunities for them to disseminate their research findings. Next. And finally, the fourth step is to increase access to paid family leave in the long term. Universities should provide both mothers and fathers paid family leave so that they can more equitably share the burden of childcare. Paid family leave is an effective measure to retain more women in the workforce and has numerous economic benefits. This should be made accessible for all stages of academic life, from PhD researcher to professor. COVID-19 has shed light onto the many failures of our academic workforce, but it has also given us a chance to learn and to change course. Together, with your help across our different institutions, I believe we can make meaningful and long-term progress for gender equality and strengthen the STEM workforce. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Alex. And many thanks to all the exceptional panelists for sharing their ideas and recommendations. For those interested in more information, we have a list of papers and other resources available on the National Science Board website. So now I'd like to ask the board members to please turn on their videos for the question and answer session. Please raise your virtual hand when you have a question, and I'll take host prerogative and start us off first. So all of you have expressed a level of urgency with regards to being able to deal with the current situations for women that are having to teach out of a closet, or just the difficulties of graduate student thinking about, now am I ever going to have kids if I have to be in graduate school for 4 more years, whatever that number is. So there's a real urgency to this. So are you seeing institutions or funding agencies taking this on as an urgent issue rather than just thinking about it? Anyone on the panel?
Jerry, I can hop in quick. So I was on a panel recently where I believe it was Kay Lund from the NIH's Office of Extramural Research was on, and she was talking about gender-specific policies that the NIH was either actively debating, about to put in place, or had already put into place. Don't quote me exactly on the status of those. I would encourage people to look and see, but they sounded like they were very seriously, like I said, debating or already putting into place certain policies that would be sort of tailored to the situation of the researchers themselves, and not something that everyone would have access to.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Okay, I see a few. Is anyone else on the panel like to respond to that? Or maybe it just means you're not seeing it.
I think, this is Felicia, I think it depends on the institution type. We've seen some R1 institutions that are creating policies such as paid family leave and additional policies for additional faculty types or postdocs, but it depends on the institution type. We haven't seen this at institutions that are not Research One type institutions. The rural institutions, primarily teaching institutions, we have not seen much of this taking place.
Okay. All right, I see, Ellen, did you want to say something?
I think we need to focus both on policy and culture. And some of the work that I've done is just, training department chairs and peers on cultural support for non-work, and this idea of what is it to be a scientist could one look at person months or some way to make the occupational regimes of when you get promoted, when you finish graduate school, a little more flexible? So we need to focus on both. And right now, there's a gap between policy and culture.
All right, thanks, Ellen.
Yeah, and I just wanted to chime in and say that, this should happen on multiple levels, not just university-wide, but within departments, within research groups. Start with your nearest circle, talk to your graduate students, see how they're doing, especially if any of them are parents. Bring this conversation up in staff meetings within your department, and just ask the people there what kind of support they need. You don't have to implement wide-scale policy to make a noticeable difference.
Thanks, Alex, and especially because our graduate students oftentimes feel isolated without any power in the department. And so that's why it's really good to go to different levels. I'm going to go now to the hands, although I'd love to talk forever on this just myself, but I'm going to turn it over to Julia now.
Great. Thanks very much, Jerry. And thank you all for a very provocative session. I have a question maybe slightly from out of left field, but of course, most women in STEM do not end up in academia, whether you like it or not. And so in terms of retaining women in STEM, it's really important to pay attention to the other sectors, the private sector, as well as national labs and the federal sector. And there is sort of a clock. It's not tenure per se at most of those institutions, but you have to get the vector set, and it's got to get set early. And if it isn't set, then there are consequences later on. Has anybody looked at the impact of COVID on women in these other sectors? And if so, what are the findings similar, or what can you say about them?
Anyone?
So and this is Felicia, I've looked at, when we're looking at our STEM populations in medicine, and I was looking across the board at the women in various races, and there isn't, this is the healthcare, medicine, you don't see quite as much stability as you would expect to see in healthcare facilities and in medicine. And these are women who work in STEM and in medicine. Many of them are contracted out for services, but you don't see too many policies that even are reflective of FMLA because so many people are contractors. Also looking in industry, it depends on the size of the company as well as how the profitability of the industry corporation as to what many people are able to negotiate upon entry.
So I just want to add that I'm currently in a study of differences between STEM and non-STEM departments of 20,000 faculty at the 90 Carnegie universities. And we did interviews, and we found that as a way to get more talent for the universities, they're recruiting now some from the organizations where people left the university, worked in the private sector, and that's how they're getting enough women on the slates to interview. And so it's not so rigid. You actually have some back and forth between the different private sector and the educational sector as a way to get talent.
So Julia, my perspective, because as you probably know through our coach program, we've been working with the Department of Energy Laboratories for many, many years now. And what I'm hearing anecdotally from senior women across for a number of different DOE laboratories, they're really concerned that there are going to be women that are just going to drop out of the system or say, I don't need to go into that group leader position. It's too stressful, not just now, but later on. And so I worry as much, and I should say they worry about the fact that there are going to be women that are going to lower their job aspirations because of COVID, and the current concern that it's going to take us a long time to get out of this. But that's just anecdotal. I don't know of any study, for example, at this point that's focused on across the system for the DOE labs. But you certainly hear the concerns from the DOE lab directors They're very, very concerned about this, but I'm not certain that there's enough data to help them find solutions the way forward, just as we're trying to do in academia.
Yeah, one of my big points is that, most of the women are not in academia. And so if you're really trying to address the issue, I think you need to look at other sectors as well.
Thanks, Julia. Okay, Subra. Savaruzandam.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. So I have a question to the student representation here. So this is a real issue as a graduate student. If you're doing some bench work research, you don't have access to the laboratory. How does that play into, on top of all the things which you have to take care of it also? Can you comment on it? And also any thoughts about how to fix it from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I will say these past few months have been especially difficult for myself and my peers who are, bench work scientists. There have been significant restrictions as to, how frequently you can go into the lab, how many people are allowed at one time. I work in a clean room facility, so, it's well ventilated and there are a lot of safety precautions already. So I've been very fortunate in that regard. But I know a lot of my colleagues who work in plant science or animal science, it's much difficult for them to keep up with the schedule of maintaining their experiments. But the best way that we do is to adapt, and I think a lot of researchers have shown their skills for adaptability and resilience during this time. And during the lockdowns, a lot of people have been working on manuscripts and data analysis, and that's kind of how you manage. But, as the science happens in the lab. So that's definitely a major hurdle, and it's going to, set us back and delay graduation timelines, which is, especially relevant to women and their timelines as well for starting families and securing job positions. So I definitely think it's going to have a long-term effect. And, we're not out of the woods yet. There still might be shutdowns in our respective laboratories. So we have to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex. And I think one of you had said when we were discussing earlier that, when you ask someone, are your research labs operating again at your institution? And they say, yeah, it's part-time, but things are rolling right along. And what you're not getting is the message, like Alex is and others have been saying, is that it's not rolling for a lot of the students that have other obligations too. Vic, I'm going to turn over to you now.
Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate it. And thanks to the panel. This was fantastic. My question follows off a dovetail of something that Julia brought up, and it's about sectors. And I was wondering if you saw any trends or there are no trends, because sometimes we can get lessons learned. So my question is, have you seen the impact of COVID on women, and certain sectors have treated it better? In this case, business, and within business, are there certain sectors, whether it's healthcare or high tech, government? My wife works in the healthcare sector for the government, and in that one sector, things seem to be better. Have you seen that, or say versus DoD, as well as in academia? So, for example, are things better, for example, in the minority serving institutions, the HSIs, the HBCUs, versus the PWIs? And are you engaging also the women's groups, as well as the minority technical organizations like SWE, Novachet, who's worked with Jerry in the past with Coach? Are you working with them to also get out the message and also look at the different impacts according to sector?
Any comments?
I unfortunately, I'll say that, Vic, I think it's just so early that even if you saw something come out, I would advise you to take whatever you read with a grain of salt, because it's just so hard to predict what's going to be happening. I think, harkening back to some of the things I mentioned in my remarks about Claudia Golden's work of like non-COVID times, what sort of sectors have you seen handle these things well? one of the occupations that she emphasizes in that one paper is pharmacist. Turns out there's like basically no gender pay gap in pharmacy, and a lot of that stems from the flexibility of that job. It's very easy to sort of make as much money as you want to make in pharmacy, and so that's sort of one of her sort of staple occupations where things seem to be going pretty well. So if you know a pharmacist, maybe talk to them about how they're handling this. That might be a place to start.
Thank you.
Suresh.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. These panels are so valuable. I think they're almost the best part of the meeting. No offense to anyone else. Last time we had a great set panel. So thanks to all four speakers. Ellen, my buddy at Purdue, great to see her as well. I guess I had a question. I know you're speaking to the NSF, and some of you are funded sort of in the STEM area, but I'm quite interested in how much of what you're saying is sort of extendable, transferable to the non-STEM academic fields, and is the main, I guess, if the main difference is, say, in bench science, and that folks need to come into laboratories and spend a bunch of time there, women with children and such. I mean, several of my women graduate students had babies when they were in our group, and I'd ask them to bring the children into the lab if they wanted to, but of course I was told I shouldn't be doing that. So I think there's a specific challenge when there's bench science, but is that, if you take that off the table and you look at non-bench science, I'm wondering how much of this is applicable to arts faculty and humanities faculty and social sciences and such. Thank you.
Any comments?
Hi again, Suresh. So this is early, but the study I'm doing is comparing STEM versus non-STEM org context and then links to boundary control and career equality. And one of the things we're finding is that structurally in universities, in some of the liberal arts, you're creating these mega departments that are like holding companies. They're like conglomerates. And you have like people voting on you for tenure that are generalists that don't really understand what you do. And I think that there might be a link to appreciating, like how hard it is for somebody, having a different way of doing research. So I think that's just one thing that I think you have to look at the structure and people understanding what you're doing and the time. And the other thing we sort of found that was interesting is STEM, have these huge grants they have to get so many doctoral students through. We said the performance expectations are kind of clear and tight, but there are more resources. And in other departments, it's more loosey-goosey on what you have to do. Well, does service count? So as I said, I think some of this might be looking at disciplinary expectations, how tight or loose it is for performance, and then how can we make careers more flexible is one thing I think you should look at in the context. I did want to briefly say there is another issue related to diversity. We found in our sample that family structures of women on tenure track or tenured for minorities tended to be significantly more likely to be single. And I think that's a really interesting finding for elder care and finding partners. And I just wanted to mention that because in interest of time, I rushed through that. But I think we need to look at these intersectionality issues as well.
Great, thank you, Ellen. I have 3 more hands up, and we want to get them done in about the next 3 minutes or 4 minutes. So, Melvin.
Ellen, are there studies of how many women choose their career over the family, as the example that you gave of a woman who gave up custody of her children in order for tenure?
Anyone have any data on that?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Maureen.
Yeah, I think I can be quick because I'm probably just channeling you, Jerry. I really want to say that COVID has shed a light on these problems and has accentuated them, but these are long-standing problems that are not going to go away when COVID goes away. And, perhaps the opportunity that's being presented to us here is increasing the urgency of addressing these kinds of inequities in a systemic, sustained manner, and not just sweeping them back under the rug, which is where they've been for the last 30 years or more. So that's my only comment.
And an important one, Maureen, and an important one. Amelia.
I just have a quick comment. I do have no doubt about the bench scientist impacts, but one thing that was not mentioned, which affects the type of scientist that I am, and there are many of us, is those of us who work internationally. I mean, I had teams in the field in Brazil, and I had to pull everybody out since March. And I don't see, we keep meeting over Zoom and trying to say, when can we get back to the field? And we don't see a time in which to get back. So we're talking about possibly a year to year and a half of lost time in the field, and then trying to, of course, focus on publications on already collected data. So it's not like we're not doing anything. We're working, but there are students, postdocs. I had to pull 2 postdocs out of the field in March and basically say, well, work on the data. But they didn't finish what they were doing, and there's some urgency to their careers to be able to get back to the field to do that. And we keep checking with the Brazilian colleagues and partners, and they are not sending students because people are not wearing masks in those remote Amazonian locations. That people don't have the money for that, or the attitude for it, or it's too hot. And so it's a different kind of problem from the bench scientists, but it's affecting anybody who works internationally, particularly in areas that are high prevalence of COVID-19.
Great, thank you, Amelia. That's really important. And we also don't want to exclude those that are in education, that are having to go out to interview with students and work with students, or those in psychology. Kyle defines bench as much broader than just a laboratory bench. And so Kyle, if you want to say anything more about that.
Yeah, just to follow up, I absolutely appreciate that point. And that's why every time I lead with bench scientists, I try to emphasize the features of bench scientists that are driving this. And I think I totally agree that the hallmark is that you have to work in a specific location, which is, so field researchers totally fall into that bucket as well. I think one of the big challenges is going to be that outside of biology and chemistry and physics, you're going to have 2 people in the same department, in the same discipline, one of which the psychologist maybe does field experiments and the other psychologist maybe just works with observational data. And so they're going to look very similar, except on this one dimension that has drastically changed the way they can do their work in light of COVID. And so figuring out how do we help some people in a department and not others is going to be really challenging. But to your point, that person whose work was all about field research has just been dramatically more affected by the pandemic.
Great. Well, thank you all for this really important and urgent conversation. I think if anything, it sends home to all of us, no matter what job we're working in, that we need to listen and we need to hear how this is impacting women and everyone, especially those that are at a transition point in their careers, about how this is really impacting them and what we can do to help them. It's clear that it's a very time-sensitive issue that must be addressed leaving STEM fields. We hope that as more data emerges, for example, on the impacts of COVID-19 on women and underrepresented groups in STEM, such as Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous women, we will continue this conversation. Thanks again to all of your wonderful panelists. You put a lot of work into these talks and put up with us trying to coach you when you are professionals in your own for this very thought-provoking presentations and work on this critical issue. And I thank also the board for letting us do this presentation in this very visible moment in our board meeting and also in COVID-19. So with that, then I will turn it back over to Ellen.
Thanks, Jerry. And Punch, it looked like at the end there, you were about to make a comment. I want to give you an opportunity.
No, I just wanted to say, fantastic panel, great inputs that we received from the panel. And, this is a multi-sector problem, as you can imagine, the federal government, industry, academia, all of us have to work together to really make, I think Maureen pretty much said what I was going to say, is that I think this accentuated a problem that has been even deep-rooted before this. This is really brought to light, therefore, which means, as I always say, challenge becomes an opportunity This, we should take it as an opportunity to find systemic solutions to this problem by working together and making sure that we make real progress. In that context, I was thinking that we should have probably actionable things for the federal government, what they should do, actionable thing for the academia, what it should do, actionable thing for industry, what it should do. Every constituency, we should have 2 or 3 things that they should do in order that we make actual progress rapidly, because we can't waste any more time in this. Because the problem is known, this is getting far more serious. We really need to make it actionable.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll add my thanks to Kyle, Felicia, Ellen, and Alex for your time, your data, and call to action. And I hope we can continue to engage with you as we move forward. Thanks, everybody, for a rich discussion. Next on the agenda is a session devoted to NSF planning and response to COVID-19. And the focus for this is on how NSF is supporting the research community. So I'll turn the floor over now to NSF COO Fleming Krim.
Well, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my share the presentation. I want to add my thanks to that of the panel, to everybody else in thanking the panel because of 2 things. One, a fascinating discussion and very incisive comments that I think everybody listening to this is really appreciated. The other thing is you are going to shorten my talk and make it much more efficient because several of the things I want to talk about are points that you have made about who are the vulnerable folks and what communities are being hit particularly hard. Many of the people on the board know I was a professor at Wisconsin for 40 years, and all of this discussion about what is systemic in academia and how it is such a vexing problem really resonates, and we do need to do something. I think these comments about urgency are really important. But what I'm going to talk about today is what NSF has done and is doing. And I would like to convey to you the sense of communication, urgency, and concern that we feel about this. Now, I'm talking about this, but 4 of the assistant directors, Karen Marangel, Margaret Martinosi, Dawn Tilbury, and Joanne Turno from EHR Science, Engineering, and Bio, have in fact been doing a lot of thinking about this and have organized a lot of these thoughts. I'm going to mostly talk about individuals. That has pretty much been the focus of what you've heard so far. But I want to say something that I'm not going to dwell on, but I don't want people to lose. And it's sort of related to what Amelia was saying. When we think about individuals getting into the lab or being supported, we've also got to realize that some of the individuals that are being harmed by COVID are being harmed because the facility they might want to use is being shut down. If an ecologist can't use NEON data or there aren't data coming from NEON, if an astronomer can't go to ALMA and do radio astronomy, if an oceanographer can't go on a research cruise, that is, and I like Kyle's comment, that is research that needs to be done, that is place sensitive in some sense, that cannot be done. I'm not going to really talk about that, but I don't want us to lose that in terms of thinking about the scope of the issue. So I heard from Ellen, had a good talk with Jerry and several other people, and really 2 questions come up. What have we done and what next? So I'm going to pretty briefly talk about what we've done. I'm going to talk about flexibilities and mention a few new and expanded programs. And to talk about what's next, I want us to think about the most strongly affected groups and which the panel has so nicely done already. Want to talk about people from those groups that are particularly vulnerable at transition points. And then I'm going to close by talking a little bit about the priority of responses and kind of give you a feeling of the scale of the cost of some of these responses. So this is the first letter that we put out to the community regarding COVID-19 back in March. And one of the important things in that letter was to point to our website, this website. And I don't expect you to read this. This is deliberately an eye chart because I just want to point out there are many links to NSF guidance and a collection of frequently asked questions where we tried to communicate what the flexibilities were, what the options were, what folks could do. There was one theme to all of this, and that is, we said this to our advisory committees when people were speaking to professional societies in every venue. We were telling folks, talk to your program officers. That's where a lot of NSF's short-term flexibility resides. So, what flexibilities were we able to stand up right away? No cost extensions are, of course, something we have available, and the community has responded and taken advantage of it. They've increased by 50% from over the period of March to November 2019 versus 2020, from about 1,000 to about 1,500 no cost extension requests. Supplements increased by about 10% to 3,300. We had some OMB personnel salary flexibility where people could continue to pay folks on their awards, even if they weren't able to get in the laboratory or do other kinds of work. That OMB ended that flexibility at the end of the fiscal year. And we did deadline extensions in a number of cases. So we also set out to stand up new programs or expand programs. There's not a culture of, a postdoc culture in computer science. So SCI's stood up their CI Fellows program to fund 60 people for a couple of years to give folks that are suddenly finding themselves graduating with no job market a place to land and a way to move forward. And perhaps in the discussion, Margaret can talk to you about that program. We issued a new mid-career solicitation, again, aimed at some of the people that we were hearing people talk about on our panel. Bio expanded their existing postdoc program. SCI's expanded their RAU program. A lot of RAU sites couldn't run, so they expanded their RAU program, particularly virtual RAU programs. We have expanded our career life balance supplements, making the eligibility much broader, so many more people can take advantage of that. Susie Iacono may be able to tell you a little bit more about that. And because folks were hearing about infrastructure challenges, particularly things like Wi-Fi access at HBCUs and tribal colleges, EHR took some actions through the HBCU Up and the Teacup program. Okay, those are examples, and we can talk about those in more detail as you wish. But what next? First of all, who are the most strongly affected groups? What about vulnerable transition points? We set out to get information. We've been hearing from lots of folks, from our advisory committees, from our national associations, AAU, APLU, COGR. We've been hearing from professional societies, chemical society, physical society, biological societies, geophysical, geosciences. We've been hearing from individual investigators, both directly and through their program officers. That's a link, program officers to individual investigators, that is very important. And we have heard and hope to hear more from the NSB, and thanks to Jerry and this NSB effort today, we got to hear from our excellent panelists. So, who are the most strongly affected groups? And I am almost going to make no comments about this because our panel has explained this. MSIs and less affluent institutions. Women researchers primarily, but not solely, because of dependent care responsibilities. Underrepresented groups for the reason that we heard about. Early career faculty, when they are so focused on and need so much to make progress on their research. And similarly, postdocs who need to make progress on their research that's being hindered by COVID, as well as seeing jobs evaporate and having jobs not be available. So those are what we heard as being the most strongly affected groups. There are other groups strongly affected, but we tried to focus on to identify the most strongly affected groups. Now, if you know that people in these various groups are being affected, when are they most vulnerable? We believe they're most vulnerable at transition points. That is to say, when undergraduate students are preparing to finish their degree and go to graduate school, if you're thinking about somebody on a graduate school track or get a job. Graduate students, again, particularly graduate students getting near the end of their research career, graduate research career. Postdocs, trainees, and fellows for the reasons I was just talking about, getting research done and thinking about that next job. Early career faculty, as we've already discussed. And mid-career faculty, and some of our panel members hinted at this, mid-career faculty are often being called upon to do much more service in the face of COVID-19. And we know how that's projecting onto these groups on the left here. So if those are the most strongly affected groups and we've identified some transition points, what responses might we make and what might be their priorities? Now, I'm doing this quickly because I want to hear what folks have to say. Let's think about those 5 groups that I just mentioned. And let's think about what we might do with different levels of funding. First of all, let's imagine sort of a flat situation, no new funding. Who would we try to help the first at these vulnerable transition points, people out of these impacted groups? Graduate students, postdocs, and early career faculty really are folks we think we should pay attention to. And we are hearing from the community that funding postdocs is really a place of enormous leverage. With more funding, we would of course do more for those groups and think about undergraduates and mid-career faculty. With still more funding, we could think about expanding that substantially and also being able to do things in many of the other areas I haven't talked about. So what you see here is a progression of how we could expand our reach. Now, this is based on some implicit priorities, and I'll be interested in hearing people's comments on that. So let's take those as the priority of responses. What's the scale of the cost to make these responses? Now, caveat emptor, these are very rough estimates, but there are a few things that I'd like to point out. Let me point out one estimate of the scale. Some people have said, why don't you give everybody a 1-year extension? If we fund about 30,000 research awards, a 1-year extension at $100,000 would cost $3 billion. That's over 1/3 of the NSF budget. You have to ask, what are the things you wouldn't do? That kind of a blanket response, both financially and for the reasons the panel discussed of needing targeted responses, is really important. So let me make one more comment before I go on, and that is, let's think back to those vulnerable groups, the ones I have listed here on the left for a minute. Think back to the groups, and I listed groups like people at minority serving institutions and women and that sort of thing. These challenges that arise from, say, dependent care responsibility, are not unique, of course, to academia. I think everybody understands that. And we have been watching this play out at NSF, where we're doing virtually 100% remote work, but it is really impacting folks that have dependent care responsibilities home, elder care, or children. So it is a universal problem, and there are people on this call right now who've been living it in their lives. Okay, that was a digression, but let's go back and think about the scale of these costs and what how they might look. So let's imagine, and we can talk about whether or not these are reasonable estimates, but for a cost basis, imagine that you took $50K for a graduate student, an $80K to take care of a postdoc, $100K for an early career faculty award. And imagine that we supported 2,000 graduate students, 200 postdocs, 500 early career faculty. Now, let me calibrate you. We support about 40,000 graduate students. We support about 5,000 postdocs. And if a quarter of our 40,000 PIs were early career faculty, that'd be 10,000. So you get a feeling about how modest these numbers are in terms of what we're already doing and in terms of the scale of the problem. That's the reason you need to look at people who are in affected groups and at vulnerable transition points. That modest action is about 2% of the NSF budget. You could increase a factor of a couple or 1.5 those amounts, and they would look like this. You could also say, take care of some REU sites, say at 100K each. We have 778 REU sites, okay? Mid-career faculty, well, we could put a number on that, but let's imagine we did 300. That $330 million would be about 4% of the NSF budget. Well, I won't go through all the numbers, but you could also do something much more expansive, but nothing like every person we fund in these categories and get to about $1 billion, so about 11% of the NSF budget. So remember that this is just to give you a feeling of the scale of what would be required. So what next? Well, the next thing is to set out to decide where, in the first scenario, how we are going to rob Peter to pay Paul, what we are going to not do in order to take care of these folks. And that's what we're in the process of doing. I have primarily talked about people today, and I want to finish by reminding you of what I said at the outset. We are planning for many other aspects. We should be thinking about our facilities. We should be thinking about our centers. In the ways I described at the outset, those are affecting these people at these vulnerable points as well. Our recovery planning task force has worked on this in detail, and we are now, well, what next is to move on these points that I was just talking to you about. So we think this is obviously an urgent problem. It's an important problem. And we're going to be very interested in the comments that anybody has on these topics and on what comes next. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see you and hear what you have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fleming. And so this is an opportunity for questions from the board. For Fleming or NSF regarding this topic, priorities, next steps. So please.
And I want to remind you that a number of my colleagues are here, and in particular, Margaret and Karen and Dawn, who worked on putting a lot of these thoughts together, are here.
Thanks, Fleming. Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. Fleming, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you for it. And thank you in particular for making a specific point about those who are affected by facility closures, like astronomers and oceanographers, ecologists, etc. I think that really a crucial point that we should all keep in mind. But I had a question. I didn't quite follow one technical point in your presentation about extending grants for an additional year. I don't understand why that costs real money, because if the grant program is zero level funded, it's already paid for in a future year.
It's a no cost extension, and it doesn't cost extra money. And in fact, that wasn't in the calculations I was talking about. That's something that we were able to do very easily. And in fact, we had the request for no cost extensions increased by 50%, in part because we encouraged people to do that.
But Fleming, I'm actually asking a different question. I probably wasn't clear. You mentioned towards the end of your talk about providing each grantee an additional year of funding as an extension. And you said that would cost $3 billion, but isn't that funded just by the fact that the year that's being added we expect to have grants paid for in that future fiscal year? If we have a level grants program across the NSF to first order, then adding another year may keep new people from entering the program.
That's the point. Yeah, I mean,
but it's not costing dollars.
No, it is that $3 billion says that's how much I will take out of new awards I might make, which is your point.
So I'm curious about the one follow-up. What fraction of grants get renewed typically across the entire NSF in a given year when they're up?
Well, a third would be, they're typically 3-year grants. A third would be an upper limit. Figure that for investigators that are established investigators, it's like a 40% funding rate, I think. That's roughly right. But you see, the point is, and this goes back to some things the panel said, I think the point is that you don't want this peanut butter spread, broad brush sort of thing, particularly when it means you stop doing new things because you're going to just hold everybody in place. That keeps new people from coming into the system. I think one of the themes that we were hearing from the panel was you've got to think about who is being impacted and can you help those folks out.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, but thank you for the clarification so I understand.
Well, thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. Maria?
Yeah, Fleming, thanks to you and your colleagues for raising this topic and for putting the groundwork in on it. So I want to follow up on Alan's question. So I imagine that other research institutions are similar to MIT, and this year with COVID, the number of proposals submitted by our researchers actually went up 7% in comparison to the year
that's
before.
what we're seeing too.
And so I guess I would say that science goes on for many, and we're not seeing a gender impact on those submissions. So I would I do agree that there are those who need help for various reasons, whether it be their personal situation, childcare impacts, being in a critical place in their career. But these things really need to be, I think I would argue against just blanket solutions, that I think program managers really need to look and have the discretion where it makes sense to extend somebody another year versus, a new proposal. So
Maria, you are saying what we have been saying in our executive leadership team meetings is that I couldn't agree with you more. Let me publicly associate myself with those comments. There are folks, though, that, there are other institutions are like MIT, but many are not like MIT. And I think that it is important that we think about some of the things we were hearing from the panel. The thing I don't want to do is to stop moving along, funding these good proposals and taking care of those sorts of things. But each of us, Jerry and I have had this discussion. She says that I think Wisconsin is great and I'm an optimist. And she has challenged me with that point of view several times. Like I'd say, oh, we don't have that problem in Wisconsin. We've done this or we've done that. And she would say, Fleming, that's not true everywhere. And I'm a good student. I think I get that message. We have to, the reason I didn't write down 50% of the NSF budget is what you're talking about, Maria. We need to find ways to help the folks where it makes a big difference, and we need to keep science going forward.
Great.
Sorry for the long answer, Maria, but you really touched on something I care about.
You amplified. If I would have talked more, I would have said what you said. So I think
okay, good. We're in agreement.
Artie.
This is an aside, but the university should be considering this as well, since they stand the chance of losing outstanding people who are hurt by the situation. Ponch has talked about partnerships. Isn't this a time to speak to the various university organizational groups to discuss this so that we may come up with some common, not solutions, but aids?
So Artie, characteristically, you're making a really important point, and we have had and are continuing to have conversations with AAU, APLU, and a number of organizations. But I want to pick up on something you said, because Ponch knows what I'm about to say. We're talking about partnerships these days, and I always say, and the universities are our long-standing partners, and this is a partnership in which, just as several people have said, universities have to think about how they do business. We as the foundation have to think what we can do to both provide incentives and coordinate with actions that our partners take. So as always, Artie, I agree with you.
So if I can chime in, Artie, perfect point. I already talked to APLU, Peter and Howard, Gopstein and others, that this is something that requires an all-in approach. And to the extent that I'm able to influence individual university presidents, I'm saying, it is a team effort. It's a team effort that we have to work together. And I'm talking to Barbara, the AAU new president, next week. And I'm going to emphasize to her also, because you're absolutely correct, that we need the partnership with universities to really actually have the real impact here. And NSF is part of the solution. And so are the other agencies and others. But NSF can be an exemplar. So I challenge our own internal organization to say we should be an exemplar in terms of piloting and doing things. And so that's what we're doing. I mean, that's what Fleming was presenting here, the kind of approaches that we should take. And to the earlier points that were made, it is that striking that balance, the balance of not turning off the young investigators who are now applying for their first grant and trying to be successful in that, at the same time taking care of the vulnerable populations who are really disproportionately affected. So we need to do both, and that's why it needs to be a very precise kind of an approach that we need to take here. And I've been encouraging our leadership to think about that in such terms. It's not an, as you said, peanut butter spread approach or do everything for this, but be very precise. And that precision being even articulated by, and we can talk about the methodologies here, by even a simple statement that people would make of what extenuating circumstances is causing them to request for what they're requesting for, and that becomes a mechanism by which we're able to help people, because we need to help the community, and they are suffering at so many levels. And so I say that all as a response to the previous questions and comments that were made.
And thanks, Ponch. Jerry?
Yeah, so this rich discussion is amazing, and thanks, Fleming, for your comments. They certainly build on my concerns as Art talked about the other day. And we share so many things in common, and I want to build a bit on Artie's comments, well, everyone's comments too. I worry more than anything about graduate students and early career faculty. And not all institutions are equal with regards to how they treat their graduate students and young faculty, early career faculty. Nor are all departments, nor are all research groups. And we can't necessarily say that Wisconsin is better than MIT or whatever, because you have to dig down into what I call the trenches. As I pointed out at the retreat, or in recent NSB conversations, I really do think that we need to have some metrics on what departments, what institutions do best with mentorship of students, and in some of respects that reflected in the retention rate of graduate students, especially for women and underrepresented minorities. We need to be able to get that kind of information, because then we have some information on who's doing a good job of this, and possibly do some testing in those departments versus some of the others. But departments are competitive. Institutions are competitive. And if there's some kind of measure of ranking, Ellen mentioned something about the UK doing some process by which they let you know who are the best departments in terms of mentoring or taking care of their students. I think we really need this. And if we had it in place now, I think it could help with some of the things that we hope to be able to do. But again, I want to go back down into worrying as much about if there's blanket peanut butter funding, then we could be spreading it over groups that really are not doing a good job. And we don't want to waste our money. I also want to, one last thing, and that is I didn't acknowledge the incredible work of Nadine, Reba, and Alexandra in the putting together the panel this morning. Kudos to them.
Yeah. Thank you. And let me just see if there's any other questions. Fleming, you had a chart that said, what have we done? And there were some of your directorates that had added some funding into some programs. And I was wondering if we could just take just a short amount of time, we've got about 5 minutes or so, to talk about a little bit maybe of, okay, we started this program, as you mentioned, like in SAIS, because they don't really have a postdoc program. They felt there was a need for that. So just talking a little bit about maybe the thinking behind some of these programs.
Well, for example, the thing that we have been hearing the most is again about postdocs, and I didn't mention it, and Sean Jones may want to speak up about it, but MPS, for example, has stood up a MPS-wide postdoc program at a modest level because they're just trying to get it started, but they've stood that up in response to this. Astronomy has had a postdoc program, and in fact, that's a pretty rich program, and I think everybody is looking to try to fund those some more. But let me mention the career life balance program that I mentioned. Okay. I'm going to say a word or two, and if Susie wants to speak up, she ought to. But our career life balance program was very narrowly defined. But under Susie's leadership, they've now expanded it considerably. So we think we're going to be inundated with requests, particularly right now. This is a program for people who have dependent care responsibilities, different kinds of responsibilities that are hindering their balancing their career and their life. And the mid-career program that we've talked about is also a case of people who have taken a hit in mid-career because of a big service responsibility or other situations. Is Susie here, and does Susie want to expand on what I've said?
I'm sure here. This has been a great discussion. Yeah, so we were really happy to roll out a new Dear Colleague letter on career life balance in mid-November. So this is the first one we've had out there since 2012. And we upped the amount of money that you can ask for. It's up to $30K now. And we expanded it. It used to just be for early career faculty. We've expanded to every PI, but also to graduate students and postdocs, right? So if you know, a PI can apply for a supplement, or the institution, the PI, if it's a fellowship that they have, then the institution can apply for it. And we've had tons of inquiries about this.
Very good, thank you. With that, well, first of all, thank you very much, Fleming, and also the other folks that I know you mentioned.
Yeah, I want to emphasize that.
Joanne, really appreciate you putting this together. We know this is of huge importance to the research community that you all support, and top of mind. And looking at the priorities, I think you've really pointed out those vulnerable points, as you noted, that people are really seeing an impact on and that you're trying to work on. So really appreciate this. We will now take a break until 25 minutes past the hour. And this is our longest break of the day, so everyone should plan accordingly. And board members are invited to the coffee or lunch breakout room if you would like to chat there.
Phil, you can shut off YouTube, and I will be moving people into breakout rooms who can't move themselves once I get control of the meeting. Okay, we're live, folks. So when everyone gets back, we'll be ready to go in about a minute and a half here.
Brad, thank you for all you do, man.
You're very welcome, sir.
Brad, looks like we're down from 80 to about 65. Did we have a number of non-NSF NSB that joined for that panel?
Yeah, well, there were some, obviously the panelists, and then there were some NSBers that probably have dropped off.
I just wondering how widely the information about the panel got out, because I distributed it to several institutions.
We advertised it as well, so I don't know how big the YouTube screening was, but
okay, got it. Yeah.
We can get the YouTube stream numbers directly.
I mean, it was such a good panel that and so many individuals are affected that I hope that it really got visibility.
Yeah. Okay, according to my atomic clock, we have 15 seconds to go to the appointed hour.
That means you must be in Boulder.
Ellen, you are ready to go whenever you wish.
Welcome back. Our final item for this open plenary session is an update from the board's Vision Implementation Working Group. And as I mentioned earlier, there's great interest across the community in the vision and what it means for NSF, as well as the broader science and engineering enterprise. We wrote this document with an intention to be bold, and the feedback that we've received has validated our approach. But to be successful, obviously the words have to be matched by our actions, and we need to hold ourselves accountable through specific milestones and metrics. We're in the early months of a 10-year journey, one which, as we've just heard, is being set back somewhat by COVID. The working group, led by Vice Chair Victor McCrary, and with the usual outstanding support from the board office, has met several times since the vision was released in May. So I'll now pass the floor to Vic to provide us an update.
Thank you, Ellen. And I want to thank, first of all, you, Ellen, for your support. I want to thank the Vision team members that you see here on this slide, and most of all, our NSBO staff for all of their support, particularly Kathy Jackert, John Vasey, Reba Banditabai, and Nadine Lim. On behalf of the Vision Implementation Working Group, or VIWG, I'm pleased to provide the board with an update on Vision 2030 implementation since we last met. After the update, I'd like to engage everyone in a discussion, so I hope you have your thinking caps on and your second cup of coffee, on what we think success should look like for one of the key areas of the Vision roadmap, developing a diverse U.S. STEM workforce. So let me talk about, first of all, how we have been communicating Vision 2030. So, but first, a big part of implementing the vision is communicating it widely. And as shown on this slide here, as we've noted at the July NSB meeting, we began rolling out the vision immediately to various audiences, and we continue to do so. As our chair, Ellen Ochoa, has mentioned, we recently had the opportunity to present the vision to 2 groups. Ellen, Roger, and I first met with the members of the Committee on Equal Opportunity in Science and Engineering, or CIOS, which I think you'll hear from tomorrow, at their October meeting. And I want to thank Susie Iacono for your leadership with working with CIOS. CIOS is a congressionally mandated advisory committee to NSF on policies and activities designed to encourage the full participation of women, underrepresented people of color, and persons with disabilities in scientific, engineering, and professional fields. They were very receptive to NSB's plans to continue the work on broader impacts and the possibility of convening leaders of minority serving institutions and community colleges to explore partnerships for developing not only talent, but their role in the research enterprise as well. As Ellen has mentioned, we'll hear from CIOS, the CIOS chair and vice chair tomorrow. Last week, Ellen, Roger, and I were on the virtual road again at a meeting of the Coalition to Advance Arkansas Entrepreneurship, which is an initiative of a public-private partnership called The Conductor, and represents businesses, high-tech companies, civic leaders, educators, and entrepreneurs in Central Arkansas. And this was really neat. I felt like I was in the middle of a startup there, and there was a lot of energy, and they were really energized by the vision we had. And look, they wanted to know, how could we dive in and where could we make connections? So the Conductor reached out to the board to discuss Vision 2030 because it aligned so well with their coalition's mission to grow innovation in Arkansas by spurring startups and developing a STEM-based workforce, including attracting more women and underrepresented people of color. We had a great conversation, particularly developing government industry partnerships. They even proposed an idea for NSF consideration, a potential state I-Corps summer program to introduce students to STEM-based entrepreneurship. We promised to pass on to NSF, noting Ponch's strong interest in fostering innovation. And also as a follow-up, they were mentioning, and this has come up, I think, earlier in the panel, and we've discussed it, about how COVID has hurt in terms of access in a lot of their communities, particularly in their communities of color. People don't have access. So we were able to follow up and connect them with someone who's with the Minority Business Initiative, which is part of the NTIA in the Department of Commerce. Next week also, taking our show on the road, I'll be representing the vision at a webinar of the American Chemical Society. And we're going to talk a little bit about more of them later on. In addition, Roger Beachy recently presented the vision to the Department of Biology at his institution, Washington University in St. Louis, and to the Michigan State University College of Natural Sciences. Roger, thank you for your advocacy and being a model for going out there and talking to our groups and people in your network about the vision. In the vision report, we note that realizing it will require the participation of all entities in the American science and engineering ecosystem. To do that, we're going to have to get the word out about our vision to as many people as possible. Because if we really want to get the buy-in and also be able to implement it, people have to know about it. So if you, I know I don't look like Uncle Sam, but if you want to help the board, I want to encourage all of you to get a goal, set a goal for the next year, make it as part of your New Year's resolutions, to present the vision at your institution and with other groups in your networks. And when we talk about other groups, your faculty members, technical societies that you belong to, co-workers, students, but also community folks, chambers of commerce, local and state politicians, and even faith-based organizations. The ecosystem touches so many. The vision that we have for that ecosystem is important. So getting this word out will help us not only communicate that, but also get the buy-in and really help us where we want to go and where Ponch wants to go with the National Science Foundation. So, roadmap goals. So what else has been happening on the vision front? To refresh your memories, the vision roadmap has 4 major goal areas and a total of 26 actions to achieve those goals. The board, we can't tackle all of them at once. And if we try to, we're not going to do them very well. So at the July meeting, if you recall, the VIWG proposed that the board start prioritizing specific actions within 2 of the goals: delivering the benefits from research and developing STEM talent for America. We'll hear more in the committee sessions, but allow me to quickly highlight a few areas of progress. First, the vision Ponch has been articulating since he became director and Vision 2030 are extremely well aligned. And I consider this an achievement. And know that it will increase the likelihood that we'll realize the vision. I mean, let's think about it. About 80% of the actions that come out of what we've looked at in terms of the vision and the VIWGF will be implemented by NSF. And so first of all, I want to thank you, Ponch, for your leadership. And I want to thank you for all during this process, working and partnering with us to make sure that our strategies are aligned and that we're on the same page as we go forward. Now, over the past few months, we've had several generative discussions about Ponch's vision and Vision 2030, including the NSB retreat in September and in other discussions of the VIWG. Subsets of the VIWG, along with a few other NSB members, also had discussions with NSF's assistant directors or ADs on the missing or invisible millions and on translation, innovation, and partnership, all of which directly relate to our 2 priority roadmap areas. Tomorrow in the Committee on Strategy sessions, Ponch's team will brief the full board, and I look forward to strategic discussions on these topics. So let's talk about the 2 areas. One of them is delivering the benefits from research. I hope you recognize this page from the Vision Roadmap, because I do know that I'm sure that all of you have read the vision, and I know on weekends, getting around your favorite beverage, I know you also revisit and looking at the Vision Roadmap to be able to articulate to the networks that I talked about previously that you have. It's the delivering the benefits from the research goal and corresponding NSB actions that you can see here. In this area, the NSB is taking action in several areas. First, the Committee on Oversight has developed a work plan for examining how the broader impacts merit review criteria enables NSF to deliver the benefits of funding research to the nation. And we'll hear more about that right after this session. Second, Ponch and Dario Gill have been organizing roundtables with industries, which hopefully will contribute to advancing discovery and innovation through partnerships. And Suresh Babu is working with staff on organizing a stakeholders meeting forward on fostering partnerships in Tennessee. Again, this is a great example. And again, thank you, Dario, and thank you, Suresh, of examples of how all of us as members of the board can go out and articulate and advocate the vision. The ANF committee continues in its efforts to foster an agency-wide approach to research infrastructure and planning. Now I'm going to turn to the second area, which is developing STEM talent for America. And in terms of developing STEM talent for America, goal of the roadmap, let me mention a few recent accomplishments that we've undertaken. The National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, which is in SBE, with whom the board works on the biannual Science and Engineering Indicators Report, completed a series of workshops focused on the skilled technical workforce data. And as a result, the S&E labor force reports in Indicators 2022 will be restructured to present the S&E workforce holistically, with STW fully integrated in the data and discussion, and along with the bachelor's and advanced degrees in S&E workforce. And I spoke at a workshop that they had a few months ago. And now that they've recast and looking at this data, it's really impressive to look at. Now, if you include the STW, you're talking about 35 million science and engineering workforce. The SEP committee is also working on or planning several policy products related to the STEM talent. And the external committee is developing messages and talking points for NSB members on the missing millions. And then finally, I just want to say, I can send it out to you, but I think I've sent it to some. There was an article in the New York Times last week, and thank you, Artie Bienstock, for bringing that to my attention, that talk about the skilled technical workforce, the opportunities for jobs in that area, and kind of the value proposition for many Americans to look at the skilled technical workforce in order to make a decent living. I'll suspect we'll hear more about this in the SEP and EE sessions later today and tomorrow. Finally, I want to call out a few other achievements that exemplify and advance the NSB's vision goal of developing STEM talent for America. This past August, NSF's Mathematics and Physical Science Directorate under AD Sean Jones organized a Black Lives in Science panel, which was similar to the Framing Black Experiences in Science and Engineering panel that we had at the July NSB meeting. These discussions are crucial for understanding how the US can move the needle on developing a diverse domestic STEM workforce. And again, thank you, Dr. Sean Jones. In its Science Matters blog in September, NSF included a post called "The Science Behind HBCU Success," which drew heavily on the information that Claudia Rankins presented on the HBCU Up program at NSB's July meeting. Again, getting these messages out in different ways and to different audiences is vitally important. Vision 2030 sees a world where women and underrepresented groups achieve leadership roles in the S&E ecosystem. And with that in mind, I'd like to recognize Dr. Patika Khan and Dr. Sawn Jones. Dr. Khan, who is currently the director of the SEI program in NCSCS, was the 2020 Women of Color STEM Award recipient for managerial leadership in government. In September, NSF appointed Dr. Jones as director of the MPS Directorate. And thank you, Panch, for that decision. Our hope is that this will, before 2030, there will be more Dr. Khans and Dr. Jones in leadership positions throughout the S&E enterprise who will be appointed and or recognized. I also would like to point out right now that Claudia Rankins, who will be retiring from the HBCU Up program and NSF at the end of this year, was recognized by the BEA Black Engineer of the Year Awards and will be receiving the Engineering Dean's Legacy Award. These are the 15 HBCU ABET accredited engineering deans. She will be receiving her Legacy Award in February. So again, congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to Dr. Rankins and congratulations to NSF. I also want to call out Assistant Director Kara Marangel for submitting that recommendation, as well as continuing the tradition of having NSF participate in the seminar panels there. So let's turn to the dashboard. Before shifting to the conversation, I'd like us to have a talk about what success looks like, because that's going to be really important and what's going to distinguish our Vision 2030 from being a document that catches dust to being a living document and something that every year we can look at and we can measure our progress and take pride in. I want to mention that the NSB staff are working with a newly hired project management contractor to develop a vision dashboard, and you see a prototype here. Currently, the dashboard is being designed as an internal project management tool, but we'd also like to explore the idea of having an external-facing dashboard that would show progress on achievement of the vision. Obviously, that would be important for all of the stakeholders, advocates, and influencers that make a part and help us implementing Vision 2030. I'm hoping that the VIWG can give this some thought in the new year, and we're looking forward to your participation. Before moving on, would any of the VIWG members like to add anything? And does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Hi, this is Dario. Vic, I just wanted to be able to thank you also for your energy and your leadership on this topic. And just to validate the point that as we engage with the broader community, we receive so much validation and there's so much desire to partner on many of these efforts that I think we have a wonderful opportunity to be able to tap into that reservoir of goodwill and energy that the foundation has built over many decades, and also reflecting the needs, right, of the nation right now. So I just want to validate that we have tremendous opportunity to advance in partnership with others this vision.
And Dario, hey, thank you very much for the kudos, but I also want to return the kudos to you because I want to call out IBM and what they've been doing with the HBCUs recently in these partnerships. And these are the type of things and examples we can take as board members, again, to our colleagues, both in industry, academia, and the government. So here are the programs that what we're doing to build these partnerships to create this eminent cadre of people of color in science and technology. So Dario, I also want to thank you for what you've been doing. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vic, just a comment from me. It's Roger Beachy.
Yes.
I want to encourage the rest of the board members to take the opportunity to present the vision to at their institutions and the other institutions on whose boards they sit. I focus mine relatively narrowly on the College of Natural Sciences and Biology because that's where my advice is used. But they invited members of the research from the VP, Vice President for Research Office, from tech transfer offices and others into the presentations that I gave. So you're not presenting only to faculty and staff that want to know where NSF is going, but you're also it's also an opportunity to attract administrative officials. And there's a lot to be learned from them in getting feedback of how they respond, but also an opportunity for board members to explore and present the vision in ways that sets them up to be change agents themselves. We see this document as a way of creating momentum for change in our institutions that we represent, that we've served on, but also a way and to do that, they can be the same sort of change agents in their institutions. I heard some very interesting ideas about what they're doing in STEM, what's going on in gender equality, gender access, et cetera. So I think we ought to take the opportunity to learn from as many as we can through these kind of presentations and listening sessions. Just calling out the board to do their job more.
Well, Roger, that's what we need, and I want to enlist everybody. And again, I want to thank you for what you're doing and continue to do it. And again, all of the board members, whatever forms you have, because once those people listen to the vision, I can tell you, it's like a chain reaction. We've had people come back from those groups. I didn't want to say infectious given the certain times, but it is like a chain reaction, and people have come back and say, I want to hear more about that. And so even from the forums we've had, some of the invitations we've gotten is because other people have heard about the vision. They've got excited about the vision. And it talks to not only the depth, but the inspiration that a lot of people have gotten from this vision. So I also want to say for the folks who worked on the vision team, kudos. This is affirmation of how important that the kind of gospel that we're putting out there is really important. Artie, I see your hand up. Artie, was your hand up?
Yes. Oh, okay. I noticed that the one advocacy role that's mentioned in the vision relates to visas and immigration policy. But we advise Congress and the president on all matters related to science and technology. As you know, I'm rather concerned about the economic barriers to participation in the STEM workforce. And I don't think we're giving sufficient thought to the barriers that the NSF cannot address directly, but the rest of the government can. That, of course, needs more explanation, but I think I've said what I have to say now.
Thank you, Artie. And I think you presented some of that when we had our last meeting. And so, yes, I think we also, as part of our working group, need to look at that aspect of it. I see Panch.
Vic, I want to say that I really appreciate the partnership with VIWG and the board. I think, as you said, this partnership is going to make things happen, and I'm looking forward to a great future and all the steps that you're taking, Vic. I really wanted to applaud that. And the second thing I want to say that people may not realize, because Vic doesn't talk about it, is that the two awards that he mentioned for Dr. Khan as well as Dr. Rankins, it was primarily because Vic took a personal interest in ensuring that people were recognized for their work. And so, Vic, I want to applaud you for that. So thank you so much for noticing them, noticing their work, and finding the right place where they could be recognized. So kudos to you for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panch. I appreciate that. Maria.
Yeah, hey, Vic. Well, it turns out I want to build on comments that both Artie and Panch made. Artie about kind of getting other parts of government involved, and Panch's statements just about partnerships. At the level that NSF and the NSB deal with, it's not just a matter of getting more underrepresented or marginalized groups involved. They have to be prepared to succeed when they show up. If we can entice them, they have to be prepared to succeed. And so I really think that this starts at the pre-K level and in elementary school. And so partnering, I think, with the Department of Education so that the findings of NSF research on education are taken to heart and can be adopted at local levels, which we all know public education is very decentralized. That's going to be absolutely crucial to having having individuals where, as they grow and develop, are going to be ready for the call once we make the call to get everybody involved.
Maria, I couldn't say it better myself, and I want you to also take that thought as we go in the next session in a few minutes with these ideas on some goals that we could have. Julia, do I see your hand raised?
Yes, you do, and it really builds on that, and also builds on a comment that was made during the panel discussion about how COVID has, maybe shown a spotlight on issues that we actually see in science and engineering indicators that have been coming for years and in some cases decades, and these go way beyond things that are within the remit of the NSF or the board. So working across government is really going to be critical, and across all sectors. I think one of the other things that some of our sort of more informal conversations have pointed out is how in a pretty real way this is a Sputnik moment. And we need to bring every resource at our disposal to bear to make that point and get the buy-in that this is an urgent issue. And economic prosperity and national security depend on success.
Thank you, Julie, and I'm glad you also pointed out we've used that language a lot, that this is kind of a Sputnik 2 moment, and it is a moment of urgency. And sometimes if you're not careful, you can end up thirsty in the rain. And so this issue of talent development is extremely important. Are there any other comments before we move on from the VIWG members, or does anybody else from the board have any questions or comments? Okay, we've not seeing any. Let me move on to our next thing, is the roadmap action. I'd like to use the remainder of our time for a discussion, and I appreciate, again, you all's inputs on this. As you know, we've attempted to write a vision that is big, bold, and actionable. And I think we did. And again, I want to commend Roger and Ellen and the members of that team who did this. I mean, it has been bold, and I think that is why so many people are asking to hear more about it and where can they play a role. We also know that it will require all of the stakeholders of our science and engineering enterprise, including Congress, the administration, federal agencies, state and local governments, academia, and the private sector to achieve, and many of you all have said that. The vision roadmap, however, focuses on actions that the NSB commits to undertake, many in close collaboration with NSF leadership. And again, I want to call out Ponch, Fleming, Brian, and his leadership team, who have been helpful with us during these discussions as we try to start to implement Vision 2030. Now, while we have begun to undertake many of these actions, you know what? We still need to define what success looks like and how we'll know if we've even been successful. The VIWG has started some of these discussions, but I thought we'd take time today and put our money where our mouths are, to focus on one of the NSB's missing millions actions in developing STEM talent for America, goal of the roadmap. Specifically to, and you can read it there, but I'll read it out, to ensure that NSF improves the attractiveness, equity, and inclusivity of research careers, including attracting and retaining women and other represented groups, and ensuring that these groups are achieving leadership roles in the S&E ecosystem through appropriate policies, funding, programs, and outreach. We have several other actions in the development of the STEM talent goal of the roadmap, but I'd like to focus on this one. So I don't know if you can see me, but there was a group, it's basically called the Open Chemistry Collaborative in Diversity Equity, or Oxide Group, that has been around since 2011. They actually were funded by NSF initially to basically look at gender, racial, and ethnic groups in chemistry departments across the top departments in America. And so in the November 9th edition of the Chemical and Engineering News, and here's a snapshot of that, and here's the whole article if you can see it. You probably can't. But here's a snapshot where they looked at the top 50 chemistry departments. And they looked at the number of underrepresented people of color who were both either assistant, associate, and full professors. And this is extremely important. By the way, as a note, American Chemical Society, who will be talking about the vision, in all publications going forward, well, they will no longer use the term minority because that connotes negative connotations and reinforces the marginalization of people of color when used to describe race and ethnicity. So in all their statistics going forward, they will use the term underrepresented people of color. And so that's what that URPOC stands for. So they've looked at the departments, okay, and this is just a snapshot, because if you talk about that pipeline and getting people interested in STEM and developing that diverse pipeline, well, students are pretty savvy. And if they don't see people who look like them, okay, then you can probably call out there's a strong correlation. And if you don't believe me, you can read Malcolm Gladwell that will say, you know, you're not going to get the numbers that you want. And so over the past, since 2011, the numbers in chemistry departments in terms of underrepresented people of color has moved something like from 4.6% to 5.2%. So as you can see, it really hasn't done anything. You know, we got a lot of work that we have to do. Georgia Tech is the highest with 18.8%. But then if I look at some of the other tops, we haven't made any progress. You know, it's virtually zero. And so looking at this could be an example of a goal. I mean, because in terms of creating STEM talent for America, we're looking at diverse STEM talent. And then the other side of that also obviously is international talent, as Artie has alluded to. And then under STEM talent, US domestic talent, diverse talent. So there are a few goals under that rubric that we can look at. So my questions to you all, I open up is, you know, what are our goals? You know, what would success look like? And what kind of metrics would we use to measure it? So for example, if I take the example that's from the American Chemical Society in showing that, would one of our goals be in 3 years, time bound somehow, you know, that we would see increases in those number of faculty at some percentage? You know, is that a goal? And what would success look like in terms of the pipeline of faculty members? And what metrics would we use? So there are other things that we could talk about. So with that, who would like to get us started? Please remember to use the hand raise or the chat function if you'd like to take a comment, make a comment. Staff will help me keep on track. And don't forget to unmute yourself when I call on you. And so I see, okay. So starting that, and a fellow person in chemistry, I'm going to call out Jerry. Jerry?
Yeah, so I'm going to hit hard on this again. So, but we published a survey of climate in chemistry departments a few years ago, and it showed over a 10-year period of time, there was no difference in the change in the climate, having to do with responses that came from women, from faculty members in chemistry, particularly women chemists. No change in 10 years. So I think I'm going to do the broken record, and that is that I think we need to be collecting data on retention rates of graduate students in departments, in STEM departments, particularly those such as an MPS, that could be a start, of what their retention rate is for graduate students that enter the PhD program. And we do something like Oxide has done in terms of rating them, because again, it's down in the trenches where the problems are, I think, and they're hard to control. And institutions need to take ownership of this. And so I think it's really important that we get that kind of data so we can start, and that becomes our metrics for seeing that we can improve that. We can have a goal of increasing the retention at whatever number you want. Now that's nuanced because some students come in and they think they're going to get a PhD and then they leave with a master's. And some disciplines such as computer science, oftentimes master's is good enough, or some of the engineering too. But we can play with that. We can have that in there. But I think we have to have some numbers on the retention of graduate students in these fields to understand what's going on in the department. Because if they don't succeed as graduate students, they're not going to go up into faculty positions.
So Jerry, just give me that, just play that. What would be our goal? And this is
our goal would be so we can decide what the number is, but let's find out first what the retention rate in those departments has been for the last 5-10 years.
Okay.
And then let's set a goal.
Okay.
But we don't have any other metric other than the number of faculty that are being hired, but you've got to go deeper than that.
Okay. Heather, go ahead, Jerry, finish up.
Yeah, so it's certainly our paper that's coming out, which talks about the fact that some institutions are better than others with regards to mentoring. And it's just a start, but we don't have any kind of a ranking like that. But certainly indicating, I think, is that those research programs that have very large research groups where the mentoring can be pretty spotty have to figure, understanding the dynamics of that too versus smaller groups. Are your students better to go to a very large research group where you're barely going to see your advisor, or one who can also be very large but sees your advisor frequently? What kind of an impact does that have on their careers? We have to believe it has an impact.
All right, thank you, Jerry. So I think to get our goal, what you're saying is let's get that data.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, that can be a goal for us as a group by the next meeting. Get that data. Okay. If
Well,
not,
you have to go to all the graduate departments to get that data.
Right.
Graduate schools.
Heather.
Thank you, Vic, and thank you for your work on this. And maybe this is repeating a little bit what Jerry said, but I think rather than just look at the new faculty members or the faculty numbers, we really have to start at the further up in the funnel. And there are some people who would say that you have to start in K-12 or something. The NSF's own research says that's not true. There are undergraduate issues on retention and belongingness and so forth. But even if you just go to the numbers of minorities in master's programs in science and engineering and PhD programs, because it's going to take time to go through this funnel. But we need to look at the top of the funnel, not just those that end up in faculty positions. But I really commend your work on this. Thank you for doing it.
Well, yeah, and by the way, for everybody, I don't want this discussion to be around faculty. We use that faculty as an example. Okay, There are other parts, as for example, Maria alluded to in terms of the K through 16. But the big issue is, what are some goals into developing this STEM talent, not just the faculty, but as you said, Heather, farther up in the funnel, that could be K through 12, that could be policies we could implement. Maureen, I saw your hand up.
So I think this is a really excellent effort but a very, very complicated problem. When you challenged us to start thinking about this, I came up with a document that had at least eight subsections of goals that I would like to see happen, but I'm going to focus on the one that Jerry raised because I think that's the absolute first thing we need to do. If we're going to improve inclusiveness and equity in research careers, we need to start with recruitment, retention, and training. And that has to, I think any effective effort to improve that intake element really has to be based on three things. One, it has to be based on credible information about best practice. We actually have data, or we can obtain data in any areas where we need it, that looks at what's working. Who is actually succeeding in recruiting and retaining trainees at say the undergraduate level. So we need to have that data, and I would like to see that data culminate in a best practice kind of policy statement that can be disseminated to universities. Second, dissemination can't just stop with giving out a policy, but there has to be transparency here for the end users. People who are selecting institutions of higher education need to know what those institutions are looking like in terms of their achievement and whether or not they're committed to inclusiveness and diversity in their training programs. Students today especially are very, very politically savvy. They're very motivated to vote with their feet. And, if we could have, the US News rankings reflect a rating of universities in terms of their inclusiveness and diversity scores relative to best practice, that would be extremely powerful. And it would be an extremely low cost way of having universities actually pay attention to the necessity of change. Lastly, there has to be some incentivization for the universities. And I think, losing students because they have low rankings would certainly be one of them. But what can we as the NSB and as the NSF do to try to incentivize or promote best practice applications in universities? Would it be too radical to consider perhaps a bump in indirect cost recovery for universities that have high score rankings on these parameters, kind of similar maybe to the broader impacts application and grant review, but more direct to a university? I mean, if we could hold out something of benefit to them, that may actually move things off of the peg that they've been set on for decades.
And Maureen, I really appreciate that. And one of the things I think we can do as a board is, if we can, and again, in partnership with Ponch and his team, if we can think of the what are the goals, and let them work on the how, I think this would be really good. And to your point, like policies, NSF a few years ago adopted a policy on sexual harassment because we want to encourage women to feel safe in the research environment. We might think of a similar policy for NSF funded institutions to certify that they have diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in place, okay, so that people feel safe. Keeping up on the goals and a high level on the what, I see Suresh B, you're next.
Thank you, Vic. As we are collecting data and everything, so I go back to Suresh G's nice article about missing millions. We have some data. So is there any way our metric could be like 2 times increase or 3 times? So that could be the one answering your third question. And also from the goals point of it, is there any way we can attract people who are already in the workforce who have not pursued like a higher educations and graduate students? Can we attract them so that we don't need to wait for the K-12 ship to turn? Mm-hmm. Is there any way we can go after that? Those are the comments from mine. And that's it.
No, I appreciate it. And again, I would challenge you. Let's say, how do we elevate that to a goal? Because, for example, in the missing millions and from the data and the work that Julia has done, we know that for Blacks and Latinos, it's 4%, 6% respectively. And those numbers haven't changed in over a decade. So maybe our goal should be, hey, look, can we double those numbers in 3 to 5 years? Okay, and let it be a wholesome stretch goal, and then we can define what success is. And then we can put those metrics in place. And I think that's the kind of thinking I'm trying to get in our little bit of time. And also, I will be calling each of you to elicit your ideas. What are those hard goals? Just like you had, Jerry, maybe our goal should be on this retention, and it should be this way. Okay, but we've got to come up with that. And I know there might be absence of baseline data, but we've got to be, there's urgency to this. And with that, Aaron, I see your hand.
Thanks, Vic. Sorry, I should have unraised my hand because I think Maureen and Jerry have kind of asked the same question I had, which is, let's find some universities and colleges where they're doing some of this right and figure out what they're doing.
Okay. Any goal you see, Aaron, right off the top in terms of developing STEM talent?
I mean, this kind of rough goal of, say, doubling is probably a good step. I mean, the eventual goal would be to have these numbers reflect the general population of the United States, but at the current rate of progress, that'll take several lifetimes.
Okay, but let's not be discouraged by that. Okay, because I think that's what some folks, we we're not trying to boil the ocean here. We got to be real on this.
Yep.
Julia.
Let's see. Well, there's lots of thoughts. One is building off of Jerry and Heather. I resonate very strongly with paying attention to the width of the funnel further up and not just coming down at the most selective at the most selective level at the end. Thinking about where NSF's sweet spot is, I think it's really important to go up at least one more level in the funnel, which is the undergraduate level, and retention there, and look at how that how that is doing with different groups, and see. If I had to guess, I would guess that schools that actually do a good job with retention, assuming they have graduate programs, probably also do a pretty good job at the graduate level programs, but that would be interesting to see. The idea of doubling on some reasonable time scale, I think is not a bad idea. Let's see, I don't know, I lost my other thought, but we will have other vision group discussions and we can continue the conversation then.
If your thought pops up while you're listening to somebody else's committee assignment, I don't think it'd be rude if you can send it to me in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you. No, we need the spontaneity. Emilio.
Yeah, I think Vic to some degree corrected that, but I guess I was concerned that we were talking too much about the funnel and the faculty production, which I think is important in terms of the longevity of our training a diverse STEM workforce. But in many cases, particularly minorities might choose for very good reasons to leave at the end of the undergraduate degree or the end of the master's degree and take on a STEM job because they need to take care of their family or whatever. And they haven't been able to secure in that particular field the continuous funding to stay in school, or there's pressure from family. So I think our metrics ought to include are people leaving the funnel in order to go into STEM careers, or are they just dropping entirely out of STEM? I think that decision making is very important for us to catch, because I remember years ago when the Chinese students were starting to come to the US, many of them would drop out of the PhD program after a master's and get a job because they had immediate things to take care of. That's no longer happening. But I think there are points in the evolution of these groups that their immediate needs need to be recognized and valued. And we need to make sure we're measuring that.
Yeah, and also let's keep in mind, with the new statistics, that way we're looking at it, if you leave for a master's and they're going for a PhD, I don't want to make a judgment. That's not a bad thing. You're still part of the STEM workforce, and those skills are really needed. So it's not that there is a shortage of PhDs. What it is we don't have a continuous pipeline, and we know that pipeline bleeds off for folks who are skilled technical workforce, bachelor's, master's. We want to make sure that pipeline's full, that if people want to choose any of those options, they're still there. And also we can maintain that the country is globally competitive. Dan, got a goal for me?
Yeah, well, some possible action items and observation. I mean, I think was, as Emilio just noted, and as Jerry did too, part of the challenges is our underrepresented students are facing an even more stringent set of constraints than is preventing more majority students from going into STEM. And we have to address both of those, I think. So here are a few thoughts, things to think about. One is, I think it would be really great if NSF created some mechanism to allow support for institutions to implement best practice mentoring programs. Basically a a dear colleague kind of model that would build on some best practices that have been proven to work, because I think it's highly varied. And as Jerry rightly noted, advisors often tend to mirror the experience they had. And if you had a great advisor, you may well be a great advisor too. If you had a lousy advisor, you may mirror those practices as well. So I think a lot of this is also related to, for faculty, early career mentoring. And that's why I was suggesting, I think, some focus on how we encourage institutions to engage in best practice mentoring education is really important. And that spills across both undergraduate and graduate education. You know, we have also talked in other contexts about changing the power dynamic. And certainly for graduate students, when PIs are the funding source, the power dynamic is pretty substantial. We've talked in other contexts about shifting some more money into graduate fellowships as a way to rebalance some of that dynamic. And I think that's especially true as we think about trying to broaden the base participation. So those are a couple quick thoughts.
No, Dan, I like it. And I also like somebody was bold in the chat here and I just like the example where they talked about, you know, I think that was you, Heather, triple the number of American underrepresented graduates engaged in S&E research, triple the number of S&E PhDs, double the number of underrepresented faculty. Those are the kind of bold statements and goals I'd like to hear from you all. This is great. Emilia.
Oh, is that me? I'm sorry, I can't tell the difference between Emilio and Anilas. So
I'm sorry.
But actually, I'm going to waive my question, my remark, which was more about graduate education and fellowships in favor of my own session. Okay.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that because we got a few minutes left. We're allowed. I want to thank you, Roger.
Thanks, Vic. Just a comment. To me, I mean, there are a lot of comments that have been made that I certainly support. Jerry's was asking also about some information that we need to have before we can set real goals. And I wonder if we could request NCSES to provide their priorities in this space based on this discussion. These have been a good discussion, but what will NCSES gather for us that can be useful in setting real guidelines and goals? Because there have been a lot of things we don't know. And we know universities that are really making some changes in retention. What are best practices? All that sort of stuff. I'd like to have some numbers before we can set real goals. And I wonder if we can ask NCSES to embark on some statistics and studies on statistical studies that will provide that information as part of a real. I feel like I have a lack of information.
So I apologize for jumping in, but I worry that you almost need to put out such an RFP to ask someone to be able to go to the institutions and go to their graduate schools to get those numbers, because we want to have them and be able to disaggregate them to some level too. So it seems to me, given NCSES's role and our urgency in wanting to do this, that you almost need to do something like that.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you, Jerry. But we also have some things, we have some data in front of us already, and I like the goals. So Heather, I see you.
Mike is, I guess what I don't know, Vic, is how many universities are really making efforts and finding outcomes as a consequence of the change in those efforts in retention. And I've heard of some really good ones, but I don't know if they're working. And that's the issue. I like the idea that Julia and others have said about looking farther up the funnel at the undergraduate level, for example. Why do we lose 60, 70% of underrepresented minorities in chemistry classes? What's happening and how can you change that? I mean, that's data that I don't know, but I know it needs to be changed.
There is some data that's out that goes back to the 40s that is called relative deterioration and determination. I'll get that for you. Malcolm Gladwell talks about it in his book, David and Goliath, and talks about particularly why underrepresented people of color drop out in STEM, particularly at big schools. But that's another discussion, but we can talk about that. Heather.
I think I put that goal in there to just say, whatever the baseline data is, triple the number of American underrepresented undergraduates engaged in S&E research. That's the top of the funnel for graduate school. Triple the number of American underrepresented minorities in PhD programs, and double the number of underrepresented faculty by 2030. And so you just say, wherever we are now, we know it's not enough. Let's broaden out that funnel. The other thing with respect to, why don't they stay, and why are the dropout rates higher and the withdrawal rates from science and engineering higher? One of the reasons has to do with culture and a feeling of not belonging. And it's true for women, it's true for minorities, and NSF's own research shows it. So it is, whether you feel like this is where you belong. And so creating a culture of belonging is absolutely vital. So there's been a lot of research done on this. I think it's time for some action.
Yeah. And that's where policies like DI&E policies at schools, that's something an NSF can put out, could make a statement. Panch.
Thank you. I have a couple of points. One is, on the data, instead of NC's EHR and SBE may be a good place to gather that data. So just thought I'll put it out there. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is that this takes more than NSF. I mean, I'm now talking like a previous NSB member. We have to take the NSB role as a multi-agency effort. Because if it's just focused only on NSF, we may not even get to this point. So I'm concerned that we are just so focused. I'm happy to do all the things that NSF can do. I don't ever take it as any other way. But this takes it as a multi-agency, and NSB has the perch to be able to do it as a multi-agency convening to do this. So I just want to sort of emphasize that. And to the NSF goals, therefore, that we will take, I think it's good to have a leadership discussion with NSF and NSB leaders working together in terms of how we can evolve this so that we can actually build this future that we are all aspiring for. So I just want to put it out there. And last but not the least, we talked about it earlier, that we need to get academic institutions engaged in this conversation. And NSB, again, has got a tremendous platform to bring the academic institution also engaged in this, because the action happens there. And we need to make sure that we can get this done. So those are some of my points, I think. But this effort that you're embarking upon and what Heather is suggesting is fantastic. I appreciate that.
Well, with that, it's 2:20. I want to appreciate the organizers and obviously the Committee on Oversight for giving us 10 minutes more. This has been good. We will take these ideas, as well as I will ask you to continue when you have your thoughts at any morning, noon, or night. Shoot me an email, give me a call. We want to get these goals down as we want to continue moving with the vision. So I want to thank you, and I'll turn this back over to you, Ellen.
Thank you very much, Vic. Thanks to all the VIWG members and for all the other discussion and suggestions and ideas. And I really appreciate that people, really participated in the discussion, which is what we need to think about how we best move forward. Plenty of work ahead of us, and it really does require the engagement of not only the board members, but then the communities that we represent. So I'm now going to adjourn this plenary session, and I will pass the floor to Anila for the Committee on Oversight. Though their effort predates the vision, I'll note that examining the broader impact criterion is a priority in our roadmap, and I'm really excited to hear about the committee's progress in this area. So Anila, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ellen. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Committee on Oversight session. And first of all, I'd like to give our new Executive Secretary a very warm welcome. That would be Philip Emsweiler, and he comes to us from the Office of Integrated Activities, and we're looking forward to working with him. I'd also like to thank Karen Gambarini for the excellent support she has given this committee throughout her tenure. And now I'd like to take a roll call of the committee. And when I state your name, please respond. Roger Beachy.
Yes, here.
Stephen Leith.
Yes, I'm here.
Carl Leinberger.
I'm here.
Jerry Richmond.
Here.
And Steve Willard.
Here.
So during this Committee on Oversight session, the Executive Secretary, Rafael Cotto, will watch for the raised hand icons and monitor the chat box. And he'll let me know at appropriate junctures if there are any questions or comments. But if you feel it can't wait and Rafael hasn't noticed, just jump in. And then I'd like to begin with committee business. I request the formal approval of the minutes of our July the 1st, 2020 video conference open meeting and the July 2020 open session meeting. Are there any corrections to the open session minutes? Hearing none, the minutes stand approved as presented. Now, later in this session, the Inspector General, Alison Lerner, will update the committee on the work of her office. The Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Grankovich, will also present an update. But first, we're going to have a vote within the committee regarding the approval of the overview to the Merit Review Digest. And we'll also hear presentations relevant to our ongoing considerations on the topic of broader impact. And so let me begin by saying that, as everybody recalls, overview is the place where the board highlights results and trends relating to merit review. The overview is also the place where NSB has the opportunity to affirm that the review process used by NSF is conducted with integrity, in a fair and competitive manner, and transparent manner, by the way, and that the resulting portfolios best reflect NSF's merit review criteria. It's based not only on information in the digest, but on reviewer proposal biannual survey results and on the Committee of Visitors reports. So I note one item that I expect the board and NSF will act on in the immediate future. Survey respondents continued to identify the improving quality of the written reviews that are sent back to proposers as part of the merit review process as particularly important. Responding to this feedback, NSF has developed a 20-minute orientation video for the reviewers. Most of the surveyed reviewers did not watch the video. Those who did found it very helpful. Considering the recognized need to improve reviewing through some kind of orientation and the actually enthusiastic response of those who watched the video, the NSB is going to work with NSF to develop a policy that ensures reviewers are well prepared for their task, for example, by actually viewing the video. And now I'm going, I presume you have all read this proposal, and I wondered if there are any comments at this time.
Amelia, it's Roger.
Yes.
I wonder if the committee is, I don't think we've considered having a similar sort of video for all that have become PIs. I mean, we have it for the reviewers, but is this something that could also be useful for those who are submitters?
That is a possibility that I think we will discuss. Actually, this is just one very simple example. There are many other examples of things we could do, Roger, and that's what we're discussing with Susie Iacono's group in OIA. Really, what is a reasonable way forward to actually get the best results as soon as possible. So we're in in discussions with them. We don't want to overburden OIA. So we're really feeling our way through this at the moment, and nothing is excluded, but thank you for that suggestion. Okay. So I'm assuming you have all read the Merit Review Digest. And do I have all of you in favor or oppose? Anyone? Sorry, let me ask, how many are in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm in favor.
Any opposed? Abstaining? I think that we can say that the overview is approved for this year. And so since we approved the digest already, the overview will be, this whole digest with the overview is now ready to move forward. So before I introduce the next speakers, I actually have another matter of committee business. And that is what you heard from earlier from Vic and a little bit from Ellen. Our committee, in response to the board's Vision 2030 report, plans to examine how the broader impacts merit review criterion enables the foundation to deliver the benefits of funded research to the nation. We really have to take a look at this. And we're beginning with just 2 questions. And this will mean when I say we're beginning, we're going to consider these questions always in conjunction with NSF staff. So the first question is,
but if we won the hard thing, sounds like I can go there.
Excuse me?
I think somebody needs to mute their microphone, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we are beginning with 2 questions. Are the statutory goals of the broader impacts merit review criterion being achieved? So we hope we can look at that in some serious way. And also, is the weighting between the merit review criteria, which are intellectual merit and broader impacts, is the weighting between these appropriate? And is it uniformly understood and implemented? And I think we have hints to some of that question already. So the committee has developed a high-level work plan to guide its work and its inquiries. And that can be found, the work plan that we're in the board book. And I'd like to emphasize very strongly at this point that it focuses on the committee's, and I hope the board's, goals, and is not intended to assign work to the NSF staff. We're going to work with the NSF to prioritize the questions for the Committee on Oversight's consideration. And as I say, the committee members themselves have reviewed the document, and I'm now asking for their final approval that this provides an appropriate basis for our intended activities. So, Committee on Oversight, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? No. Abstaining? Thank you. So I think we have another approved document ready to go forward. So today, now this is I think the more exciting, less businessy part of the meeting. Today, we are pleased to have 2 experts speak with us on broader impacts. Our first speaker is Dr. Suzanne Iacono, head of NSF's Office of Integrated Affairs. And then we'll hear from Dr. Susan Reno, the Executive Director of the Center for Advancing Research Impact in Society. That's ARIS. As an aside, I note that ARIS is a substantial NSF-funded project and signifies the importance that NSF places on developing the scholarship and practice of broader impacts. There's a brief biography of Dr. Reno in the board book, and following their presentations, I hope the committee and board members will have questions for our expert about current practice in broader impacts and possible enhancement. So Susie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Indiela. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be talking about broader impacts with my colleague, Dr. Susan Reno from the University of Missouri, Columbia. And so the best way to start is to remind everyone what the actual criteria are. And so intellectual merit encompasses the potential to advance knowledge, while broader impacts encompasses the potential to benefit society and contribute to the achievement of specific desired societal outcomes. So broader impacts has been a topic of great interest to NSF, to you, the board, and to Congress. It has a very long history. Starting in 1974, we see the number of review criteria go from 11 to 4 to 2 in 1996. Starting in 2010, we see legislation, the America Competes Act, laying out a number of suggested broader impacts themes. We see NSB publishing reports, NSF responding with new policy. And then in 2017, we see additional legislation, the AICA, with a slightly different list of broader impacts themes. So if we laid out all of the verbiage that exists on broader impacts from policy and the legislation onto a matrix, it's still possible to group or cluster them into 5 high-level categories that correspond to all the text in the rows. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. So the first theme is training students during the course of advancing discovery. The second one is broadening participation, that is ensuring full participation of women, persons with disabilities, and underrepresented minorities in STEM. The third is enhanced infrastructure and partnerships, increasing partnerships among academia, industry, and others. The fourth is knowledge dissemination and scientific literacy, including public engagement with science and technology. And the fifth is the larger societal impact, including economic competitiveness, national security, advancing the health and welfare of the American public. So next, I want to take a moment to make a critical clarification about broader impacts. So there are 2 conceptualizations that are sometimes confounded when we talk about it. And so one way we talk about broader impacts is retrospectively as an end state. What has been achieved generally through NSF investments or at the project level at the end of a project. At NSF, we've done a number of studies with the national academies, for example. We've looked at billion-dollar industries that have resulted from federal and private funding. We've also looked at the connections between NSF proposals and patent applications, and we could do other studies. The other way we talk about broader impacts is the more common one at NSF. It takes a more prospective view of BI. So if you spoke with the program director today, this is most likely what he or she would be talking about. It is part of the review of a proposal, and it focuses on the potential, and the word potential is critical here, to achieve some broader impacts. It's what the PIs write about in their proposals, and it's what reviewers write about in their reviews when they're making recommendations or not for funding. So to be clear, just like intellectual merit, broader impacts can be broad. There are at least 9 themes mentioned in the current policy for NSF, and that's not a limit. Broader impacts can also vary depending on the preferences of the PI and the program to which he or she is submitting. So during the 2015 to 2017 time period, NSF did a re-examination of broader impacts. The goal at that point was to gain a better understanding of what we do in regard to broader impacts, how we treat it during the course of review. We also wanted to understand what exactly is stated in proposals and in reviews. So here are some of the outcomes. Overall, we became much more sophisticated in our understanding of broader impacts, its scope and range. We developed a video, the video that Anila was just talking about, for reviewers that articulated our policy and our expectations for how they will approach it during their reviews. We funded NABI and now ARIS, Advancing Research Impact in Society, to take up a new collective impact approach to BI. So Susan Reno is the PI on that, and we're going to hear much more about ARIS momentarily. We conducted unstructured text analysis of broader impacts in proposals and in reviews. And one finding is that about 50% of the text is devoted to human capital development. That is, growing the next generation of scientists and engineers during the course of discovery. Finally, we observed a real gap. We fund about 27,000 graduate students each and every year through RA-ships. Yet we know little about these graduate students, and we take no care in ensuring that they receive the best mentoring possible during their time with their RA-ships. And I think this has been mentioned just about all during the your conversation so far. And so here we have some data from our most recent text analysis. And this analysis is based on the population of all fiscal year 2018 project summaries of the set of research and education awards that year. So MRAFC, other large facility projects are excluded from this data set. And so we're looking here across all the directorates with proportions representing the 5 high-level categories I had discussed previously. So I want you to look at the teal green at the far left of the bars and note that typically for each directorate, about 50% of the broader impacts text is focused on education and workforce. And if you add in the light green bars, which is broadening participation, then over 50% of the text is focused on human capital development. Next, we can look at the reviews, and we see a similar result, even though written by completely different people. Again, about 50% of the text in the reviews is focused on STEM, education, and workforce. That's the teal green at the far left. Adding in the broadening participation text, the next bar, and it's over 50% in every single directorate. So finally, I want to present some potential next steps. So it would be great if we could tend to the mentoring and development of the 27,000 grad students. A recent National Academy study has pointed this out to us. It's been a focus of Congress. We could make the video mandatory. And I think Anila was talking a little bit about that on some reasonable basis to make sure all reviewers are seeing it. We could fund more pilots looking at various institutional or collective impact models. We could pilot some changes internally in NSF, like putting a broader impacts professional on every single COV that we hold this year. And then finally, we could reframe or reconceptualize our merit review criteria. So one idea I have been talking about is the need for a more dynamic view of broader impacts, allowing us to move away from the static, either retrospective or prospective views that I discussed at the outset. With such a dynamic view, intellectual merit becomes knowledge creation, the act of creating new knowledge, and broader impacts becomes knowledge mobilization, the act of moving that knowledge beyond the senior personnel and the writing of papers. Having such a dynamic view, I believe, might be more appropriate for the accurate measurement of broader impacts, metrics, and milestones going forward. Thank you very much, and I'm going to now turn this over to Susan Renaud.
Can I just ask, are you willing to take any questions, or do you want us to wait till we've heard from Susan?
Oh, maybe we should hear from Susan, because I think that it's kind of a complimentary duet we're doing here.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bruce, will you load my slides? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Renaud, and as Dr. Sargent mentioned, I am Executive Director and PI for the ARIS Center, and I also serve as the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research, Extension, and Engagement and Assistant Professor of Strategic Communication here at the University of Missouri. And I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak to you today about one of my favorite things, broader impacts, often referred to as BI. Broader impacts is something that I could talk about for a long time, but I promise I will keep my remarks brief. In the next few minutes, I will touch on just a few points related to BI. They are what exciting progress we have made since America Competes was passed in 2010, and the NSB report on merit review criteria was published at the end of 2011, beginning of 2012. What is working well with BI, and then we'll finish with a discussion on the current challenges and some potential solutions. But first, we begin with a warning from the past that is hauntingly relevant today from former NSF Director Neil Lane, part of the inaugural class of ARIS BI champions that included Dr. Wanda Ward, Dr. Shirley Malcolm, and Dr. Dalia Sokolov. Next slide, please. Today, support for research must be earned. We can no longer expect it in the form of a blank check and an undefined agenda. It is now more vital than ever for us, the research community, to make a convincing case to the public about the tangible societal benefits that flow from science and technology. Dr. Lane wrote these words in 1997, but it could have just as easily been published today. It is right and fitting that the National Science Board is revisiting the broader impacts criterion because its relevance has never been more vital to the future of American science. So let's talk about what's happened since the last time the NSB issued guidance on BI. Next slide, please. In 2013, a small group came together here at Mizzou for the first Broader Impacts Infrastructure Summit. Wanda Ward, the former head of OIA, was our keynote speaker. In 2014, there was a breakout year for broader impact support. Dr. France Cordova gave her first public talk as NSF director at the BI Summit in Arlington. And it is of note that we have always had NSF representation at every summit since the very beginning. In fact, this year, ARIS was pleased to welcome OSTP director and interim NSF director, Dr. Kelvin Drogemeyer, as a summit speaker. This demonstrates to all stakeholders the continued importance NSF places on broader impacts. And Dr. Pachanathan, I would like to extend a warm and open invitation for you to speak at Summit 2021 at any time in the future. You are always welcome. Later in 2014, NSF funded the National Alliance for Broader Impacts, or NABI, through a Research Coordination Network grant and published its Perspectives on Broader Impacts document that you can find today on the NSF website. The following year, NABI published its Broader Impacts Guiding Principles and Questions for National Science Foundation proposals. We have given away more than 10,000 hard copies of the Guiding Principles and also have it available as a digital download. It is by far our most popular resource, and we are about to publish an updated version on our website. By 2017, we knew it was time to think about scaling the work of NABI and to hear from the BI and researcher communities about their BI needs. So we hosted a convening on the current and future state of broader impacts at the NSF headquarters in Arlington. That meeting led to the current state of BI report and the ARIS Center proposal. In 2018, the first National Center for Broader Impacts was funded by NSF, and we are about to host our 9th BI Summit in 2021. As you can see, the report spurred a lot of action. So let's talk about the progress in broader impacts we've seen in the last 10 years. Next slide, please. There have been several changes in the PA-PPG since 2010 that have provided clarity on the BI criterion while remaining non-prescriptive. Specifically, that researchers can create new programming or leverage existing programming to satisfy the BI requirement. There has also been progress in the review process. We are going to come back to this later in the discussion, but we have seen more faculty returning from panel review saying that BI played a larger role in the discussion than it has in the past. However, we still hear from faculty, not so often, that it wasn't really discussed. The data collection and reporting that Susie mentioned earlier has been a great help to the BI and researcher communities. It shows where the emphasis is in proposals and in the review discussions. This helps to demystify what counts as broader impacts for researchers. In the past, there was a sense that BI was put off onto the engagement practitioners and kept separate from the research. Today, we are seeing more and more examples of researcher-practitioner partnerships that result in innovative and highly effective broader impacts. 10 years ago, evaluation was rarely mentioned in broader impacts plans. Today, researchers and practitioners are working with evaluators to not only develop BI programming, but also to effectively assess its impact. Lastly, the funding of NABI and then ARIS has promoted a shift to systemic BI support that reaches across the United States. The BI community is growing and thriving. In 2014, we started with just over 100 members, and today we have almost 1,000, and that's worldwide. Next slide, please. Now that we've talked through some of the exciting changes that have happened since 2010, let's look to the future and start by asking two critical questions. First, is broader impacts living up to its promise? And who is ultimately responsible for achieving societal impact? Let's take the first question. What challenges exist to BI being fully realized? I think there are several issues that need to be considered. One was mentioned earlier. It's the relative weighting of broader impacts and intellectual merit. Although all guidance says that each criterion is important and should be considered in all funding decisions, oftentimes the broader impacts is used either as a tiebreaker or to end the future of a proposal with unacceptable intellectual merit. A proposal with strong intellectual merit and okay BI is still likely to get funded. The opposite is not true. Rarely does a proposal get funded with excellent broader impacts and okay research. Compounding this issue is the fact that the relative value of broader impacts does not appear to be evenly distributed across the foundation. A potential solution to this is enhanced training on broader impacts, as was mentioned by Susie and Anelia earlier. ARIS is working on our end to provide resources for institutions, practitioners, and researchers to better understand the BI criterion and to effectively address it. Particularly, we are in the final testing stages of a rubric and guidebook for evaluating BI that we hope to publish early in the new year. Another concern is the tension between impact and activity. Although NSF funds many broader impacts activities each year, it is unclear how they are reported and if they are reported in such a way that they can be aggregated to demonstrate reach. There are no standard evaluation tools for broader impacts activities. Although there are many places to report on BI activities, there is no place labeled broader impacts in the annual or final reports. And there is no mechanism for long-term reporting of BI activities. In fact, I would argue that researchers are discouraged from it because there is no funding to support long-term evaluation efforts that exist past the award period. An evaluation can be costly. This gives researchers pause when dealing with tight budgets, especially when I tell them they also have to provide funding for their broader impacts. Together, this means that we are unable to tell the full story of the societal benefits of NSF-funded research. Some possible solutions for this are broader impacts updates in the reporting forms and a systemic way to evaluate similar activities with an eye toward long-term impact. Our second question is, who is responsible for achieving societal impact? Is it the researcher or the research team? Is it the institution or organization? Is it the NSF? I would argue that it is the responsibility of all three. By NSF guidelines, the researcher is ultimately responsible for achieving the goals and objectives of the research project, including the broader impacts, but that doesn't mean they can't have help and support. We encourage researchers to build their own BI identity that is unique and personal to themselves, their goals, and their research. When broader impacts is integrated into work-life balance, then it stops being an add-on and a burden and becomes, dare I say, enjoyable, and a tool for moving the research forward as well. However, responsibility for societal impact does not rest solely on the researcher. Congressional legislation and NSF guidelines state that institutions should provide researchers the resources necessary to complete their projects, including BI. It is also important for institutions to build their own BI identity. What areas of engagement are they particularly strong in? Where is there room for growth? By identifying the BI landscape on their own campus and investing in BI support infrastructure, institutions can more effectively support research engagement. ARIS is home to a thriving 950 plus member professional community that has the skills and knowledge to support researchers. Yet many times institutional support is lacking for their work, and current academic reward structures often discourage broader impacts. NSF also has a part to play as well. The foundation has a statutory responsibility to have BI as a criterion and report on it. In addition, it has the influence to encourage both researchers and institutions to fulfill their BI requirements. So what's the solution? For NSF-funded research to ultimately have true broader impact, it will take a concerted effort on many fronts. Clarity on the criterion by NSF, even weighting of the 2 review criteria across the foundation, and accountability for researchers and institutions to report on their BI as well as their intellectual merit. Institutions need to value and support researchers and practitioners who are doing this well through the reward process, and they need to invest in BI infrastructure. A side warning here is that we don't want to set up inequalities among institutions, as not all institutions have the resources or to staff a dedicated BI office. But ARIS can help level that playing field by providing resources. Lastly, researchers have to take the initiative to build their individual BI identities and integrate their research and engagement in such a way that it supports their personal and professional goals. They also have a responsibility to support BI as review panelists as well, and to encourage the next generation of scientists to participate in engagement activities as part of their education. Next slide, please. The next BI Summit is May 10th through 13th, and it will be held virtually. It is a joint effort between ARIS and our Canadian counterpart, Research Impact Canada, and as Suzanne mentioned, in Canada, Knowledge Mobilization is our counterpart to Broader Impacts. The summit will focus on broader impacts and public engagement as key components of workforce development. This is one of the key future directions of broader impacts that we've been working on, and I invite all of you to attend. There have been many advances in BI since 2010, and I am fortunate to have been part of many of them. As we look toward 2030, there are opportunities for growth, clarity, and accountability. In the 2017 Current State of BI report, several recommendations were made for moving BI forward that are still relevant. The relative weighting of the review criteria, the need for a culture change to value BI work, and building capacity for individuals and institutions to effectively address BI. When we have this conversation in 10 years, I look forward to saying that BI is a key part of NSF review and that broader impacts work at institutions is valued and rewarded for researchers and practitioners. It is my hope that we will have moved from an activity-based BI to impact-focused BI. It will take strong leadership and definitely culture change, but it is possible. And there are many people across the foundation and across the ARIS network and others who are invested in this work, and they are up for the challenge. It is also my hope that ARIS will continue to serve the needs of the researcher and BI communities. As you re-envision the BI criterion, I encourage you to carefully consider what is needed to truly move societal impact from an aspiration to an inspiration for generations of scientists to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Susie and Susan. So, Raphael, are there any questions or comments immediately on this presentation?
Yes, there's a couple of raised hands. I believe Stephen Willard raised his hands first.
Okay. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you. Great presentation. I focused in like a laser beam. God bless you, Susie. You always put things in like your best approximation of next steps. And I wanted to focus on one you said, which is put a BI professional on every COV. It seems to me that if we're 50-50 and people are supposed to be making judgments not only on the basis of science, but on broader impact, it might make sense to have at least one person in the room who, for that review, had his hat on as the BI person. It strikes me as a brilliant approach, which would lead tangible results. And I think we could trust people. They'd have to watch our video, but I think if they realize that they're in the room for the BI, that presentation, it might work. Are there any reasons people can think of why that isn't a brilliant idea from Susie? Okay, that was my question.
Okay, well, I guess no one is willing to disagree with you, and I think this went on unexpected. Susie, I'm wondering if that's if that would be, you know, a contributing solution in some ways for you to have a BI professional on every committee or visitors, and how would that relate a little further back the chain to having a dedicated BI person on every review committee? Is that, I don't think that's necessarily true at the moment. Maybe you can confirm or deny that.
Well, so what I think when I think about committees of visitors, I'll start there, is that we bring all of the relevant scientists for all the various fields that are going to be covered during that COV. Many of you have been on them. They're typically at a division level, and there's many programs. And so there's often, you know, one researcher, one scientist, one engineer for each relevant area that's going to be covered. But there's no, and they're experts in those areas, and they're going to give great recommendations back to the division director and the AD. But there's typically no one who really is an expert on broader impacts. That's part of the COV. And so I think it's really critical now that we have a lot of broader impacts professionals. We haven't always had this very large group of like 1,000 people that Susan Reno was talking about. That's been built up over recent years. But now we have this professional cadre, of people who would love to participate in COVs. I mean, I've talked to them at their BI summits about this, and they all agree it would be a great idea. So I think we should start there. There's a small number of COVs and see how it goes, and then think about how we might want to scale that up once we learn how it works.
Do you have any sense of how the program officers feel about this? Would it help them?
I think it would. I think it would be important for the writing of the COV report, because now there would be somebody dedicated to actually assessing, what that division or that program has really worked on over the past 4 or 5 years. And it would give us a chance, it would give us a record, to say this is what this division or program has accomplished.
Good. Excellent. Okay. Other questions, Raphael?
Yes, several. Victor McCrary?
Yes, thank you. This is Victor here. Susan, great presentation. I have a question, or help me kind of, it's from a historical point of view. If you think about the formations of the land-grant universities after the first Morrill Act, who was a senator from Vermont, so I know Suresh knows about that. Their purpose was to be able to take, first to educate folks who couldn't afford to go to the private schools, but also to take the knowledge and learning and disseminate it out to the community from their research and have those broader impacts, even though they didn't call it that back then. From your point of view, have at least the public universities, the land grants in particular, how are they doing in terms of broader impacts, and have they strayed away from their mission?
I wouldn't say that at all. First of all, I sit at a land grant, and the reason why I gave you my university title is because it's very unique. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research, Extension, and Engagement, which means I report to both the Office of Research and Economic Development and the Office of Extension and Engagement. And it was designed to bridge campus and extension and make sure they're not siloed. If you look at what the APLU is doing around public interest research, there is a real resurgence, I feel, in making sure that extension and campus are one, that they're working together. And I would say that they've been a model for how to do this and do it really well.
And how does that work also with the minority serving institutions?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we've been doing is working as ARIS and then also as an institution. We work very closely with our local HBCU, Lincoln University, which also is our Missouri land grant. And so you see a lot of reciprocal relationships between the extension services and also between the campuses.
Thank you.
Do you see, to follow up on that, just Susan, do you see real possibilities perhaps for a state university, for example, or one of the land grant universities, actually partnering with local historically Black colleges to actually help them with this kind of situation?
I think that's absolutely what ARIS would like to do. I see that as we want to be, like I mentioned earlier, we don't want to set up a system of inequalities where you have large institutions who have large resources who can set up BI offices, and then you have institutions with less resources not being able to do that. We don't want that to happen. And so I think it would be great for us to see partnerships. We do that a lot when we do regional trainings. You'll have one institution then who invites universities from any region from within their region to come to training. So I think that's absolutely something that could be done.
And that would obviously be a broader impact program for the larger university without too much, I think, effort.
And I think it's part of what we're trying to do in terms of training the next generation of scientists. We want there to be partnerships between 2-year and 4-year institutions and vocational colleges and other things, because that's part of this pipeline and this discussion that we're having. So I think it's very relevant to broader impacts, but also to workforce development.
Good. Excellent. Okay, on to next questions, Raphael.
Jerry Richmond.
Yeah, so thanks, Suzanne, for the great presentation, and also Susan. So here's my confession. I've been a skeptic of panel reviews, NSF going so much towards panel reviews, okay? That may sound irrelevant, but then when we had a conversation recently, and I asked Sean Jones how much in a panel discussion, how important do you think he is on helping people with the broader impact? And he said it makes a huge difference. And so that makes me, that encourages my feelings, or makes me more positive about the panel, because maybe the intellectual merit is a little bit easier to evaluate, but the broader impacts is just is so confusing to so many people, even with all the directions that we're giving, that having a good program officer in there to help guide and help evaluate different kinds of broader impact. So my question then becomes, how do you feel that the program officers get sufficient training to do a really good job in helping with the panels, since a lot of the reviews are panels? Do you think they have adequate training and feel comfortable with their role in helping guide the broader impacts evaluation?
So at NSF, we have a merit review boot camp, and we have merit review basics. And so every single program director, division director has to go through all of these trainings, like in their first couple of months. And so I think they get a lot. They shadow other people to see how panels are done. They often work in clusters. So there's a lot of senior program directors for new people. But can they stand more training? I think that, as the board is thinking about broader impacts right now, I think that it's really probably timely for us to think about having a bit more training on especially this, not just merit review in general and how to handle it, but how to handle broader impacts. And I think that that would be incredibly beneficial to NSF and to the whole PI community.
Okay, thank you. I have one more, that's great. I have one more question, and that has to do with, Susan, you were talking about a PI creating a brand of things that they could think of themselves working on over a career, which I think is a great idea. But as someone that sits down and writes a grant proposal, I'm always confused or worried about whether what I write as my long-term goal for broader impacts ties directly to my laser studies of water surfaces. You know what I mean? So I'm always worried that I know others that have struggled with this too, getting some clarity with regards to how it has to be tied directly to your project versus saying, these are all the things I'm doing in broader impact in my life, and it does have some overlap with the science. I think there's
I would say that that's one of the benefits of the PAPPG. When we talked about clarifying in that, they're very clear that your research can be a broader impact. And we are for sure that when we work with researchers, we tell them we want your research to have impact, that the research can be directly related to the research, or it can be complementary to that. And so one of the things, we have researchers who ask us this question every day. And so what we try to do is we tell them that the best broader impacts are related and integrated with the research, but sometimes it doesn't seem like that's possible. But that's why you have those 9 very broad societal goals, from broadening participation to public engagement with science to industry public-private partnerships, right? And so what we try to do is say, instead of having a list of random broader impacts things that you're doing, what are your goals? Do I want to broaden participation of women in STEM? How am I going to do that? I'm going to do that through having a high school coding camp, and I'm going to do a podcast every month for girls in STEM. And then I'm going to evaluate that. So the idea is figure out what it is you want to do. What do you want to achieve at the end of your career, like you say with your intellectual merit, your research? And then you start building a program that goes on for the course of your life. And that helps us with a couple things. One, it's something that's personal to you and you enjoy it, but it also helps us get at long-term impact measures. Because if we say that we want to broaden participation of girls in engineering, that's great. But one 3-year NSF project is not going to do that by itself, right? And you're not even going to be able to measure that, because when that's done, you're not going to keep tracking those girls and other things. So the point is that if you start thinking about your broader impacts identity over your course of your career, then you start building up data as you continue to run these programs that you can publish on, which helps others, and that can truly demonstrate impact. And I want to mention that broader impacts identity is an idea that came from Julie Rising in Oregon State. And the first time she mentioned that at a broader impact summit, I said, that's gold. That's the thing. We don't want researchers to continue to think about broader impacts as something that's separate. What we want is for them to see it integrated within their research, but also within their life. Because when I said, dare I say it could be fun, when researchers come into my office, a lot of times they're scared that we're going to tell them they have to do something they don't like. And by the time they leave, we've crafted something that's individualized and personalized to them that they're excited to do. And we know that when people do things they're excited about, the likelihood of it being high quality goes up, and the likelihood of them wanting to continue to do that, which again gets a long-term impact, goes up.
Great, thank you.
Raphael?
Yes, we have Stephen raising his hand from an iPad.
Stephen?
Yes, Stephen.
Okay, I thought it was Steve Leith.
Okay, there we go. Is that better?
There you go.
Yes, I had a question for Susan. You know, we're doing a lot of philosophical discussions here about the future and how to get this right, but you mentioned something about a rubric that sounded like it was maybe close to being useful. And I assume that's not so much a philosophical document as something based on experience that might be really helpful to reviewers. Can you tell me some more about that rubric and when it might be available?
Absolutely. So we have the guiding principles document that's based on the PAPPG and the questions that are in that. We just updated it. And the whole booklet will include that. We also have something called the BI Wizard, which was originally funded by NSF through the COSI grants. ARIS has put in funding to update it. And with that has a checklist for BI. So the booklet includes the new guiding principles, the checklist, and then we have a brand new rubric for evaluating broader impacts that has been through the first round of integrated reliability testing and is just now out for the second round. And once it's done, this time it's going out to researchers and BI professionals. Once that's done, our goal is to have that up and running and ready to go by the beginning of next month.
Oh, wow. That's real fast. Super. Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's impressive. Is that it for questions at this time, Raphael?
Actually not. There's several others. I believe Ellen Ochoa wanted to ask a question as well.
Ellen.
Thanks, Anila. And really, this is sort of more of a comment, but I'm so glad we're focusing on this today. And I really thank Susie and Susan for your presentations, because when I think about the vision and the two things we're concentrating on first, which is delivering benefits and developing diverse STEM talent, that's exactly what broader impacts are about. And even though it goes well beyond NSF, as Pancha's pointed out, in terms of us, you know, really realizing what we put into the roadmap, this is where NSF can make the biggest difference. Susie, you talked about 27,000 graduate students, you know, that are supported by these grants. And really by focusing on broader impacts, I really think we have a chance to move the needle on these things. And when you think in particular about broadening participation, you know, if people understand how important this is to NSF, to NSB, to the future of the country, I think there is so much more that can be done. You know, in the Merit Review Digest, it talks about there are unfunded proposals rated at very good or excellent that, you know, add up to $2.8 billion every year that we can't fund. So we have to think about how are we using tax dollars? How are we making those tough decisions? And I think really tying it in to where we need to go in terms of broadening participation and delivering benefits can help us make those better decisions. And so that's really, you know, upping the the interest and the desire on the broadening impacts part as you look at grants. So again, thank you very much for your talks today.
Okay, thank you. That's really a good way of looking at it, Ellen. That's very nice. Thank you. Other comments, Raphael?
Yeah, Julia Phillips.
Julia?
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, first of all, I think that having a broader impact expert on the COVs is sort of a no-brainer. And so you ought to just do that. I think the point about making sure there is broader impacts expertise on the panels, possibly through the program manager, is also really important. And so I liked that discussion, and thinking about how really making sure that that is part of that panel evaluation, I think is critically important. One thing as I was reading this material before the meeting that hit me for probably the first time, of course, I've never written an NSF proposal in my life, so I'm a little ignorant from that perspective, is the sheer breadth of the broader impacts, which it's sort of like, you know, if you look at the intellectual merit piece of it, putting astronomy in with, you know, social science, and trying to evaluate rack and stack the proposals. And so if broader impacts is truly at the same level, how do we do a good job of ranking relative merit of the broader impact aspects one against the other, in the same way that we are really rigorous about ranking the intellectual merit? So that's a question. I have no clue how to do it. And I would defer to the experts to weigh in. And the final thing is that on broader impacts, one of the communities we really need to bring along are the employing institutions of the people writing these proposals, universities primarily. And are there some carrots that we can put out there for those institutions and for those PIs that are particularly exceptional in the broader impact aspects of their proposals and the work that they do? So just a couple of questions there.
Susie, yes, thank
I'll
you.
just go first on the last part, is that institutions want their PIs to be funded. That is the largest incentive of all. And I think that institutions have finally come to understand, maybe finally is unfair, but have really come to understand how important broader impacts is in their proposals. And this is a conversation that Susan and I have had over years now, is with these broader impacts professionals that come from the VPR offices across the land, right? That everyone is realizing how important it is to getting funded. And so to the weighting issue or the ranking issue, we don't really do heavy ranking like NIH does, you know, we don't do weights. And so it's a more holistic approach to merit review. And so, so I think that increasingly the program directors, and I think that the reviewers themselves are bringing up broader impacts and having a large discussion about it during the panel, and that it becomes increasingly important in what gets recommended for funding.
That's
okay. I guess my only point is that if broader impacts are truly equally important to intellectual merit, then there ought to be something resembling the same level of rigor in evaluating them.
And I believe that there is. And what I mean by that is there's all of the questions, the same questions are asked for broader impacts that are asked for intellectual merit. Have they justified the approach? Is the approach novel or evidence-based? Do they have the capacity to actually do this? Is it feasible? Is it tractable given the scale and scope of this particular program? Right, so it is, it's fairly rigorous.
And the rubric we're putting out is based exactly on those same questions. So it all aligns perfectly with that.
That last is really good to know. Is that an answer for you, Julia?
Not completely, but it may be in my ignorance as much as anything else.
Well, perhaps you could take it out later. Because we have 4 more people who wish to make some remarks. I hope they can be quiet. I mean, it's not quiet. I hope they can be quick. Sorry, long letters at the end. But I hope they can be short, because this is obviously a topic that the board is very engaged in, but I want everyone to have their opportunity to make a point. So the next person would be Artie Bienenstock.
I think in considering broader impacts, we should never lose sight of the fact that by far the largest impact that universities have on society is the education of their students. And whatever we do has to be consistent with that. I think we've documented that pretty much at Stanford, in spite of the fact that we do broader impacts and we do technology transfer. MIT has done similar studies. Those students are critical to the society, and we have to educate them well. That has to be our primary function.
Thank you. I think that's worth bearing in mind. But again, of course, these are all in the rubric, I expect. Yes, Susie, you'd like to respond?
I just wanted to thank Artie for that comment so much, because that's exactly what we find in our data, right? That's what I imagined. And then that's exactly what we found. And that's why these 27,000 graduate students that we fund every year that we don't know much about become so important, right? Because it is the most important thing that universities do. They're passing on tacit knowledge, the know-how of how to do that particular area of science. And it's so important for the competitiveness of this nation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Now, Roger Beachy.
I think, Anila, in the interest of time, there have been a lot of comments that I made. I'll withdraw mine. I do want to get back to just what Jerry mentioned earlier. I think it's important that those who are in the organization, in the agency, as managers of grants, really have a commitment to this broader impacts component. I mean, it's really important. I know it's changed over the time that when I submitted my first NSF grant, and I'm really pleased to see that change. But I think unless there's change within the agency, where all the great work that Susan and others are doing in ARIS aren't as meaningful unless the agency itself is really committed. And Susan, thanks very much for your overview. This whole thing has changed so much in the last 30 years that I'm really pleased to see the efforts of universities really getting engaged, not simply as something to fill out in the blank on a grant application, but really taking it to heart. The issue of how you fund that inside every institution is a real question for me. And getting farther and farther beyond the R1s into other institutions, I applaud the effort and wish you well. Anyway, it's been a great discussion.
Thank you, Rogers. How about Subra Babu?
Okay, thank you. So one other comment I have going back, building upon Julia's comment, is there any way we can document the best practices of broader impact done by PIs in journals? So are there any, like they publish, hey, we did this intellectual merit, this is the broader impact. Do they have some kind of a published material so that the best practices can be documented?
I love that you asked that, because that's the key thing, right? You know, we talk about promotion and tenure. You don't get promoted, at least most places, on the scholarship of engagement. There are some universities who are changing that. Our colleagues at Purdue are really doing a great job in this space. So I think, yes, there are opportunities and there are some, but there's not nearly enough. And this goes back again to the long-term engagement strategy. You have to do the engagement long enough with the intentional evaluation and assessment so you can get the data to then be able to publish, because we want people to use the same rigor with their broader impacts as they do with their research.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we started with you, Steve Willard. Could we close with you very quickly?
Sure, thank you. In light of, it seems that there are lots of broader impacts that have come to us over time. In light of the 2030 vision report, would it be appropriate of the committee, of this committee, to look into how those could be modified in light of our 2030 vision?
I think that more or less that's our plan.
Okay.
That maybe we have not articulated clearly, but I think we really do want to look at what we've done and where it went and but really going forward. I mean, it's more rather, as Susie says, rather than being retrospective. I think I'm answering your question. I'm doing that for you, Susie. Rather than retrospective is we should keep an eye on, but really it's the future that we have to prepare for and be ready and monitor from the get-go, I would say. Anyway, I really want to thank everyone, particularly Susie and Susan, for a wonderful presentation that obviously stimulated a lot of thought. And I thank you all for a stimulating discussion. And I would like to move on to the last two parts of our meeting. And this will certainly help the committee as it goes forward with its plan. And so next we'll hear from the Inspector General, Alison Lerner. She'll brief us on her office's recent activities, including the results of the FY 2020 financial statement audit and the Federal Information Security Management Act, the FISMA review. She'll also update us on the OIG's work related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And joining her will be David Zavada from Kearney and Company, which worked on the financial statement audit and the FISMA review. Board members can comment or ask questions after the presentation. So Alison, the floor is yours at this point.
Thank you so much, Anila. And I believe I have some slides. Thank you. There they are, popping right up, even as we speak. Excellent. You can move to the next slide. Okay, so this just makes clear what we're going to be talking about, and I'm going to try to move quickly since I know we're running a little bit over time with this committee, but we'll be first talking about the financial statement of FISMA audits and then the work that we have underway, looking at some expenditures related to COVID-19, or actually utilization of flexibilities by recipients. So anyway, let me just start. You can move to the next slide. All right, and the next slide, the first icon you see has a lovely little dollar amount on it. And that dollar sign says it all. This is the results of this year's FY20 annual financial report. And it shows that for the 23rd year, NSF has a clean opinion. It doesn't get much better than that. The pandemic posed unusual challenges to this year's audit, and NSF is to be commended for its ability to rise to every one of them. COVID-imposed limitations started 2 weeks before the entrance conferences for this year's audits, but NSF didn't miss a beat. We greatly appreciate their timely provision of audit evidence. Amazingly, we only encountered minimal delays. For example, when hard copies were located in the building and not online, but we were able to work through all of that. We appreciate their willingness to jump on Zoom and Teams calls in lieu of office pop-ins, as we would have done if we were all in a normal environment. And we especially appreciate the virtual environment that allowed the auditors to capture screenshots of evidence during meetings and ultimately reduce the number of requested documents. That takes us to the next icon, which states that there are no reportable financial findings in this year's audit. What does that mean? That tells us that beyond the unmodified opinion on the financial statements, Kearney and Company, the auditor, Kearney's the auditor that conducts our work on both the financial statement and the FISMA audits. They did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies related to internal controls over financial reporting. In addition, Kearney did not identify any instances of reportable noncompliance with applicable laws, regulations, contracts, or grant agreements. Kearney will issue a management letter in December with 5 modified repeat findings and 7 new findings covering financial and IT areas. The fact that there are findings is not a bad thing. What they do is identify opportunities for NSF to improve its financial accountability and transparency, as well as its internal controls over information technology. Prompt action in response to these findings can prevent more significant problems down the road. And that takes us to the next icon, which provides the outcome of this year's audit of NSF's compliance with the Federal Information Security Modernization Act, or FISMA, for FY 2020. As you see, Kearney gave NSF an overall assessment of effective based on the Department of Homeland Security's fiscal year 2020 Inspector General FISMA reporting metrics maturity model. DHS's metrics allow for ratings from level 1 ad hoc to level 5 optimized, with 5 being the best and 4 considered effective. So NSF received a level 4 and is at the effective state. Kearney rated NSF as 4 or 5 in all 5 of the functional areas examined. And those are with the ability to identify, protect, detect, and respond and recover. One subfunction was rated as 3 due to issues with protection of PII. In the FY 2019 audit, Kearney rated NSF as ineffective. So the results this year are a fine reflection of NSF's efforts to improve information security. As with the financial statement audit, NSF staff who supported this audit are to be conducted for their efforts this year. We want to highlight the way DIS and OPP work together throughout the year to implement corrective actions that significantly improve the effectiveness of USAP's information security program, and the way the virtual environment allowed the auditors to shoulder surf NSF's internal vulnerability scans, eliminating the need for Kearney to conduct its own scans of the NSF and USAP systems, which would have required travel to the ASC in Denver. And that brings us to the last icon on this slide, which states the number of findings in this year's FISMA audit. NSF has fully implemented corrective actions in response to 4 of the 7 findings reported in FY 2019 and is in the process of implementing actions in response to the remaining 3 findings. So in addition to the 3 repeat findings, Kearney identified 5 new findings for FY 2020. Implementing the recommended corrective actions will assist NSF in further improving the effectiveness of its information security program. Kearney's more detailed slide deck is in the board book. And as Anila noted, Dave Zavada, the Kearney engagement partner, is here if you all have any questions at this point.
Are there any questions for Allison?
No questions at this time.
Okay, so I'd like to thank you, Allison.
Anila, can I make just a comment? I just want to thank the OIG and the NSF teams that worked in a great partnership. And I just want to convey that. I mean, this is another example of a very good partnership between our OIG and the foundation. Thank you so much, Allison, and your team.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words, Ponch. And so I will move on. We can go to the next slide.
And I just, I do have another slide.
Yes, there's another slide.
Okay.
There's 2 more slides, then we're done. I'll go fast. Anila, did you want to say anything prior to that about?
I just want to congratulate you actually on the audits under uniquely challenging conditions, I would say, and to note with pleasure the real what shall I say, agreement between and collaboration between you and the Kearney and company, as well as with NSF staff. It's been nice to see. Then, and I finally, well, actually, I'll say the final thing after you finish completely, okay?
Sure. Thank you. And I want to add my thanks to everyone at NSF, Kearney, and the folks even in my office who made these outstanding outcomes possible. The switch to a completely remote environment took everyone by surprise, but not one member of the team supporting either of these engagements missed a beat. Some other government agencies have had to seek extensions for the deadlines for one or both of these audits. And the fact that we at NSF were able to get our work done both on time, for both of these jobs on time is a testament to everyone's dedication and commitment. And by meeting this year's deadlines, we maximize the time NSF has to respond to this year's finding, which sets us up for success for next year. So kudos to everyone from NSF, Kearney, and OIG who helped us help make this happen in this unprecedented year.
I believe Stephen Willard raised his hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to you, coming from a background as a CFO and whatever, don't sort of fall into trying to get straight 5s across the board. At some point, getting 4s and 5s can be the most cost-effective thing you can do. So I think challenging yourself to have another, 24th good audit is good, but don't worry about getting 5s in everything.
A very good point. Thank you for that, Stephen. All right, we can move on unless there are other comments about these. I'll take you to the next conversation I wanted to have with you all. And what I want to do is let you all know about a series of COVID-related audits focused on recipient implementation and usage of uniform guidance flexibilities granted by OMB that we've just initiated. Knowing that the community would be interested in what we're doing in this space, we've done a lot of outreach about these jobs. And as part of that effort, I thought it makes sense to brief you all on these jobs today. So the first slide you're seeing is one you've seen before, and it illustrates how we were, what I want to show you here is how we were able to use our new contracting tool, which allows flexible audit design to start these jobs. Ordinarily, you see we've got kind of 2 phases to jobs, a survey phase, which does a broad assessment of the entity we're examining and gives us insights that we use to determine which of the options at the second level is best for the second phase. But the tool also allows us to skip the survey phase when we know what we want to do and design a custom audit. And that's what we've done here. So next slide, please. So I can kind of walk you through in the slide, just starting over on the left-hand side. I'm never good with left and right. We're looking at 10 auditees. We've chosen 10 institutions of varying sizes using risk analysis that focused on spending patterns during the pandemic in the second quarter of 2020, among other things. We're focusing on how these recipients took advantage of the flexibilities that OMB authorized in 3 different memoranda this year. Our audit period covers March through September 2020, and we're looking to complete these audits in 6 to 9 months, which is warp speed for a Yellow Book audit. We're using one external IPA firm for consistency in approach and reporting. And we plan to work closely with NSF on these jobs. We anticipate that the auditors will identify a variety of actions taken by recipients in response to these flexibilities, some of which might be great ideas, while others which might be a little questionable. To the extent that we come across utilizations that seem problematic, we'll share them with NSF so the foundation can decide if it needs to take action to clarify what it believes is appropriate. Our goal is to provide NSF with insights as to how people have implemented these flexibilities and to establish a baseline for determining whether funds were spent as intended. The latter is particularly important as the period in which these flexibilities were available will fall within the 3-year period we typically use for our external audits for many years. Finally, when the 10 audits are completed, we expect to issue a capstone report, which will reflect any best practices that we've identified and share any other insights that we've gained through these 10 jobs. So I'm happy to take any questions you have about these audits. And Mark Bell, the head of our Office of Audits, is also on the line and can pipe in if necessary.
Questions?
No questions right now.
Hearing none, Alison, I'd just like to conclude this part by complimenting you. Alison has just been nominated to be the chair of the Council of Inspectors General for Integrity and Efficiency for a 2-year term beginning in January. And I'd like to compliment Alison and at the same time thank the OIG Senior Counsel, Ken Chasen, who has agreed to take on an additional role as Deputy Inspector General. So we'll be in good hands all round. Congratulations, Alison and Ken. And so moving on from that, thank you very much. Very informative. Moving on, I'd like to introduce, as usual, NSF's Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Grankovich. And some of her information has been provided and is on the portal. And so, Teresa?
Anila, did you want to mention that the OIG semi-annual report was transmitted to Congress?
I was just going to tell the comment that themselves. I was hoping to miss it out, actually. I want to take a moment to note the review and approval by the board of the OIG's semi-annual report, which was transmitted to Congress by the November 30th deadline. Thank you to all the members for your prompt review, enabling us to meet this deadline. There, I did it, Raphael. Okay, moving on to Teresa.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Anila. As mentioned, my written CFO update as of November 16th is in the board book. I'll just quickly highlight 2 items from that written report and provide 2 updates. So first, as Allison mentioned, we completed the fiscal year 2020 financial statement audit and published the agency financial report on time. And as she also mentioned, we are proud to report that this is the 23rd consecutive clean audit opinion and the 4th year in a row with no material weaknesses or significant deficiency. This is the culmination of significant work in collaboration of NSF, OIG, and Kearney through a very challenging year. And it is a testament to the effort and value we place on supporting the NSF mission and maintaining financial stewardship, transparency, and public confidence. Second, as I'm also the NSF's Performance Improvement Officer, I will also introduce the strategic plan presentation tomorrow in the Committee on Strategy open session. As an update to my written report, NSF hosted our first ever virtual grants conference during the weeks of November 16th and 30th, with 2 sessions held each day. Faculty and administrators were able to attend sessions ranging from proposal preparation and award administration to information about the career program and convergence accelerators. The most popular session included over 2,000 attendees. All the sessions were recorded in advance, and we also included a live Q&A with all the attendees. By recording all sessions, we've compiled a significant library of on-demand content that faculty and administrators can view as their schedule permits. Just search online for NSF Grants Conference for this content and more. And then on November 18th, NSF won the 2020 Innovation Challenge with its statistical predictive model. This predictive model was developed by 2 BFA divisions, the Division of Financial Management and the Division of Institution and Award Support. In addition to minimizing manual burden, the model provides a more quantitative view of risk and allows NSF to better allocate resources in risk assessment and grant monitoring activities. Much of this model is transferable to other agencies, and we have already seen downloads of our open source code. NSF was identified as the winner at the Technology and Transformation Summit sponsored by the Association of Government Accountants. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions?
None at this time.
Well, thank you. I think you just satisfied every question, Teresa, and thank you very much. That was a really
Thank you.
Glad about the Innovation Award. That was really nice. So thank you very much. So before concluding, and I apologize for running a little over, not completely as badly as you might think, given when I started, but before concluding, I would like to invite Susie, Susan, and board members to join us at our virtual coffee breakout room to chat about general broader impact topics. And this concludes our session. So thank you, everyone, and back to you, Ellen.
Okay, thank you so much, Anila. And you're right, we started you late, and we've had some very good discussions in the sessions. I think, however, we're going to have to take a very brief break. We do want to stay on time in the afternoon, partly because we need a little bit of a break before we have our special awards ceremony and panel later today. So if I can ask members just to take approximately 5 minutes or so and come back We might be just a little bit past 45 minutes past the hour, maybe 47. I'm going to try to start as much as possible on time. So thank you.
And just so everyone's aware, we are not going to stop the YouTube, so be mindful of the YouTube is still live just for efficiency's sake. Ready to go, Ellen?
I am. And
Okay. That is Julie. I guess Julie is the one that really, other Julie's like, okay, great.
happy to have Julia starting to her committee.
Okay. We are ready to go. We're recording.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Julia Phillips. I'm the chair of the Committee on Science and Engineering Policy, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to that committee meeting this afternoon. Since our July board meeting, SEP has been very busy with the review of the 2022 indicators thematic report outlines and plans for a couple of policy pieces that I'm going to bring you up to speed on this afternoon. So I'd like to start by calling the roll. Committee members, please respond after I say your name. Suresh Babu?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Artie Bienenstock?
Here.
Maureen Kondak, who is the committee vice chair?
Here.
Kent Fox?
Here.
Suresh Garamella?
Here.
Emilia Moran? Steve Leaf?
I'm here.
Melvin Huff? And Aaron Dominguez?
Here.
Thank you. Our board office liaisons are Reba Bandapadai and Portia Flowers, and our executive secretaries are Carol Robbins, Ann Emig, and May Aiden. We also are assisted by the board's new AAAS Science and Technology Fellow. Could somebody please mute? There's a lot of extraneous noise. Our AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellow, Alexandra Circel. So welcome, Alexandra. I'm also delighted to see so many folks from NCSES, which are really, without whom we could do none of what this terrific committee does. As I indicated earlier, SEP has had an intense schedule over the fall. We've reviewed the narrative outlines for nearly all of the thematic reports for Science and Engineering Indicators 2022. So that is much earlier than we have managed to do that in the past. And we've also been brainstorming on a number of potential policy products. Our veterans, which is now pretty much everybody, including some new members, really hit the ground running, and I really thank you, everybody, for your active participation, sometimes on a weekly or even more frequent basis in the many telecons as we reviewed the thematic report outlines. I'd also like to thank the rest of the board members for the thoughtful reviews of your assigned thematic reports. As you know, this is truly a board effort because the indicators are published with the board's imprimatur on them. And so everyone on the board gets involved in this review and approval process. The detailed feedback and the level of engagement from the committee and the board members will make SEI 2022 an even better product, even though some SEP members might have thought we spent too much time together on Zoom this fall. We certainly did have a chance to bond, albeit virtually. Nevertheless, we accomplished what I think is an amazing amount of work, and we have a lot to cover today, so let's get going. First of all, business of the committee. One reflection of the amount of work we have accomplished is the stack of minutes to be approved, which I was quite amazed at when I reviewed the board book. We have a total of 8 sets of minutes to approve. 1 set from the SEP open session at the July board meeting, which seems like years ago, and 7 sets from the open telecon meetings to discuss the narrative outlines for Indicators 2022 thematic reports. Are there any comments or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, these sets of minutes stand approved as presented. Now, moving on to the more fun stuff, we begin by hearing about the progress of SEI 2022. Bathika Khan, who is the program director for Indicators, is going to kick us off by updating us on the current status of the elements of Indicators 2022, upcoming activities, and planning for the board's interactions with the reports in 2021. Athika, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. It is my great pleasure to talk to all of you and give you an update on indicators, including what you can expect in the coming months. Indicators 2022 cycle is in full swing, as Julia said. Already this fall, SEP and board reviewed the first step for each report, which is the narrative outline, and met with the authors to discuss and approve the outlines for each of the first 8 thematic reports. Through telecons, SEP and board were particularly engaged with the outlines, the data used, and the coverage of the COVID impacts on SNE. Authors received many good questions and suggestions, including recommendations for additional reviewers that we have already taken up. One particularly salient takeaway has been that we need to continue to improve the referencing and linking between different topics of the indicators reports. Board members also encouraged us to expand our list of reviewers, suggesting industry and other subject matter experts. So thank you for those input. The first report in the Indicators 2022 cycle to be released next summer will be the K-12 STEM education report by Susan Rodermund and Amy Burke. The draft report was sent to expert reviewers right before Thanksgiving. The next draft report on STEM labor force by Amy Burke and Abby Okrent will be coming to SEP members and board reviewers next week. So stay tuned for that. For each report, the draft will also be posted on Diligent for all interested board members who want to provide comments. We only ask that you adhere to our review schedule, as well as the pre-release data review policy, which says that reviewers may not share draft reports before their public release. The board office will set up a dedicated Diligent book for Indicators 2022, and they will inform members via email when it is available sometime next week. The last report on our dissemination schedule is on public attitudes. We have a new author, Brian Southwell of the Nonprofit Research Institute, RTI International, and also a faculty member at Duke University. Brian will co-author this report with Derek Hill of NCSES. We plan to send you the outline in the coming weeks, along with our request for scheduling a telecon to discuss the outline. As you know, one of our key indicators products is a summary report. This report brings together data from the thematic reports to answer the congressionally mandated question, what is the state of the US SNE enterprise? The report content is often shaped around international comparisons and a salient data topic. Early next year, we look forward to discussing this further with you all. We will also engage with SEP about the print version of the summary report, and brief context for this is as follows. Indicators thematic reports are web-based reports. However, we produce the summary report in 2 mediums. Number 1, an interactive web version, and number 2, a professionally composed printed book that involves a complex, expedited, and manual print production process that is separate from the website development. So we essentially have 2 separate parallel processes for the summary report dissemination. Now, the current pandemic has impacted the availability of print shops, resources in the supply chain, and skilled composers needed for the already difficult manual print process. As a plan B for the 2022 summary report, and to continue to improve internal production efficiency, we are exploring alternative print options for the book and possibly leveraging the website development process for print purposes. We plan to have more updates on this issue early next year, hopefully at the next board meeting. Last but not the least, I want to mention the State Indicators Data Tool, which is quite an amazing web-based application providing state-level data for 60 S&T indicators covering education, workforce, R&D spending, patents and publications, and knowledge-intensive industries. led by NCSES's Tiffany Julian and Jock Black. The tool is updated about twice each year based on data availability. The most recent update took place just last week, where nearly half of the state indicators were updated with new data. So please check those out on our website. That's all the update I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bathika. Continuing on, we are now going to have a presentation from the Director of NCSES, Imelda Rivers, and she will be discussing the impact of COVID-19 on national and international statistical data. But before we do that, I would like to invite Imelda to share some other important news having to do with indicators.
I wonder if this important news would be what I was, the fact that Bathika, who has spent a lot of her time with us, coming to NCSES in 2011, has accepted a position at the Food and Drug Administration. And so it is with mixed emotions that I make this announcement related to indicators. As I mentioned, Bathika has been with us since 2011, joining as an analyst, and then taking on the NCSES Indicators Program Director position in 2014. And I have to say, where she superbly drove the car, flew the plane, drove the train while changing the engine, an analogy that she's coined. Her many talents and countless contributions to the center's mission will be tremendously missed. And so we want to thank Bathika and congratulate her at the same time. Many thanks, Bathika.
Thank you so much, Bathika. It's been a real pleasure to work with you since I joined the board, because I've been on the SEP committee that entire time. It started with you very much having to train me and educate me as to what indicators is all about, what the review process is all about. And you know, your vision and your courage in really driving the transformation that we've seen, going from the 2018 indicators, which was sort of the old style giant book, to the 2020 version, which is multiple thematic reports, almost all of it web-based, except for the summary report, of course. And now continuing the transformation. I mean, clearly you and your team were the driving force behind that. And it's been just such a pleasure to work with you. So I am incredibly sad for myself. I am incredibly happy for you. And I thank you for leaving the indicators project effort in the state that it is in now, because at least I think I can see how we can get ourselves through this, even as you go on to do even bigger and better things in the future. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you.
Great job, Bathika.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay. Imelda, do you have things to say about the COVID data?
I do, and I do believe there are slides.
Okay.
So I'll move quickly through these. But good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the National Science Board for keeping us connected while practicing social distancing. This is very important. I want to thank Dr. Phillips and the SCP committee. I want to walk you through some of the impacts of COVID-19 on science and engineering statistics. Next slide. I'll start our discussion today with some background information on NCSES. That's just to give the context of our role in conveying the impact of these statistics. I'll briefly share some efforts around the globe, the U.S. Federal Statistical System, and here at NCSES. Next slide. As you all are aware, NCSES is NSF's statistical agency. We're camouflaged as a division within the Directorate for Social, Behavioral, and Economic Sciences. Next slide. We provide policy-neutral, policy-relevant statistical data on the S&E enterprise, often in a global context. And we do that by serving as a clearinghouse for data that provides key insights on the American economy. Next slide. As a part of the NCSES mandate, we produced 2 congressional reports, Women, Minorities, and Persons with Disabilities in Science and Engineering. And the one you may be more familiar with is the Science and Engineering Indicators Report that we produce for you, the National Science Board. These reports are instrumental in understanding the impact of COVID on the S&E enterprise. Next slide. When you think of NCSES and the many things that we do, I just wanted to point out that we are a part of agencies and organizations and other statistical communities all over the world who are working together to collect data, conduct or support research, and engage our communities to understand the impact of COVID-19. Depicted here are several efforts across the globe. One is the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. They have a discussion around going digital. We heard Bethika talk about that moments ago. Following the COVID-19 crisis, this going digital requires governments to ensure they are equipped with the skills necessary to succeed in the digital economy. Digital transformation and digital innovation supports opportunities that can drive effectivenesses and actually rid us of some inefficiencies. Also depicted here is the UN's research roadmap for the COVID-19 recovery. I want to point out that this was developed in just about 10 weeks across many countries and many participants, and it outlines 25 research and priorities and provides an overview of science strategies for a better recovery that we all can take action on. NSF's own SBE Deputy Assistant Director, Dr. Kelly Craig Henderson, significantly contributed to this roadmap. These efforts provide partnering opportunities for NCSES to increase the use of statistics for decision and policy making, and hopefully for overall public use. Next slide. Within the federal statistical system, our communities, which include professional associations, are diligently working to develop methods to address today's challenges, such as decreased participation in national surveys. One example, next slide. And then U.S. statistical agencies across the federal statistical system are including COVID-related questions on their surveys. For instance, the U.S. Census Bureau has been conducting quick turnaround surveys on COVID and stimulus-related assistance. Next slide. At NCSES, we're adding COVID-related questions to 3 of our surveys, at least at this point. Our survey of earned doctorates, where we will look at degree completion, employment opportunities, and post-graduation decisions and plans. We've heard that the pandemic has resulted in an interruption to R&D at universities. Our Higher Education Research and Development Survey will include questions that examine the impact of COVID on R&D expenditures. Given the strong impact on our economy of COVID-19, we're also adding questions to our annual business survey to assess the financial impact. Next slide. Just wanted to share that we collect, analyze, and disseminate data from a variety of establishments and people, and we are engaging with our communities to provide accurate and current data on the impact of COVID-19. Next slide. I'd like to take a moment to highlight 2 examples of the way the indicators report in particular helps show the impact of COVID-19. Number 1, the New Yorker published an article on the death toll of COVID-19, citing 2020 when stating that S&E spends the most on the world scientific research. The Guardian published an article on whether to trust COVID-19 research coming out of China, citing S&E and describing China's publication output. These are but 2 examples. I'm starting to get feedback. Next slide, please. Currently, we are aware of a potential risk to information for the indicators report from data from the National Center for Education Statistics. The National Assessment of Education Progress data. We're not exactly sure of the extent of the delays, and we will keep you posted. But we know that these data are important as they assist in monitoring physical attendance patterns in schools across the country, and they provide an opportunity to get solid state-by-state data on the impact of COVID on student outcomes. Other scheduled data report releases are mainly on track. Next slide. Now more than ever, we are reminded of the importance of partnerships before, during, and after COVID. NCSES continues to participate actively in the federal statistical community, to work collaboratively with international organizations such as OECD, and to embrace ways to improve the extent and comparability of data on the S&E enterprise across local and international communities. This next slide. This last slide with a blank slate is in honor of Bithika. And we wish her well, and we know that she will start many things there, and we look forward to the roadmap that she will produce at the Food and Drug Administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imelda. Are there any very quick questions before I move on? I see no hands up, so I'm going to bash on. Okay, at this point, we are going to move on to our policy topics. The SEP committee has made progress in developing several indicators-inspired policy messages. As a reminder, we narrowed our focus down to 3 topics based on 3 key factors. We discussed that in July. The first is that the topic should be informed by indicators data or other high-quality data sources. Second, the topic should be timely and appropriate for a board policy statement. And as time has gone forward, we've been particularly paying attention to the election and change in administration and opportunities and for particular timeliness that might afford. And finally, the topic should be consistent with Vision 2030 implementation priorities. And as I go forward to describe these in a little more detail, it will become clear, I think, that what we're talking about is very well aligned with the vision. With these key factors in mind, we've identified 3 policy topics. The first is nurturing U.S. science and engineering talent, and that is led by Artie Bienenstock, Suresh Garamella, and Suresh Babu. The second is the economic impact of international students and workers. That is being led by Suresh Garamella and me. And the third is the economic impact of fundamental research, led by Aaron Dominguez and Steve Leith. Considering committee bandwidth, board office, staff bandwidth, as well as near-term opportunities, we have decided to prioritize 2 of these topics: nurturing U.S. science and engineering talent, and second, the economic impact of international students and workers, as the 2 that we are attacking first, in hopes of producing some timely policy pieces. We will address the economic impact of fundamental research in due course, and we appreciate Aaron and Steve Leith being willing to lead that effort when we have enough bandwidth to turn our attention to that. Okay, turning first to nurturing science and engineering talent. This is one that attracted a particularly large amount of interest from the committee, and it clearly is central to the vision. And it's a very broad topic, so it's been challenging to kind of get our arms around it. What I mentioned back in July is that it, of course, ties directly to the missing millions topic we've been discussing earlier today and highlighted in Vision 2030. And also ties to that amazing panel we heard earlier today on the impact of COVID-19 on women in academic science and engineering. After a number of robust discussions, our policy leads have decided to focus in on developing policy recommendations around 2 areas. The first has to do with financial considerations for students pursuing a college education. Numerous policy reports have flagged college costs, coupled with insufficient information about the labor market demand for the skills and knowledge of STEM degree holders as deterrents for undergraduates choosing to start or complete STEM degrees. Widespread apprehension about debt loads may turn off students from pursuing degrees which they perceive to be too hard to complete or for which they are unfamiliar with the pathways to lucrative, impactful, or non-academic careers. They may see the possibility of eventual remuneration in STEM careers to be considerably less than in some other fields, also a disincentive. While science and engineering degree holders have very low unemployment rates overall historically, outcomes and returns on investment are highly variable across STEM fields and also vary to a great deal by degree level. Policy interventions aimed at helping students persist to degree completion, topic we discussed already today, and to help students make well-informed decisions when choosing institutions of higher education and majors to pursue are essential to overcoming financial concerns. The second topic that this group is wrestling with is fostering strong transitions from secondary to post-secondary education, as well as from 2-year to 4-year post-secondary education. Many students from marginalized communities face difficulties in transitioning to college, and once there, they have trouble succeeding in STEM majors that often present as requiring significant coursework in high school, which they may not have had an opportunity to take. Transition points often result in students switching from STEM majors into another field or dropping out altogether. This dropping out of the STEM pipeline around transition points often occurs because students believe or receive confirmation bias from peers and teachers that they are under-equipped to meet the rigor of STEM programs. Providing a diverse and STEM-trained K-12 educator workforce is vital to giving students the foundational work that they need to succeed in college. This includes not just STEM training for educators, but also messaging about STEM careers at the K-12 levels and diversifying schools of education. Our SEP leads on this topic have prioritized federal policymakers and NSF as the two main stakeholders for whom we plan to develop our near-term policy products. For federal policymakers, our plan is to produce a data-informed one-pager with several specific actionable recommendations for Congress and/or the White House and administration. With the upcoming transition to a new Congress and administration, we are especially aware of the timeliness of this effort and see a prime opportunity to make an impact in this policy space. For NSF, our thought is to develop a data-informed white paper containing some proposals for SEP and the Vision Implementation Working Group to consider, potentially as part of the Vision Roadmap actions on the missing millions, which we discussed earlier. I should note that state policymakers we've also identified as important stakeholders in STEM undergraduate education, and they are certainly next on our list for developing a policy piece with information and recommendations appropriate for state level action. Along with data from indicators, we are already identifying data sources from NCSES and the National Center for Education Statistics, as well as numerous published policy reports in the literature, which we will use to support impactful policy recommendations in these products. Some of the data we talked about earlier today is also likely to be highly relevant. Please note that this summary is just a snapshot based on the work done to date. The drafts of the products, including specific recommendations, will be brought to the SEP committee for consideration and input in early 2021. With all that, I would now like to invite Artie and the two Sureshes to add their thoughts on the development of the pieces around this topic. Anybody?
I can go first if you want, Gia. I'm to work with
Please,
the team
go ahead.
here, and I especially, go ahead. Can I? Okay, so I'm really honored to work with the team here because Suresh G and Artie have led all the earlier work on writing the missing millions. And this will be really for external engagement also, whatever the document we prepare. So I'm all here to see how to take this report.
Great. Thank you, Suresh. Any other comments at this stage? Okay. I think it's really obvious from the conversations we've had throughout the meeting today that there is a lot of energy in the board on this topic, much more broadly than this committee. And so I look forward to seeing this develop in the near term. Okay, turning to the other policy topic we're focusing on right now. Suresh Garamella and I have the pleasure of serving as leads on the policy team looking at the economic contributions of international students and workers in science and engineering. This is a fascinating topic also, with a high degree of relevance to Vision 2030 and, of course, to the well-being of the U.S. science and engineering enterprise. The topic can be well supported by excellent data from indicators, other federal data sources, and the academic literature. We are proposing to present the policy statement in a brief document in a format similar to the 2020 Science Board one-pager, Foreign-Born Students and Workers in the U.S. Science and Engineering Enterprise, with a couple of key differences. First of all, while the early 2020 document focused on both foreign students and workers, and it was policy neutral, for this new product, we envision a document focused primarily on foreign-born workers. And that will make several specific recommendations to Congress and the new administration. Please note that this is a work in progress that will evolve as we learn more from the data and get input from SEP and the rest of the board. But based on our work to date, the proposed policy recommendations are along the following lines. First, a robust and energetic science and engineering enterprise is driven by talent as well as funding. Strengthening the U.S. position in science and engineering absolutely requires that we preserve our openness to the inflow of international talent, even while redoubling efforts to develop domestic human resources. These two go hand in hand. The time scales on which each can be effective are somewhat different. And we simply have to continue to have our doors open to the best and the brightest from around the world. The policy statement will argue that foreign-born workers provide critical science and engineering skills that help drive the dynamism of the U.S. science and engineering ecosystem and are major contributors to innovation and entrepreneurship. The second recommendation that we're working with is the idea that the U.S. must recognize the growing competition for global talent and take steps to ensure that we remain the destination of choice for the best minds. Even in Indicators 2020, there were some troubling indications that the attraction of foreign talent might have begun to turn over or certainly to flatten. It would not be surprising if that trend has accelerated by the time we get to Indicators 2022. In an economy in which considerable innovation emerges from advances in science and engineering, it is important that policymakers understand that foreign-born workers with STEM degrees at the baccalaureate level and above in high-demand fields such as engineering and computer science and physical sciences bring critical skills to the U.S. and pursue degrees in these fields in greater numbers relative to the U.S.-born population. We will examine that topic from several perspectives, coming back to the importance of maintaining U.S. openness to the inflow of international talent and strengthening the attractiveness of the U.S. as a destination for creative, entrepreneurial science and engineering talent. We propose to begin with foundational data from indicators that provide context, demonstrating the important role of foreign-born workers in the science and engineering workforce overall, and the advanced degree level, where more than 50% among workers with PhDs in engineering or computer science are born outside the United States. We will show that foreign-born workers pursue degrees in fields that are most in demand in the U.S. economy, contributing to innovation, entrepreneurship, and the production of new knowledge that adds value to the U.S. economy. Just that translation that is one of Pancha's priorities for NSF. Specifically, Foreign-born workers account for roughly 25% of U.S. patent shares and 25% of startups. We propose to dive deeper into the connection between high-skilled foreign-born STEM workers and innovation with a focused examination of engineering patents. We are also proposing to take up the questions of the impact of foreign-born workers on wages. Evidence demonstrates that immigrant workers in science and engineering do not crowd out or depress the wages of U.S. counterparts. Instead, foreign-born STEM workers earn similar wages to comparably skilled native workers. Higher immigrant wages result from higher immigrant skill levels, particularly the higher propensity to have an advanced degree in a STEM field and to work in a high demand field. Our discussion on this topic brings home clearly that U.S. openness to the inflow of international talent has conferred tangible benefits to scientific progress and economic innovation as well as prosperity. Openness enhances the impact of R&D investment by injecting dynamism and new ideas. Enhanced diversity of the U.S. science and engineering enterprise has been a critical, intangible benefit of that openness, allowing the U.S. to gain from the qualitatively different perspectives that foreign-born individuals bring to the U.S. S&E ecosystem. And I just ask you to imagine what would be possible if we managed to maintain that set of different perspectives and add to it in a much greater level than we have to date, the diversity of perspectives from an S&E population that truly represented the population of this country. Back to this current policy piece, however, to reiterate the proposed message of this policy statement, the U.S. must maintain our openness and strengthen our position as an attractive destination for global talent to ensure continued leadership in science and engineering. The importance of talent as a driver of innovation is broadly recognized, and more countries have expanded investment in higher education and research at home to better compete. This suggests that the supply of one of the most significant sources of fuel for the U.S. innovation engine could slow, adding urgency to efforts to enhance our nation's ability to excel in the competition for the best minds. So this summary, it's just a snapshot based on, and a working snapshot, if you like, maybe even a movie where we haven't gotten to the end yet, based on work done to date. The draft of the policy piece, including specific recommendations, will be brought to the committee for consideration and input in early 2021. So at this point, I'd like to ask Suresh Garamella, my partner in crime on this, to offer any thoughts he may have.
Thanks, Julia. I think you've done an excellent job. The only thing I would say is because we've discussed with equal passion the missing millions and reaching the underserved and underreached within the United States, I see these both as being very complementary. I think that if the U.S. is to stay competitive, and innovative and continue 50 years of progress, I think we need to reach the missing millions, and we need to continue to be a welcoming place and benefit from all the international students that have come here and done a great job. So I guess I just wanted to make that point that the two are not, it's not either or, and we should encourage both. And in terms of the discussion, I would be very interested in the board members' perspectives on what specific recommendations, policy recommendations, we may be able to offer the administration. We have to be careful, of course, being the National Science Board. So that would be something that would be very interesting to hear from the rest of the members. Thanks, Julia.
Thank you, Suresh, and thank you for emphasizing that, we're working on U.S. talent on the one side and international talent on the other side. This is a both and. This is not either or. The expectation is S&E jobs will continue to grow. The demand for them will continue to grow, and we need both in order to fill that demand, as well as the benefit of all of those different diverse viewpoints that we can harvest if we have rich sources of both. At this point, I would like to open the floor for comments from the board, if there board members, if there are any. Victor, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Great presentation. I want to echo both yours and Suresh's comments, but I want to, it's just a comment, and that is, it is not an either or, it is a balance and it's complementary. But I would also say, would recommend to think about how you message that, because that balance needs to be heard. And for different communities, that balance may be 50-50, it may be 60-40, it may be 30-70, depending where you go into the country. Because, you know, as former board member Bob Grove said, one of the problems we're facing is it was very easy for universities to bring in international students because we haven't invested in public education in STEM in the past 30 years. So I would say be sensitive to the messaging, because many of the people who are our allies, particularly on the domestic piece, you need to make sure we also understand that it is not an either or, okay? Otherwise we will run in the roadblocks. That's suggestion number one. And number two, I think it's important also when we engage one of our major customers, so to speak, in audience, which is the higher education institutions. Because again, it's not an either or, but sometimes the way they have carried it out is that for underrepresented people of color who've come in that they've recruited, they've not recruited those folks adequately in the STEM areas. They've put them in other areas and said, well, see, look what we've done. We have recruited folks. And then they fill the STEM areas with international students. And so I think one of the things is we need to have a conversation with them. And what came out of the missing millions discussion earlier, you know, is even things like NSF policies that say, look, we've got to say, if you're going to get awards, you need to consider diversity, equity, and inclusion in order to kind of maintain that balance. Otherwise, the universities will act like free markets, okay? And we know that free markets don't act rationally or perfectly, okay? And therefore, then it could get into an imbalance, and we don't want that conversation to start where we start, then all of a sudden xenophobia breaks out. So those are just my two comments.
No, that's excellent points. We have talked a lot about the importance of messaging. I think one of the pieces to tie in that I didn't emphasize real strongly here is the overall growth of the science that is expected in the science and engineering workforce, based on you know, looking backwards, but also projecting forwards, which basically says there's room for everybody. And you know, the other thing I will say is that to make a major dent in the diversity of US born folks is going to take time. And we don't have time if the international students disappear or decrease to a very significant extent. And so you have to keep that in mind as well. But messaging is really important. The entire board will have an opportunity to weigh in on these pieces as they go forward. The comment about appealing to the educational institutions, clearly that's very important. We are sort of focusing on Washington at the moment because of the, you know, seizing the moment, as it were, with the change in the Congress and the administration. But we have not forgotten the state leaders or the educational institutions. So thank you for that.
Julia,
Artie.
Could I respond very quickly on one? This year, I think there's a 40+ percent reduction in international students coming in. Of course, that was strongly affected by COVID, but I think we all see the writing on the wall that the number of international students coming to the country and workers as well will sort of drop in time. And I think that's one way, Victor, to convey some of this is that drop, the growth in STEM jobs in the country. There is plenty of room for both. And I personally have always thought that there is also a diversity, equity, and inclusion element to having international students here. I think that they bring a very different kind of diversity, and we may want to play that up as well. But thank you.
Thanks, Suresh. Artie.
I've been trying to understand the statistics that we got just recently on the people who were awarded PhDs in 2019. And one of the tables shows the differences among the various ethnic groups considered in the fields in which they got their PhDs. That in turn has led me to reflect on my interactions with some of the African American and Latino students at Stanford. And although they differed in field, what characterized almost every one of them is they wanted to do something that directly helped their people. And I think somehow we have to tap into that. I don't think we've given enough thought to that. I mean, the same thing was true of the One America office in the Clinton White House with whom I interacted, where they were mostly lawyers and they had never thought about science and technology as an important field. So I think we have to give a lot more thought to tapping into what I'll call their idealism. Appropriate idealism.
Excellent point, and one that hasn't been raised before. So it's good that we're bringing that theme into the conversation as well. Thank you, Artie. Panch.
So thank you very much. I mean, excellent framing, excellent inputs, excellent discussion. I keep saying this even in the presentation that I made in September, that global talent should not be substitutive but augmentative. But here is the thing that we may want to keep in mind as we develop this context. When we are competing as a nation with nations which have billions of people in population size, we need to have both domestic talent at its full force, full scale brought out in every form, in every shape, and then add on top of that, outstanding international global talent being brought in full form and full shape. All of that is required if we really want to compete at speed, at scale, and at strength. So this is something that we should remember as a context. That's where we're going, is we're competing with these countries with billions of people, and therefore our talent needs to be an aggregation of both domestic and global talent.
Thanks very much. And Panch, I think you kind of said it all. And I also see that I am at the end of the time for this committee meeting. So we look forward. Thank you for your input. Very valuable. We look forward to reporting back to you all at our next meeting in February. Thank you for a productive meeting. There being no further business before the committee, this meeting of the SEP is adjourned at 4:36 Eastern Time.
Well, as always, Vint makes us feel underdressed. Vint, good to see you.
There we go. I have to tell you, this is a little weird. I didn't have enough time between all of my meetings to change into this outfit. And so I've been wearing this all day long. And of course, everybody is wondering, what the... So, well, I figured given my little responsibility for the award ceremony, I should do my best to dress the part.
Thanks, Vint. And Dan, we'll move on to awards and facilities.
All right, thanks. So, hi, folks. I was afraid I might have to do late night pitchman speed, given that we want to make sure the awards get the due time, but I think we'll have time for this. So I'm Dan Reed. I'm chair of the Committee on Awards and Facilities, and welcome to the December meeting of the A&F Committee. The members of the committee include the vice chair, Carl Weinberger, Artie Bienenstock, Aaron Dominguez, Julia Phillips, Anelia Sargent, and Alan Stern. Today's agenda is short, as you can tell from the timeline. It only includes approval of the prior minutes and the schedule for upcoming context and action items. But I do want to draw your attention to the document in tab 8.1.1 of the board book. This is the plan for board oversight of NSF's mid-scale research infrastructure program that the committee has developed since the July meeting. You may remember that the board's 2018 mid-scale report tasked us with reviewing our existing oversight processes and scaling them appropriately for the mid-scale program and investments. And in addition, OMB and NSF have asked about the board's plans for oversight. So the document in the board book outlines the board's statutory, generative, strategic, and fiduciary oversight responsibilities, as well as the actions the committee will take to fulfill these responsibilities. And the committee voted unanimously to adopt this plan. The oversight responsibility document complements the board processes for reviewing and approving mid-scale track 2 awards, which the committee adopted in February earlier this year. This is also in the board book if you'd like to take a look. With both documents, the committee's now fully articulated the board's responsibilities and actions for the mid-scale program. And in particular, I'd like to thank Julia and Alan and Aaron for leading the initial discussion on this at the July retreat and the follow-up work to develop the document. And many thanks to Jim Yu for his a tremendous consulting work with the committee. So I want to pause and ask if there are any questions on this oversight document. All right, well, hearing none, let's turn to the approval of the prior minutes. They're from the July open meeting in the board book. Does anyone have any additions, deletions, or amendments? All right, well, hearing none, the minutes will stand approved as presented. In your board book, you'll also find the rolling calendar year schedule of planned action, context, and information items. This calendar is always, as you know, subject to revision, and we recognize that COVID-19's made many things particularly fluid, and I know Jim will talk some about that in tomorrow's closed meeting. I do want to call your attention to that in May, NSF will ask the board to increase the spending cap on the Gemini Observatory O&M Award. This was due to an adaptive optics upgrade made with budget plus ups in the fiscal years 2018 and 2019. This also isn't on the schedule, but for the February meeting, I'd really appreciate it if NSF could prepare a brief written context item on this upgrade, including the implications for the award size for the board's awareness. So are there any questions or comments about the calendar? See, this was quick and painless. We're done. So with that, we can conclude the open session for this meeting. And as I mentioned earlier, the closed session is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon with a wide range of topics in store there. So thank you very much. And I'll yield the floor back to our chair.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. That was expedited. So what we're going to do now is take a break until 5 p.m. Eastern, the top of the hour, to prepare for the awards panel. And for any members who wish to use it, the coffee breakout room's open. And I also want to remind board members that tomorrow morning, the coffee breakout room will be open starting at 10:30 a.m. Eastern prior to the meeting for a little pre-meeting chit chat. So with that, I will see you at the top of the hour.
Hello, Vin. Good to see you again.
Hey, Brad, I think you passed host to the wrong person.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Nadine.
Oh, that's not good. Nadine, I need you to pass the host back to me.
Okay, I didn't realize I'd gotten it. Yikes. Where do I go again for that?
Just go up to the participants, hit my.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad,
Yeah, hold on. I gotta find you. Where are you?
Yeah, you just gotta hit Brad. Just hit him.
I know, I gotta find him. I'm looking for him. There he is.
You just
Brad,
have-
is YouTube down?
No, not yet. That's why I'm trying to get the host to,
All right. I did it.
There we are.
You got it?
yep, thanks.
Okay, that was weird. See you in a bit.
YouTube will be coming down momentarily.
It's sort of like tag, you're it. There we go.
Well, everybody who's not part of the panel, please turn your videos off. Dario, Matthew,
Sigrid, you need to turn your, Sigrid, you need to turn your video and audio off. Do you know how to do that?
Looking at the bottom here.
In the lower left-hand corner.
Mute,
Yes. And then
that's it?
turn mute off. Click on mute also, or you need to mute both video and audio.
You got it, Sigrid.
Okay, that's it. You're good.
Okay, we are streaming and we are recording and we are ready to go.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this year's NSF and NSB Awards celebration. And thank you for being a little bit patient with us as we work through a few technical issues. Once a year, the National Science Foundation and Board brings together top leaders in government, industry, and science to honor dedicated and remarkable people and their extraordinary contributions to our country. In a normal year, this event would have been held as a special black tie gala in Washington, D.C. back in May. However, in order to safely navigate the pandemic, today we're honoring this year's winners from remote locations around the country. While we regret the limitations that distancing has imposed, a virtual event may allow for one of our biggest awards celebration audiences ever, that we hope includes many loved ones and colleagues of our awardees. Today, we celebrate new knowledge and discovery across diverse science and engineering disciplines, the next generation of scientific talent, and the understanding that benefits accrue to all of us from advancements in science and technology. With the presentation of NSB's Vannevar Bush Award, we will recognize an individual for his extraordinary leadership, public service, and contributions to our nation through activities in science and technology. With the NSB Public Service Award, we honor two people who have contributed to public understanding of science and engineering in the United States. With the presentation of NSF's Alan T. Waterman Awards, we will honor two younger scientists who have demonstrated exceptional achievement and show outstanding promise for significant future achievements through their research. We'll celebrate the recipients of these awards with two videos that highlight their achievements. The first video will showcase the winners of the National Science Board Awards. I'd like to offer a special note of thanks to Victor McCrary, the vice chair of our board, who was chair of the 2020 NSB Honorary Awards Subcommittee, for leading our board in the selection of these winners. The second video will be about NSF's Alan T. Waterman Award winners. And then the videos will be followed by a special panel discussion moderated by NSB alumnus Vint Cerf with these amazing leaders on the future of science and discovery. The Vannevar Bush Award honors lifelong leaders who have made exceptional contributions to the welfare of humankind and the nation through public service activities in science, technology, and public policy. The National Science Board established this award in 1980 in memory of Vannevar Bush, who served as science advisor to the President Franklin Roosevelt during World War II, helped establish federal funding for science and engineering as a national priority during peacetime, and was behind the creation of the National Science Foundation. This year's winner, Roderick Pettigrew, has worked tirelessly throughout his career to break down the boundaries between those working in the physical sciences and engineering and those working in medicine, reimagining healthcare solutions and helping to narrow gaps between the two disciplines in a way that has benefited all of science and society. The National Science Board Public Service Award honors individuals and groups that have made substantial contributions to increase public understanding of science and engineering in the United States. This is increasingly essential as scientific and technological advances permeate our daily lives. And this year we have 2 awardees. Maya Ojmira is a social entrepreneur who is working to inspire generations of young people to be science and technology leaders and innovators through the Society for Science in the Public, its science competitions, and its flagship magazine, Science News. Richard Ladner is a computer scientist who has worked for decades to ensure that those with disabilities can participate fully in STEM careers, and that disability is included as another facet of diversity. Before our video begins, I'd like to remind everyone that these special showcase videos will be available on the NSB and NSF YouTube channels and websites. Also, please note that there may be a slight video to audio delay tonight due to our presentation being live via teleconference mode. And now to our video.
When I have a student who has a disability, I don't think of them any differently than any other student. I might have to use sign language, and my behavior will change somewhat, but in terms of their abilities to do science and engineering, I feel they can do it just as well as anybody else. Both my parents were deaf, and they both taught at the California School for the Deaf in Berkeley, where I grew up. Over time, I saw my parents' lives change because of technology. When captions got on television, boy, did that make a difference for my parents. I got my PhD in mathematics that led me to do theoretical computer science. I kind of took that all in and started to realize that I'd learned enough that I could actually contribute to technology for people with disabilities. Around the mid-1980s, I got involved with the deafblind community here in Seattle, and I could see a real need for technology there. There's a lot of young people who have disabilities who could use support. They need support. They need to be able to get into science and engineering. I've taken the last part of my career and decided to make that happen. Disability, it's not rare. It's about 1/7 of the world's population. There are these greats of science and nobody talks about their disability. Not very many people know that Thomas Edison was deaf. Isaac Newton was epileptic his entire life. Albert Einstein was dyslexic. I think of disability as just a facet of diversity, and having people with diverse perspectives helps science and engineering get better. Diverse groups working on technology get better results. I recognize that a attitudinal change is needed, that disability should be thought of as part of diversity. And that's the way I've been working for the last 15 years in sort of that spirit. I've decided to have workshops for people with disabilities. Access CS for All is a relatively new project, and through that work, we're continuing the development of accessible technologies for youth doing computer sciences. Access Computing, it's an alliance, and we have about 62 partners currently. Most of them are other academic institutions, but we also have industry partners, and we've supported over the last 15 years almost 1,000 students. In the last 5 years, we've had 15 who have finished their PhDs. We just have to make sure that science is accessible and that it's welcoming to everyone.
If we are to solve the world's most intractable problems, the only way we're going to be able to do that is with science, with engineering. I'm the daughter of Indian immigrants. My parents came here from India, and my father received his PhD in electrical engineering at the University of Iowa. My mother, an entrepreneur. Science became part of our lives at a very early age. I started doing science fair projects when I was in middle school. My first science fair project was the study of duckweeds, and I became a science fair junkie. I ended up receiving a fellowship that allowed me to travel from Thailand to Pakistan for a year. And it was in India, where my parents are from, is where I say I had my moment of obligation. I was on a train platform in Bhubaneswar. I saw 50 kids sitting in a circle learning how to read and write. And these kids were obviously poor and destitute. And I thought at that moment, I had that moment of obligation of how do I help? And how come I don't see more train platform schools all over India? I decided to found the Global Fund for Children. And that organization is really about investing small amounts of capital into really innovative grassroots organizations that are undervalued and undercapitalized. The Society for Science and the Public is best known for three things: for our award-winning magazine, Science News, our world-class research competitions, as well as a suite of outreach and equity programs that reach young people throughout the United States. And my work has been centered around opportunity. It's been centered around making sure that young people can reach their dreams. I'm inspired by seeing young people say, I can do this, or that I can actually solve a problem that's occurring in my backyard. So this community that the Society for Science and the Public is building, whether it's our readership with Science News, whether it's our alumni base of our competitions, whether it's all the young people and teachers we're reaching through our outreach and equity programs, we are building a movement to make sure that science is front and center in everyone's lives.
I think I came out of the womb as a scientist. I've always been fascinated by the how and why of things. My parents indeed were my first role models. The energy that they would have generated knowing that their son was the 2020 Vannevar Bush awardee could only be measured in gigawatts. My first career early on in the early to mid 80s was in working to develop MRI techniques applied to imaging the cardiovascular system. I was fortunate to come along at a time where this technology was just emerging. And I was able to participate in its development. That technology has now evolved to be very commonplace and seen across the world. I was privileged to have been recruited to be the inaugural director of the National Institute of Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering, commonly known as NIBIB. We challenge the community to pursue and achieve medical moonshots for the purpose of really solving big problems that affect a lot of people. My current career is as the CEO of InHealth and Executive Dean of InMed at Texas A&M University in collaboration with Houston Methodist Hospital. InMed is the first initiative within the broader InHealth umbrella. InMed specifically is the convergence, the blending of engineering and medicine in the same curriculum to train a new kind of healthcare professional, one who understands both engineering and medicine in an integrated fashion. And we call them physicianeers because indeed they are solving problems in health through engineering. To anchor this aspiration, we require our graduates to actually invent a solution to a healthcare problem by graduation. I don't think that there is any way that we will get to where we would like to be without having the kind of technological innovation that these physicianeers will bring to the whole healthcare ecosystem. At each phase of my career, the driving motivation for pursuing the convergence of the life sciences, the physical sciences, and engineering is that this is the most efficient path to solving some of our major problems. In nature, all of the scientific disciplines and engineering are seamlessly interwoven. Without all of these integrated in a symbiotic fashion, there would be no life. So it follows that our best solutions to our healthcare challenges are most likely to come from an approach that's similarly integrated.
Wow, well, that was just wonderful to see. And I hope everyone will just join me now in a moment of well-deserved applause for these outstanding individuals. I'd now like to welcome the NSF Director, Sethuraman Panchanathan, to present this year's Alan T. Waterman Awards. Panch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my great pleasure to recognize the winners of this year's Alan T. Waterman Award. This prestigious award was established by Congress in 1975 to mark the National Science Foundation's 25th anniversary and to honor the agency's first and longest serving director, Alan Tower Waterman. During Waterman's 12 years as NSF director, he championed the importance of support for basic research and fought hard to carve out a space for NSF within the federal landscape. He made key decisions along the way that helped build the thriving agency we all know today. Chief among them, he insisted that NSF's core mission must always be to support discoverers who are forging new paths at the frontiers of science and engineering. And indeed, the Waterman Award speaks directly to that core mission, which holds firm today. That's why every year we award the highest honor the National Science Foundation bestows on early career scientists and engineers in his name. The Waterman Award recognizes an outstanding researcher, 40 years of age and younger, or not more than 10 years beyond receiving their PhD. Awardees receive a grant of $1 million over 5 years for scientific research or advanced study in any field of science or engineering. The Waterman Award Committee, an external panel of distinguished scientists and engineers, carefully selects winners from a pool of nominations. The committee has reported that this year's winners were chosen from a large group of extremely qualified early career nominees representing all disciplines. I have no doubt that the selection process must have been difficult. I would like to recognize the Waterman Award Committee members for their hard work. Thank you for your service. And special thanks to the chair of the 2020 committee, Barbara Landau. We are fortunate to have two honorees this year. They are both innovators who are creatively addressing some of the most challenging scientific questions. And as you will hear shortly, they both possess a deep commitment to mentorship and diversity in science. It's a distinct honor to recognize Professor Emily Balskas, Professor of Chemistry and Chemical Biology at Harvard University, and Professor John DeBeery, Centennial Professor of Aeronautics and Mechanical Engineering at the California Institute of Technology, our 2020 Alan T. Waterman awardees. Emily Balskas has opened up novel ways to explore and exploit the chemistry and biology of microbes that live in our bodies and how they are linked to our health. Professor Dabiri has looked to the fluid mechanics of sea life for inspiration to build things like better wind farms that appear to boost efficiency with a much smaller footprint. These scientific pioneers are truly forging new paths at the frontiers of science and engineering, and we are already seeing the potential impacts of their work. Many of you may be aware of the fact that 2020 marks NSF's 70th anniversary. I believe it is fitting that as this milestone year draws to a close, we are able to reflect this evening on the agency's legacy and celebrate the bright future that lies ahead. An exciting and promising future for science and our world, which this year's winners embody in the fullest sense. Congratulations to Dr. Balskas and John Dabiri. I look forward to following your research. As I end my remarks, I would like to recognize Sherry Green, who is retiring from NSF at the end of the month, but who has been a significant contributor to the Waterman Award program. She arrived at NSF 32 years ago after completing an internship at the USDA and started in the Division of Behavioral and Neurosciences before moving to the Office of Science and Technology Infrastructure, now OIA, the Office of Integrative Activities, to administer the Academic Research Infrastructure Program. In OIA, she has handled many programs and special projects over the years, including being the first coordinator of the AAAS Science and Technology Policy Fellowship Program, and since 2015, working with the Office of Science Technology Policy to coordinate the National Medal of Science and PKS programs and to manage the Waterman Award program. She will be remembered by many who were minority undergraduates for creating and running the Summer Scholars Internship Program, being program officer and mentor to cohorts of Summer Scholar interns, many of whom went on to pursue research careers as a result. Sherry, thank you for all that you have done for NSF. Once again, congratulations to Dr. Balskas and Dr. Dabiri. Thank you.
I think my first and potentially most important role models are my parents. They taught English and history, and education was just always a huge part of my life growing up. I actually went to an all-women's high school, and so all of my science teachers were women, and I think that was really crucial for building my confidence. I really fell in love with chemistry as a high school student. I found manipulating molecules in a lab to be lots of fun and to be an outlet for creativity in terms of thinking about how to build molecular architectures in beautiful ways. But as I was learning how to do this, I really became curious about how nature made molecules. So I came to appreciate that microbes are perhaps our most talented chemists. I work at the interface of chemistry and biology, and the unifying theme of my lab's research is studying microorganisms and specifically microbial chemistry. Microbes live together in complex communities called microbiomes, and we actually don't understand a lot about how those complex communities work. But we know there's a lot of chemistry going on, especially in the case of one of our favorite communities, the human gut microbiome. There's evidence that that chemistry can impact human health and disease. So we're basically trying to unlock the chemical mysteries of human microbiome and trying to figure out how it impacts human biology. One of the main things we do in my lab is try to link microbial genes with chemistry, with molecules and metabolic activities. We can now look at human microbiome sequencing data, and we can more accurately predict which functions, which chemistry might be present in individual patient microbiomes. And the larger goal of our research is hopefully someday to be able to leverage that very detailed chemical information to guide the development of new therapeutics. So maybe drugging the microbiome with small molecules, maybe by understanding how microbial chemistry contributes to human disease, we might open up new opportunities for drug development and discovery. As a recipient of the Waterman Award, I hope to use the $1 million grant to allow my lab to pursue our most creative, most out-of-the-box, most potentially transformative ideas. By far, my proudest professional accomplishment is mentoring and training the members of my lab. So I hope that in 10 years, my research lab continues to be producing science that is breaking new grounds, and I hope that by that point, our work on the gut microbiome will be starting to have an impact in medicine and drug discovery.
My most important role models growing up were first and foremost my parents. They both emigrated to the United States from Nigeria and wanted a better life for us, so they picked Toledo, Ohio as the sort of all-American city. And it was there that I grew up, and watching my dad as an engineer was really where I gained my passion for science and engineering. My professors in college, they were the ones who introduced me to the idea of even being a professor. I went to college thinking I would go back to the Midwest and work for an auto company. That was basically what people in that area did. And then I discovered Caltech, which has been an oasis of science. It's really been science heaven in many respects. All of our research is really focused on understanding this idea of fluid dynamics in nature. So a simple animal like a jellyfish can tell us a lot about really complicated processes like propulsion. We've been able to study the flow that a jellyfish makes in the ocean and help to inform the idea of better diagnoses of heart disease because of the analogies we can draw between those currents in the ocean and the blood flow in your heart. Again, all connected to fluid dynamics, which describes the physics of both of those systems. The animals have taught us a lot about how we can develop more effective technologies. Technologies that have nothing to do with the ocean, like wind farms, taking a cue from how fish school in the ocean and being able to use those ideas to develop more effective wind energy systems that take up less land. One of the challenges we face in wind farms today is that each of the wind turbines generates a lot of choppy air. And so that choppy air would reduce the performance of the neighboring wind turbines if we don't spread them far apart. But when you look at a school of fish, you'll notice they're not spreading out as far apart as possible. They're actually coordinating their positions so that they can take advantage of that choppy water that's created by their neighbors. The spark came to us that perhaps we could take that strategy. Instead of spreading the wind turbines as far apart as possible, maybe we could arrange them in particular ways so that they could take advantage of the air currents generated by their neighbors. If you use that technology, along with this fish schooling approach, you can get up to 10 times more energy out of a plot of land than the conventional systems. The $1 million grant that comes with the Waterman Award is sort of mind-boggling at first. It enables us to be able to pursue some of our most ambitious ideas. But what we also are aware of is that those systems that are our source of inspiration are in serious threat from climate change. And so what we would like to use this grant to do is to better understand those threats in the ocean and to better help develop strategies to mitigate those threats. In the next 10 years, I believe the human factor in science is going to become much more important. And specifically, I'm referring to the woeful lack of diversity we have in science. I'm the only black professor in engineering at Caltech. It's something that you wouldn't think would be possible in the year 2020. My proudest professional accomplishment would be the students who I've had the opportunity to mentor in my lab. To date, we've had 16 PhD students through my lab, 11 of whom have been women. So I've been really fortunate to be able to help diversify academia. And so my hope in the next 10 years is that more people like myself have the opportunity to experience science at its highest levels at a place like Caltech. As a concrete marker, it's also the case that we've never had a Black Nobel Prize winner in a scientific field. And so my hope is that by 2030, I can tell you that she's on our campus here at Caltech developing her research.
Wow, another inspiring video. So again, I'll ask you to please join me in applauding these amazing scientists. So now it's my great pleasure to introduce Vint Cerf, who will be leading the panel discussion. He'll be asking some questions, and then we'll open up to National Science Board members for their questions at the end as time allows. We're lucky to call Vint a colleague, as he is a former member of the National Science Board. He's currently Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist for Google. He's a co-designer of the architecture of the internet and holds a PhD in computer science from UCLA, as well as 29 honorary degrees. And Vint, as I turn it over to you, I'm going to note that we have apparently lost video again on Roderick Pettigrew, but we do believe we have him through audio. So that's how we'll proceed with the panel. So over to you, Vint.
Well, thank you so much, Ellen. And it's a real joy to reconnect with my colleagues at the National Science Board. Isn't it wonderful that NSF and the National Science Board have given us this opportunity to celebrate some wonderful and positive things about science and technology in the midst of this enormous pandemic. So Richard, Roderick, Maya, John, and Emily, I will raise a glass to you for giving us this opportunity and excuse to celebrate and to look forward to everything that you are going to do in the future. I do have some questions for you, however, and I'd like to start with Richard. You've argued that conversations about diversity should always include disabilities. What do you think most people get wrong when they think about those disabilities? Why has it been so hard to make computer applications accessible?
Wow. Thank you, Vin, for those tough questions. First of all, about disability itself, I think a lot of people, when they think about disability, they think, oh, what a tragedy, that's terrible. How could that happen? Especially if somebody is newly disabled or, a baby is born with a disability or something like that. But I've known people with disabilities my whole life, like my parents. And for the most part, people with disabilities are perfectly happy. That's part of their identity is disability. And they also have many challenges that other people don't have. And so their life experiences bring a kind of diversity to science that would not happen. I think, there's been, we mentioned in the video, some of the people with disabilities who have done a lot, like Stephen Hawking, and even yourself, Vint, you're hearing impaired. And so I think we should recognize that disability is part of the diversity, and it is something that we should cherish. And 1 billion people in the world have a disability. So it's not a small number. And so we should be tapping them for doing the scientific and engineering research that needs to be done in the future. Also, you mentioned why it's so hard to make things accessible. In fact, I know you wrote an article about this in the communications at the ACM several years ago, which I read. I probably should have reread it, but you only gave me that question yesterday. So actually, in some sense, it's really well documented how to make applications accessible, websites accessible. The big companies that produce these operating systems like Microsoft and Google and Apple, they all have accessibility frameworks. So if an engineer knows about that framework, they can make their product accessible. But unfortunately, most people don't know about these accessibility frameworks. So I'm not saying that it's easy to make something accessible. Most of engineering is fairly difficult. And so, but you have to learn this. And unfortunately, our universities and colleges don't teach accessibility very much. A couple of years ago, we did a survey of 1,400 computer science and information science faculty members around the nation. And we found that only 3% teach anything about disability. Well, that's a very small number. So, you know, one of our goals in my project, Access Computing, there's another project called Teach Access that's actually founded by industry. And both of us are working to try and change that to make sure that accessibility, technology about accessibility is actually taught at universities and colleges. So I guess the answer to your second question is that it is difficult. It can be learned, it's not a mystery, and it can be done just for, but there are these gaps in our education system.
So there's a famous expression from one of my old bosses who said, to do the impossible, first you have to believe it isn't. And I think that's exactly the message. It isn't impossible, and you've shown that in your own career. Roderick, I hope you're still with us. Can I confirm that we have you on audio?
You do have me on audio.
Wonderful.
I just have to speak through my picture.
Yeah. Well, so you've said that you'd like to train a new type of science professional by blending health, medicine, and physical sciences, so the revolutionary thinking for all of those fields happen in the same brain. Can you explain for us a little more why you believe this is preferable to having a team of people, each bringing their own different skills to collectively tackle a problem?
Well, first of all, that is an accurate characterization of my statement and my beliefs. And the answer is pretty straightforward. It's efficiency and effectiveness. Indeed, the kind of person that we plan to train represents a new mind, a new mindset, a new way of thinking, different from the traditional medical mind, different from a physician who subsequently learns engineering, different from the engineer who subsequently learns medicine. It's a new kind of brain that we really don't have right now, not in any substantial degree. We don't have individuals who have been trained this way, who have a blended understanding of the physical sciences and the life sciences. I was rather intrigued by John's video. He seems to be headed down that path with his study of currents in the ocean and the correlation between those and the development of the cardiovascular system is an indicator of how sciences, physical and biological, are so interwoven in nature. So if we're going to solve big problems, challenging problems, daunting problems, the solutions are most likely to come from individuals who have this collective, integrated, converged understanding. That could happen if you get multiple people around the table, but it's not as efficient as if you have it happening in the same brain. If you create a brain like this, I believe, you'll have more eureka moments. You'll dream about great ideas. They'll pop up at the least expected times, when you're taking a shower, when you're walking, maybe when you're cooking. You'll have these, wow, I got it sort of moments, because you have this complete, full, and thorough understanding of how health works and what goes wrong in disease. Now, in addition to that, there's another advantage. And the other advantage is you can still get multiple people around the table. And if those multiple people are trained like this, I would expect that you'd have an even greater explosion of ideas. It would be an exponential explosion. You have this situation that we often talk about where where the whole is greater than the linear sum of the parts. That's something we all strive for in science, particularly in team science. In this situation, where you'd have a table of physicianeers, I would expect that the whole would be exponentially greater than the sum of the parts. So from this new mind with this composite blended understanding, we can imagine that people will be better equipped to not only recognize problems, these healthcare professionals, but also have bright ideas and imaginative and innovative approaches to solving these problems and challenges. And they will pop up here and there by intention and sometimes by happenstance when you least expect it, because the brain is now trained that way.
I love that answer, Roderick. What it tells me is that disciplines are an artifact, and we can do away with them, break down the walls, and generate a great many more ideas given the confluence of all the intelligence and learning in more than one discipline. That's a fabulous answer. Thank you for that.
And if I could just add to your last statement, indeed, because if you think about it, in nature, there are no silos between these disciplines. They're seamlessly interwoven. And without that seamless blending of them, we wouldn't have nature.
Exactly right. I think your colleagues would, I'm sure, agree with that. So let's turn to Maya for a moment. Maya, your organization seeks to ensure that any young person with a passion for STEM has an opportunity to pursue that passion. So why do you think it's so important to foster STEM talent? And do you find that the participation in the programs like yours has a real impact on career trajectories?
Well, at the Society for Science and the Public, we're celebrating our 100th birthday next year. And we are one of the things we're best known for is our world-class science research competitions that include, in our day and age, the Westinghouse Science Talent Search, which is now the Regeneron Science Talent Search, the International Science and Engineering Fair, and Broadcom Masters, the premier middle school STEM competition. And, you know, my philosophy is that I believe that every young person in this country can become a scientist or engineer if that's what they want to be. And we have to make sure that we provide opportunities to every single young person in this country. And our competitions is a road to that, but so is our suite of outreach and equity programs that we've created, which builds on mentorship to mentor underserved kids. They're doing research, but they don't compete in competitions, to really build the capacity of high school teachers that are building research programs in their high schools. So we're doing that across the country. And we're also building science literacy across the country. I am publisher of Science News. Science News was founded 100 years ago. And one of the things we learned from science teachers across the country is that their textbooks are old. Science is changing by the day, and they don't know what to trust online. So we took Science News into the high schools. And we started with 250 high schools in 2014, and we're now in over 5,000 high schools with 20,000 STEM teachers teaching from Science News every 2 weeks with the teacher guide.
Fantastic.
We work at scale. I will go back to the talent piece of our competitions, and I have to call out the International Science and Engineering Fair was founded in 1950. Science Talent Search was founded in 1942. We have over 75,000 alumni. Some of those alumni have won Nobel Prizes, 13 of them have, MacArthur Fellowships. But I have to call out Dr. Pettigrew. Dr. Pettigrew competed in the International Science and Engineering Fair in 1967. So we are thrilled as an institution that we may have had just a tiny bit of influence on Dr. Pettigrew's trajectory. So, if I can just replicate Dr. Pettigrew throughout the country and world of what I believe, have built over the last, I would say 80 years of these competitions, I just want more young people to know that they have these opportunities. And I think John said it beautifully, that we need to see a more diverse workforce in the science and engineering fields.
So, here we go. I have a copy too, and I have a stack of them right here under my desk. Thank you so much, Maya. John, let's get to the heart of the question. What areas of science do you hope to bring greater attention to through the receipt of this award? I know you've got ideas. Would you share them with us?
Sure. Well, thanks, Vince. I really hope that this award highlights the importance of basic research writ large. And so, I mean, all of basic research, and not just those areas where we can imagine some immediate application. The reality is that today we can't really predict which areas of basic research are going to be critical to society in 5 years or 10 years. And so it's important that we continue to cast a wide net. This experience, the honor of winning the Waterman, it made me reflect on an experience we had in our lab maybe 7 or 8 years ago. We were developing a technique to use lasers to control those little shrimp you saw in the video, having them migrate in the lab in the same way that they do in the ocean. And after we published that work, we were all quite excited about this accomplishment, but we learned shortly thereafter, we were singled out by a US senator in what's called a waste book as an example of a waste of taxpayers' money. And so you can imagine how crushing that was for the graduate student. She had been working on this for 3 years, and to have her work summarily dismissed, really even mocked, was really difficult. Now, it had a happy ending in the sense that if you fast forward a few years, that work was published in Nature. The technique itself turned out to be essential for developing research that we simply could not achieve doing ship-based research. And in fact, we saved taxpayers a lot of money. A ship to operate in the ocean is about $20,000 a day. She could operate her experiment for about the cost of a cup of coffee per day. So it reminded me, and it emphasizes this idea that we need to take a long view, not just us as scientists, but those who are managing and supporting science at the highest levels, remembering that, again, we need to cast a wide net in science. And so I hope this award, the fact that jellyfish of all things can be useful for things like renewable energy, that helps people realize that the future can evolve in many unexpected ways.
I have to tell you, John, I certainly hope that one of your students will come up with a closed form solution to Navier-Stokes. In the meantime, however, Punch, we need to hear that message and engage with our elected officials and make sure that they really have an appreciation for, even if not a deep understanding of, what our scientists and engineers are capable of achieving and why it's so valuable. I know I don't have to tell you that, but I'll pretend to be Picard and say, Punch, make it so. Now, Emily, can you tell us a little more about the importance of the microbiome in human health? What do we not know? That could be in many volumes, I suppose. And what's your next target?
Yeah, so the first thing to maybe emphasize is that we have known that microbes live in close association with humans for many, many years. What's changed over the last several decades has been advances in DNA sequencing technology that have allowed us to sequence DNA from the human microbiome and identify the types of microbes that are present in and on the human body. And so these types of experiments revealed that the human microbiome can be quite variable from person to person. And this variation can be strongly associated with health or disease. And so I think that has raised the idea that perhaps these organisms might be driving health and disease and have been an underappreciated factor in thinking about these issues. So now, we face this challenge of trying to figure out whether or not our microbiomes are playing causal roles in driving health and disease phenotypes. And we face a big obstacle in that we don't actually understand much about what the microbiome is actually doing. So in terms of the biological, the chemical functions that they're actually carrying out in the body, we have not characterized them to a great degree. And so this is really the knowledge gap that my research has been trying to address. We've been trying to take our knowledge of how nature does chemistry and understanding of how protein-based catalysts called enzymes work to try to mine microbiome sequencing data, discover how these organisms actually transform and make molecules. And we hope to leverage that knowledge for therapeutic purposes. So I think in terms of what we're really excited about in terms of future directions, we spent a lot of time early on focusing on chemistry that is associated with disease. Mm-hmm. And very recently, we've started to also turn our attention to chemistry that could be beneficial. So one very recent example is that we've discovered some genes and enzymes from human gut bacteria that actually allow these organisms to consume cholesterol. And we actually found that there's an association between having these genes in your gut microbiome and having lower total cholesterol levels. So this is potentially a beneficial function that we'd like to understand in more detail. But another really unexpected thing about those genes is that they're actually found in gut bacteria that have never been grown in a lab. This has now opened our eyes to the fact that about 70% of the diversity in the gut microbiome has not yet been cultivated and studied. So now we're really excited about those organisms as a new frontier to study and investigate.
Emily, is there any chance that some of the microbes in our guts are actually contending with us in a negative way? I mean, am I having a battle with my gut right now?
So there is a possibility that chemistry of the gut microbiome can be detrimental. In some other work we've done in my lab, we've shown that under certain situations, the gut microbiome can actually compete with the host for critical nutrients like choline. And there's actually work showing links between changes in the gut microbiome and childhood undernutrition. So I think that there definitely can be potential benefits, but also potential harmful activities associated with these organisms.
Lordy, I always thought my body was my friend. Now you're telling me maybe not. I have some more questions, and these are just generally for any one of you who wants to react. So let me start out by the classic question that you've probably been asked a million times, because I know I get asked the same one. What's your best piece of advice that you would give to someone starting out who wants to pursue a career in science? Any one of you wants to jump in, just go right ahead.
Well, I think Maya will have a lot to say about this, but my experience has been mentors and being able to find someone to guide you at an early age is really important, especially for students who maybe don't have immediate examples at home of what it means to go into academia, to go into science at all. Having organizations like the ones that Maya has been leading are really essential. I know participating in science fairs at a young age was really exciting for me, but also later, as a graduate student, even still, being able to participate as a mentor has really been fulfilling for me in helping the next generation to make that step. So any way that we can support mentorship, I think, is really important.
It's probably, John, the role model notion is also very important here. By implication, if you don't see anybody that looks like you, and as a scientist, you may not be persuaded that that's an area you should go into.
Absolutely.
So seem to go right together. Who else would like to respond to that one?
Yeah, this is Richard. Yeah. In computer science and engineering, we're fortunate to have, some other organizations, not my organization, like the Tapia Conference of Celebration of Diversity. In fact, Vint, you gave a talk there several years ago at that conference. And there, as we say, for example, disability is spread out around the nation, and you might not have somebody near you with a disability or a role model near you, but you will find somebody at the conference. And the role models at the conference, or I wouldn't even call them mentors, they're more role models because they're not really mentoring. Some of them might become mentors, that you begin to see people like yourself. It could be a Black, it could be Hispanic, Latinx, disabled, and then start a conversation. And I remember one time I went to Tapia, and this young student came up to me and asked me, well, should I get into computer architecture? And I realized that David Patterson was at the next table, who's famous Turing Award winner. And so I just sent him over to David Patterson. So it's just having, a big meeting like that where people can get together and meet mentors, I think is a very important thing to do. So everybody should encourage their students to go to these types of events. And I think they occur in other fields in chemistry and biology and so on.
I hope we can figure out how to emulate exactly that in this online environment while we're waiting to make it safe for us to do what you were just describing. Maya, would you like to respond to this question too?
I would. I would also say the importance of young people being around each other and doing science together in a collaborative and interdisciplinary nature. At our science competitions, the one thing we see is almost a kumbaya, Lord, my moment, right? Of young people who have found their people, who are able to talk science and engineering and able to do collaboration at a very young age, whether that's just sparking out ideas. And we need to do more of that for young people. I would also just add to what John said, that mentorship is absolutely critical, but mentors who also are able, I think we hear from young people about failure a lot. What if I fail? And one of the things we, in science is failure actually in your experiments is a good thing because you learn a lot. Don't be afraid of it, right? And so when we're out there, we really, there are several values that we need to impart about science that are not intimidating, but actually build a really strong global community. And when we look at our 75,000 plus alumni, many majority of them have gone on to become scientists and engineers.
It's funny, Maya. I remember sitting next to Neil Lane, who's a former head of NSF and also a former science advisor, testifying in front of the Senate Science Committee. And at some point, I said that, we don't normally publish our failures. We only publish our successes. And Neil said, maybe we should publish our failures for the reasons that you were just describing. Well, Emily and Roderick, Emily, would you like to respond to this question?
Sure. I think, I'll just add that I would encourage students who are interested in science to really embrace their unique perspectives and viewpoints. And this maybe also adds the importance of having a diverse group of people participate in science. Really, the unique viewpoint based on your experiences, background, and perspectives will allow you to make really exciting, unique discoveries. So we need you.
Roderick, would you like to add to this so far well-developed response?
Yes, I would, and I actually have several comments. So the first thing I would say is do it. Keep an open mind and seek a converged understanding. But I also agree with Maya and John on the points that they made, the importance of team learning. We really appreciate now how much more successful it is when you learn in a group, when you learn from your colleagues, from your peers. The positive impact that this has is difficult to measure, but we've seen it time and time again when an individual in the classroom with you is a learning resource and not a competitor, you really go further. So the idea of having groups and teams, it also contributes to belonging, which is also critical for being successful. And having a mentor is perhaps one of the single most practical things that one can do. And that cuts both ways. Students should seek out mentors, and mentors need to seek out students. We certainly need to cultivate a community of mentor and mentorship. If you look at persistence in the STEM fields, this is really driven by an early mentored experience that results in learning. And learning in turn generates a confidence and identity as a scientist. And that confidence and identity as a scientist is motivating, which in turn stimulates confidence. And it's kind of a circular thing, which leads to persistence in the STEM fields. There was one comment that Maya made about the fear of failure that I do want to comment on. Some of you may know the storied educator Benjamin E. Mays. He was the president of Morehouse College for 27 years, a mentor of Martin Luther King, and actually eulogized Martin Luther King. But he has this statement that is just burnished in my memory that talks about failure and the fear of failure. And the statement is that it must be borne in mind that the tragedy in life does not lie in not reaching your goals. The tragedy in life lies in having no goals to reach. It's not a disgrace to not achieve your dreams, but it is a disgrace to have no dreams. It's not a calamity to not reach the stars, but it is a calamity to have no stars for which to reach. It is not failure, but low aim that is sin.
You know, it's a good thing that most young people are too young to know you can't do that. So they just go out and try it. And at least we hope so, and we encourage them to do that. Well, thank you for those wonderful answers to that question. I'd like to move on to one more challenge. The National Science Board produced a Vision 2030 report. And it says in that report, the US must find ways to speed the path from discovery to innovation and invention. Where do you see ways to enhance our ability to deliver research outputs for the benefit of society? Any one of you like to jump into that one?
Well, maybe I'll comment on where I see one of the challenges. And I think it's that the currency in a lot of research in academia is publications. We publish a paper based on the research, and that's essentially good enough. You can get promoted that way, get your tenure. And so I think a lot of the public never learns about a lot of the exciting research that we're doing. So I would definitely advocate for more fulsome science communication so that those who could take those ideas from the benchtop to practice are exposed to a lot of these breakthroughs at earlier stages than they currently are. Right now, it's an individual PI who might say, or researcher who says, I want to start a company or I might license an idea, but that's a relatively slow process. I think if we can engage a greater community of people in pulling ideas from the lab to practice, then we'll see that acceleration that the report is seeking.
We need some more YouTube stars on the science and technology side, I think, to get followings. Anybody else want to jump into that one? I want to pick on Roderick for a minute because you've done this. You're the guy that went from the research side of things to producing medical equipment of great significance. So do you see any ways of improving the rate at which we can do that? You're muted right now, Roderick. Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm back. Well, I may start to sound a little bit consistent here. Maybe consistency is good. But I think that one of the new things that we could bring into this space where we're trying to accelerate the delivery of effective practical solutions to problems is this concept of convergence. Even if convergence is done as a way you initially described, Vint, where you have multiple people, teams of people from disparate backgrounds sitting around the table, but with focused purpose, with use-inspired investigation and innovation and discovery. In an overarching sense, I think that is an approach and a goal. But in a more practical and down-to-earth manner, I would agree with John that we do need enhanced relationships between all parts of the discovery, innovation, and translation ecosystem. It frequently starts in academia, but doesn't end there. You know, it ends in industry. And government certainly plays a big role. The partnerships between academia and the federal funding agencies has been marvelous over the years. And I don't think the public really appreciates the extent to which all of us have benefited from that. And I think that is something to be applauded, embraced, and perhaps even enhanced. We do need to bring in industry into this a bit more, and the policies and regulatory obstacles might be a place where one might look to enhance that type of relationship.
Thank you, Roderick. I'm going to turn to Emily in a minute, but Punch, there's a tire tracks diagram, which you're familiar with. It's coming out of a recent report, and it shows what happens when you start on the basic research side, and then on the other end, what benefits do we have? We should really pump the visibility of that tire tracks diagram to cement in people's mind that there really is a connection between basic research and the things that they enjoy every day. Emily, you're going to be just confronted with this problem as we learn more and more about how the microbiome works in our gut or doesn't work. And you'll have to find ways of doing the therapeutic connection. So what are your thoughts on this?
So I see an opportunity to think about education at multiple levels, undergraduate level, educating and training graduate students, really giving them opportunities to learn about industry, interact with industry. I know NSF funds internships where graduate students can spend time in companies. So thinking about really along with educating, giving our students basic science knowledge, teaching them about impacts that science has had on the real world alongside that education could sort of start catalyzing the process of our scientific trainees thinking about applications for their research early on.
Richard, you've done a lot of work on devices and techniques for making things more accessible. So you must be part of this whole translation story as well. So what notions come to your mind to improve, get rid of the friction and get things out there?
So first of all, for just the general field of computer science, this translation is happening all the time. And the delay is, could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but we have, 20 years ago, there was no Google, and now everybody uses it. There was no Zoom. I mean, these things were developed many, many years ago by you, Vint, and but it didn't get out really to the public until much later. So there is this time lag, but it's really hot in computer science. So I'm going to narrow down to accessible computing, accessible computer science. There it's a little different because the marketplace doesn't work that way because we have relatively small populations that need specific technologies, and it's really hard to start a business or be part of a business for that. So the one example is the screen reader that blind people use to have access to computers, so they can read the screen out loud if you like, rather than see the screen. And these developments happen at places like IBM in the 1980s, early 1980s. And eventually what happened with that was it finally got out and became part of iOS, part of Mac OS, part of Windows, part of Android. So all these products now all have built-in screen readers. And that's the kind of thing I'd like to see. Even though a small population uses screen readers, why can't these things that can be done in these sort of general purpose products? And this is something we call sometimes universal design, that you want to have a design that meets the needs of most people or almost all people, including people who are blind or deaf or have other physical disabilities. So I think that kind of trajectory I like. But it does require, cooperation from big business, small business, and also the researchers.
There's an interesting statistic that was mentioned in the one of the videos about the billion people in the world that have disabilities. And so you hear about trying to help provide assistance for that. What's left out of that equation is the other 6 billion people who benefit from that because their friends who happen to have a disability are able to communicate, are able to engage, are able to participate in the society. So the impact of these kinds of accessible technologies is much greater than the number of people who specifically use it, but it's everybody they interact with too. Maya, you had your hand up, so please engage.
Well, I just wanted to say just about this translational piece. So we've had several alumni who were in academia and then went on to start major companies, Lee Hood being one of them, who was at Caltech, who went on to found Amgen, George Yancopoulos and Len Schleifer, who are alums of ours, who were at Columbia and then went on to found Regeneron. But we're seeing now with young people, almost a quarter of the kids that come to the International Science and Engineering Fair are patent and patent ready. And they are starting companies right out the gate. And that has really been fascinating to watch. And they're serial entrepreneurs. We've seen several of them who've started companies, but then go back into graduate school because they need to keep learning about certain things that they're thinking about, and then they shift back out. So this type of constant evolving learning, I think, is a new thing that we're actually starting to see with young people that, and some actually go into college for 2-3 years and leave, start their company, take a leave of absence, but then will come back. And I think we need to really be aware of that change that's happening with young people now, that this is not a 4-year track with PhD, which is another 8 with a postdoc. These kids are ready to come out. Another one is Feng Zhang, one of the co-founders of CRISPR, Cas9. He is at Broad Institute at MIT, one of our alums, but he has gone on to found 4 companies, but also still being at MIT and Broad. So anyway, those are just some examples.
This is wonderful parallelism there. There's another thing that I think we can anticipate, at least I hope so, if Emily is successful and others are. Our lifetimes may get extended as a result of our deeper understanding of how our bodies work and how we age, in which case you might live to 100. Well, what are the implications of that? One of them is that you won't necessarily learn enough in the first 20 or 25 years of your life to have a successful career for the next 60 or 70 years. You're going to have to keep learning. And so the cycle that you mentioned may turn out to be important for literally everyone on the planet, not just scientists and engineers, in order to retain their productivity and utility in the society. But we have... Sorry, yes, go ahead, Roderick.
Yeah, I'm sorry, since I'm not able to raise my hand in any way that you can see it.
Oh, you're right. Well, that's you raised your voice. It worked.
Okay, thanks. But I want to support Maya again and go even a bit further. I think we should not only recognize this new paradigm and this new culture that we are seeing with students, and indeed, students do come in now with an idea, with a view towards entrepreneurship, and with ideas often in our new combined engineering and medicine InMed initiative and medical school program, that is very much at play. We actually have one student who came in after starting a company that's developing a solar-powered device for refrigeration for underserved locations. And this is so timely now as we're faced with vaccine and getting a vaccine out and a requirement for refrigeration for the various formulations that we've seen so far. But I think that the thing that we could do to enhance this is not only be aware of it, but embrace it, encourage it, and actually foster a greater education and an educational exposure where the students actually learn from successful entrepreneurs. We started that at our school initiative, where we bring in successful entrepreneurs and they talk to the students and go through the experience or the experiences that they have had, both the successful ones and the unsuccessful ones, as a way to help these students accelerate getting their products out into the marketplace, understanding what it takes from the beginning to be successful in translating a concept and an idea into something that's a practical product is a process that could be taught, learned, and the benefit from that would be what you were just asking, how to get these things out more quickly.
So pretty clear that you really live and breathe your proposal, which is to break down those brain barriers so that we don't separate business from science and engineering necessarily, but they're all part of a common environment. Ellen, I'm very conscious of the fact that we have a whole bunch of National Science Board members here, and they're never shy about asking questions, and we have some time left. Is there anyone on the board that would like to jump in and ask questions of any of our awardees tonight?
So definitely invite people to ask questions. You can, again, use the raise hand feature. We can call on you. And if we do, turn your video on so we can see you.
So I'm not sure.
I see Suresh Babu. Please go ahead.
So I'd like to ask a question to all the award winners. If you had a magic wand, and if you want to increase our SNE workforce in our country, what would you do?
Well, let's see. Any one of the awardees like to respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
It's a wonderful question. I'm thinking of what would be most impactful, and I suppose I'll answer from the perspective right now being on a campus where we benefit from an international group of students coming to the U.S. and participating in the education system. I think it's important that as a country, we're welcoming to those students. We treat them well when they're here. We encourage them to stay, but if they go back to their home country, we send them with blessings as well. That system, I think, will encourage our S&E workforce to continue to grow and to also build new bridges amongst our countries. The scientific enterprise doesn't have barriers in the same way that Roderick talked about our brains not having these artificial silos. Science need not have those barriers. And so I think a more welcoming and an effective immigration system is a big part of it.
That's
beautiful. Wonderful. Thank you.
I have a comment, John.
Yes, go ahead.
I think we really need to start at the primary and secondary levels. We really need to begin to emphasize the value of science, the STEM fields at this level, and also focus on quality education and experience and exposure. My sixth grade teacher, Mrs. Burke, was pivotal in my becoming a science. I mentioned in my video that I think I came out of the womb, but Mrs. Burke certainly nourished that. I was in this crucible of learning, and Mrs. Burke was a critical ingredient. And then I had another forward-thinking, inspiring, high aspiration oriented teacher in the 10th grade. And that's how I got to Maya's International Science and Engineering Fair, despite having been educated in a fairly small town in the Deep South during the Jim Crow era. But those two individuals were absolutely critical. They saw this interest that I had, they nurtured it and supported it. So I think we need to pay a bit more attention to the primary and secondary educational school system. And then focus on the things that we talked about with John and Maya in the collegiate levels, so that the students who enter with an interest in STEM retain that interest. If you look at the data, particularly regarding underrepresented minorities, they declare an interest as they enter college in the same proportion as their population numbers. But the percentage of degrees that are awarded at the end of college is about half that. That is a large leak in this pipeline, is well documented, and it falls off again about half at the graduate, at the doctorate level. So we need to focus on retention of this talent, as well as inspiring this talent in the earliest stages.
And
Yeah, just real quickly, I think both John and Roderick are right that we have to work domestically on our own students and increase that number. And also we have to make sure that we're still open to the world, both. And I think we're actually doing, at least in computer science, 60% of our PhDs are already foreign nationals. And so I think our weakness really is more at home. And so let's start working on it like Roderick said.
Yeah. I think Maya had a comment, and then after you comment, I have a question for you, Maya. So
okay.
Maya,
just say very quickly, I think science is a powerful tool for diplomacy, and we need to continue that. Mentorship is absolutely critical. And then I'm just going to say capital, money. It is for me, always putting out the tin cup and always almost begging to support STEM. It can get very tiring. And so I would say, if I had a magic wand, I would say we need more capital.
Well,
we've got big problems in this world, and capital is going to be very helpful.
I can tell you that if I had a magic wand, the first thing I do is double the budget over here at NSF.
Hint, hint.
So Maya, the question I was going to ask you is, I was really struck with, as you talked about science news getting into schools, you started with 250, you've gone to 5,000. So maybe just a comment about how you were able to grow it. And then do you have any information about the demographics of the schools? Are we getting into schools with high populations of underrepresented students?
So of the 5,000, over 60% are Title I schools. Teachers have to apply. We don't dump it into the classroom. The teachers have to apply. It's $500 per high school, 10 copies. You get to be part of a community, you get the resource guide to teach it, and you get a mentoring component. I would say the way we've gotten supported for that has been through philanthropy and through DoD. They have an interesting STEM collaborative there, and they funded military impacted high schools, but it's a very small amount of that 5,000. But mostly it's been philanthropy and corporate sponsorships. But again, it's my tin cup that I go out and saying, would you be willing to sponsor these 15 schools in this district? I mean, it's hard. I would love to have my goal is to have science news in high schools, in every high school in this country. And we're starting to see school districts now where they hear from teachers at the grassroots, what is this science news? And teacher says, oh, we're using it in our classroom. Well, we need to bring it into our whole district. And so we're now working with districts who are signing up for all their high schools. And that's, you know, that's the scale model, right? And sustainability model. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, I think
I think that really speaks to Punch, strengthening the scale and speed, right, Punch? Thank you.
Strengthening at speed and scale, yes.
so. I think we have come very close to running out of time. So perhaps it's time to say goodnight. I hope we've all been inspired, you know, by this evening's slate of extraordinary people whose hard work and contributions have brought so much to so many people. So thank you to our award winners, to Ponch and Ellen, for their participation in tonight's event. If you'd like to watch the videos of our winners again, you can visit our website or return back to this YouTube channel anytime in the future. And from everyone at the National Science Foundation and the National Science Board, again, congratulations. May you all have a safe holiday and safety again in the following year. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much to all the winners, to Vint, wonderful job moderating, to Punch. And with that, the board is adjourned for today.
And thank you from the awardees. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you greatly.
Be well.